Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Trump announces a travel ban for 12 countries to keep America safe. China's Xi Jinping holds a telephone call with the US president following months of trade war threats. Meanwhile, the German chancellor arrives at the White House for his first in-person meeting with Donald Trump. And the US Defense Secretary puts pressure on NATO allies to commit to an increase in defense spending. Now to our top story. And US President Donald Trump has announced 12 countries who will be banned from traveling to the United States. Afghanistan, Haiti and Iran are included on the list, with 7 other countries like Cuba and Venezuela facing partial restrictions. The ban comes into force on the 9th of June. Here's a reminder of how the US president broke the news.
In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States. That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe.
Let's go live to Washington to speak to our correspondent, Sarah Firth. Sarah, thank you so much for joining us. First, can you just explain what this travel ban is and why it actually matters, especially for those outside the US who may not be following the day-to-day of American immigration policy?
Yes, well, this is a sweeping travel ban that President Trump has signed. June 9th, it's going to be in place. And Leigh Ann, let's just run you through the countries that are on that banned list so viewers know exactly what this is about. You've got on that a banned list: Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Congo, Sudan, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Equatorial Guinea and Yemen. So 12 countries on that banned list. You've also got another 7 countries facing a partial ban. Those are Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan and Venezuela. Now, coming into effect on June 9th, what the White House is saying is, look, they call it common sense restrictions aimed at protecting Americans from foreign nationals who could be a threat. But critics here, Leigh Ann, are saying that this is a repeat of what we saw in President Trump's first term in office in 2007, when he brought in then a travel ban that was dubbed the Muslim ban. That received widespread criticism. There was a lot of controversy, a lot of legal challenges. People saying this is essentially the Trump travel ban 2.0, but this time more targeted, much more politically calculated, and much, much less likely to be walked back in the same way that we saw the previous travel ban.
And Sarah, as you mentioned there, the Muslim ban, that's what critics are calling this at the moment. We've also just seen Donald Trump in the Oval Office speaking to the German chancellor, and he was asked why now on the travel ban. And he said, actually, it can't come soon enough. So the administration, you said they could see legal challenges, but they do seem to be, hitting back on the discrimination against this.
Yes, and President Trump speaking, this was announced quite late on Wednesday, so this is the first time just now as that he is speaking to reporters and being questioned in that Oval Office meeting as he meets the German chancellor, but being asked, of course, about this very controversial travel ban that's already receiving, alarm bells ringing internationally, and already receiving some pushback from some of the countries on that list, like Venezuela. It is interesting, you're right, the timing of this. Now, in a social media video, President Trump himself alluded to the attack that took place. He mentioned it in Boulder, Colorado. And now, in that instance, it was reported that it was an Egyptian national who had overstayed a tourist visa. And interestingly, of course, Leigh Ann, Egypt not on either of the lists, either the banned list or the partial ban list. But we do know that of those countries that are involved, it is going to include people who would be wanting to get tourist visas, for example. But what the White House is saying is, look, it's not just a quick response to what happened in Colorado. This has been in the pipeline pretty much since day one of the administration. We know that President Trump had ordered Homeland Security, his Director of National Intelligence, to go away and look at some of the countries that they say citizens of pose a risk to the United States' national security. So they're saying, look, this is about countries that perhaps aren't vetting their nationals correctly and therefore potentially posing a threat to national security. They're framing this very much as a national security issue. Because of what happened in Colorado, they're saying this was pushed up the agenda, but it has been in the pipeline for some time. And actually, we can see that whereas the travel ban back in 2017 seemed very rushed, there was a lot of chaos, there was a lot of legal challenges that saw countries getting crossed off and added back on. Whereas in this case, what we're hearing from some legal experts I've been speaking to is this is much more watertight. So the countries on that list, it's going to be interesting to hear as the president is questioned at the meeting he's taking part in now and throughout the day over whether there is going to be any leeway for some of those countries and the citizens of those countries to appeal this potentially, because you've got organisations, refugee organisations, aid organisations, warning about the human impact of this, with the likes of Oxfam coming out and saying this is a chilling return, they say, to policies of fear, discrimination and division.
And actually, Sarah, interestingly enough, we saw Donald Trump being asked in that Oval Office meeting about Egypt not being on the list from a reporter. And he says Egypt has things under control. So that is something that he has replied with. But Sarah, I also just wanted to get your thoughts quickly on the exemption of things like people participating in the Olympics, which will be taking place in 2028.
Yes, Leigh Ann, really important to note the exemptions. You're absolutely right. Those exemptions including diplomats travelling on valid non-immigrant visas. As you mentioned, people travelling for sporting events, the 2026 World Cup, the 2028 Olympics. You've also got, when it comes to Afghanistan, the nationals holding special immigrant visas. But you have people in Afghanistan who have been working very hard to try. They worked with allies. They worked with the US when the conflict was on. They've been working with organisations here to be relocated to the US for safety. Some of the people that I'm speaking to in those organisations saying those people have been let down, and some of the other refugee organisations saying, look, you have people that are fleeing famine, persecution, war, conflict, who are now being told that there are security risks. So the human impact of this certainly very wide-ranging. There's going to be a lot of questioning today and in the coming days over who is and isn't on the list and why those people have been included and what this actually entails and will mean in sort of wider repercussions of this, Leigh Ann.
Sarah Firth in Washington, thank you so much for joining us. President Trump has also held a phone call with China's President Xi regarding a trade deal. Taking to Truth Social, he said the call lasted approximately 1.5 hours and resulted in a very positive conclusion for both countries. During the conversation, President Xi graciously invited the First Lady and me to visit China, and I reciprocated. As presidents of two great nations, this is something that we both both look forward to doing. The conversation was focused almost entirely on trade. Nothing was discussed concerning Russia, Ukraine, or Iran. We're now joined by Miami GOP committee woman Angie Wong. Angie, always a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. Can we just start with President Trump, of course, posting on Truth Social that China and the US have now reached a trade deal after a long phone call between the two leaders. Positive news for the markets and the trade war, right?
Yes, this is the news that we've all been waiting for the two presidents to have that phone call and to work out a trade deal. And President Trump loves this because he loves that he can pick up a phone and call President Xi to work this out. And now the U.S. markets have responded very favorably. We're in the green. And I think now it's been a sigh of relief for a lot of investors as well as business owners who weren't really sure what was going on. We still had freight hanging around the Pacific Ocean, not knowing whether or not it should dock on U.S. soil due to these trade tariffs that were put onto place. So now that we know that there's been a long phone call, it's been very favorable, very positive, as President Trump put on Truth Social, and with the added bonus that the Chinese president invited the first lady and the president to his home country and vice versa. I mean, these are all great signs.
And Donald Trump, Angie, he's been unbelievably busy. We just saw him in the Oval Office meeting the German chancellor. It seemed like a real love-in between the two leaders when I was watching it. So could we see a trade deal there too?
You know, President Trump is really enjoying his second term. You can see he's a lot more at ease. You can see him dealing with a lot more of the foreign issues that he didn't deal with in his first administration. He's dealing with this with a lot more grace and a lot more relationship building, it seems. So I think you're going to see a lot of trade deals everywhere. And ultimately, that's who he is. He is the art of the deal president. He doesn't want war. He wants all the wars in the world to stop. He thinks everyone can win if he can just make that deal with them.
And if we just move on to another story, Trump has banned citizens from 12 countries from entering the US, saying we don't want them. Was this announcement a surprise or just a repeat of his first term in office?
Well, in the U.S., there's been a lot of news about domestic terror attacks by foreign nationals of late. This is just the latest one. As your former reporter just said, there was another attack coming out of Colorado. And we've also been seeing it on university campuses as well. A lot of the instigators are foreign nationals, those who've overstayed their visas, those who came on foreign student visas, etc. So President Trump, all he wants is to properly vet anyone coming into the United States, whether they're students or tourists or potential employees for a U.S. company. And that's what he is asking for. Unfortunately, a lot of the host countries are not vetting properly or giving the right documentation for these visas to come through. And so he's starting from square one. Okay, let's vet them properly. Let's allow people in slowly. We're certainly going to see the effects of the summer travel season here in the U.S. I think a lot of people are a little bit more reserved to come to the U.S. because of all these bans, but they are necessary for national security interests.
But just like the 2017 ban, is it likely this new one will end up in court? And in 2017, in order to get it through, Angie, we saw the bill watered down significantly. How is the Trump administration going to pass this and make sure it goes through exactly as the president wishes?
Right. Remember, our Supreme Court back in the first Trump administration allowed for Trump to hold these bans based on national security concerns. Now, what we will know and what we've seen in the past is that anything going through the Supreme Court, it's going to take some time. And these countries, a lot of them make a lot of money giving the visas to enter the United States. They can't wait several months for their nationals to be there because, foreign nationals work here, they go to school here. and they bring back a lot of money to their own home country. So you're going to see that there's going to be wheeling and dealing behind the scene to get them off the list. Meanwhile, we're going to have a separate parallel pathway going through the courts. I'm certain that there's going to be some legal challenges brought on by certain organizations to challenge Trump's ban. But ultimately, the Supreme Court has already ruled on this, and they ruled in favor of President Trump.
But I just want to go back to a point you mentioned earlier. When announcing the ban, Trump mentioned that recent attack in Colorado, which was carried out by an Egyptian national. But Egypt is just not on the list, which is actually, Angie, a little bit perplexing.
Yeah, I wish I had the good answer to that. Clearly, the Secretary of State and all those involved feel that Egypt is vetting nationals coming into the U.S. properly. Otherwise, he would have included that on the list. I am scratching my head a little bit because of the recent event that happened in Colorado involving an Egyptian national. So at the moment, Egypt is clear. Egyptian citizens are welcome to come. That may change. Everything changes in the Trump administration every 20 minutes. So we'll keep an eye on that one.
I know, Angie, and we've got to keep up with it all, don't we? It feels like it's been a really busy 24 hours. There's been a lot going on. But just
every day.
Yeah, every day. Just one quick thing I want to talk to you about. The Democrats actually claim Trump's travel ban is just a distraction so his spending bill can get through Congress. We've seen Musk really attack the spending bill too. Do you agree with this analysis? Because like I just said, and we just said, everything changes every 20 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Washington is the spin room. So, look, President Trump is looking forward to receiving his spending bill and the big, beautiful bill on his desk by July 4th. And right now, the Senate is busy working to revise that bill. In fact, Senator Thune had said that he expects a revision of the bill to send back to the House by the end of next week, which puts it on the timeline to get it to President Trump by July 4th, a very special day here in the United States. So we think that's going to happen. Right now, senators are raising their hands, making their asks so that they can get what they need for their own constituencies. Senator Thune has already said he's ready to make those deals. President Trump is also picking up the phones behind the scenes, working with the senators to make sure that this bill passes. At the moment, this is just what happens in Washington. Democrats can call it a distraction all they want with the foreign visa bannings, but ultimately, I think President Trump's going to get both because he really knows how to play all angles from this point forward.
And just before I let you go, just something very quick I picked up in the Oval Office chat that he was having with the German chancellor. And do you think it was right that the former President Joe Biden was using Autopen, Angie?
Well, I mean, we have evidence that he was using an Autopen because when you compare Joe Biden's signature on multiple executive orders and laws that he had signed into place, they look identical. And there's been instances where he wasn't even in the Oval Office during the signing. So all these things really makes you scratch your head because Joe Biden could sign a bill into law or an executive order from anywhere. It doesn't have to be the Oval Office. Why wasn't he presented wherever he was to do those signings? He had to have an Autopen. So, it just adds more to the mystery. And the U.S., I believe Congress, as well as a special team, is going to be investigating the Autopen scandal. And we'll see where it leads. But certainly it raises more questions about Biden's health, whether or not he knew he was signing these bills, who was signing these bills, who was authorizing, all these questions. I mean, it's a very big scandal if all this stuff adds up.
More questions than answers at the moment. Angie Wong, Miami GOP committee woman. I always love having you on the show. Thanks so much for joining me. Thanks.
Thank you for having me on.
The German Chancellor has arrived at the White House for his first in-person meeting with President Trump. Ahead of the meeting, Merkel said he's looking forward to speaking to the US president, pointing to their very good relationship. So far, here's what they had to say inside the Oval Office just a few minutes earlier.
Well, first of all, I'm glad to meet because I've been dealing with the chancellor, and he's a very good man to deal with. He's difficult, I would say. Can I say that? It's a positive.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't want me to say you're easy, right?
No.
Yeah, he's a very great representative of Germany. I think all we want is just going to have a good relationship. The rest will just sort of follow very easily. We'll have a good trade deal. I mean, I guess that will be mostly determined by the European Union, but you're a very big part of that, so you'll be involved. But we'll end up hopefully with a trade deal, or we'll do something. You know, we'll do the tariffs. I mean, I'm okay with the tariffs, or we make a deal with the trade, and I guess that's what we're discussing now.
Yeah.
Let's get the thoughts of Berlin-based journalist James Jackson. James, we just had a clip there of Merz and Trump. Of course, they are chatting in the Oval Office. And I just wanted to say to you, it appeared like a little bit of a love-in. They were very complimentary of each other.
They absolutely were. I think you can see that there's immediately a much better rapport between Donald Trump, president, and Chancellor Friedrich Merz than there was between Trump and his predecessor and long-term rival, Angela Merkel. So Merz and Merkel had a long-term rivalry going back decades, and she kind of shoved him out of the way to become leader of the CDU way back in the early 2000s. And Trump never liked Angela Merkel. She was seen as opposing him from Europe, not spending enough on defense. So Friedrich Merz has come in as a conservative who speaks English, who actually met Trump through the corporate world in the 80s, much more of a transatlanticist than Merkel ever was. And I have to say, I think Friedrich Merz did a really good job today because he really played to his strengths, speaking fluent English, which was complimented by the president, as well as using his kind of, there were a few tricky questions in there. They asked if he agreed with Trump's metaphor about Ukraine and Russia being like two children fighting. Well, Merz can't agree with that because, of course, he thinks and knows that Russia is the aggressor in Ukraine. It's not about two children fighting. But instead, he just said what we agree on. He praised Trump many times. So there was a bit of a love-in. But I will say, from Germany's perspective, there were a lot of very awkward comments in there. It was never hostile, but he did quote General MacArthur saying, never let the Germans rearm. Oh, but I don't know. I think we should let them rearm. He also talked about D-Day, which Merz brought up as a positive thing, the invasion of the US and the UK invading France to defeat the Nazis. Of course, in modern Germany, that's seen as a positive thing. They say we were liberated from the Nazis. And Trump asks, is that a good thing? And really, that's going to be very awkward for Merz. But I think he did a terrific job of ignoring the awkward parts, warming up the president. Question is, will that have any effect?
Yeah, that's going to be the big question for sure. And let's talk a little bit there, because Trump was asked about the travel ban, and he actually turned to Merz and said Germany also has a problem with immigration, kind of quipped to Angela Merkel, if you want to say that. And you mentioned some other key takeaways there, but looking forward, does this set a better tone for US-German relations going forward now?
I think it does. There wasn't too much emphasis on the AfD, the far-right party Alternative for Germany, who Trump and many figures within his circle have been backing. They're, of course, a huge threat to Friedrich Merz and the Christian Democrat Party. But the AfD has become the second party, in large part as a reaction to Merkel's migration policy, which Merz is also very opposed to. So actually, the last few weeks in German politics, they've really clamped down on the border, particularly the Polish border. And then there's been wrangling in the court. They've stopped asylum seekers from being able to bring their families with them. There was already a limit on how many were allowed to come through that, but they've stopped it completely. So on some questions, they may be more aligned than he was with Merkel, or definitely would have been with Olaf Scholz, the now semi-forgotten chancellor who never actually met Trump because his time in office didn't overlap with him. There were a few weeks of overlap and Trump just said, no, I don't want to do it. So I think this could be a positive for the transatlantic relationship. I don't think realistically the meeting could have gone any better for Friedrich Merz, despite a few awkward comments. I do want to bring up one comment. Of course, Trump mentioned Nord Stream 2 and how opposed he was to it. Merz was never really from the pro-Russia wing of his party, which Merkel was soft on Russia, at least, I should say. And the SPD, with the Social Democrats under Olaf Scholz, were very guilty of pro-Russia policies. But Merz was always a businessman, and I don't think he was as opposed to Nord Stream 2 at the time as he may pretend to be now. But he has, of course, finally ruled it out. Trump will be very happy with that. But I just want to point out a comment that Trump made where he said, I ended Nord Stream 2. Well, Nord Stream 2 was blown up. So what does that mean? A lot of people will be saying, who blew it up? Is this Trump admitting that he blew it up? Is this him saying that he knew about the plan? Or was it just he was referring to his opposition to Nord Stream 2, and they even weighed up putting sanctions on Germany for it at the time. So a few strange questions there, definitely a few strange moments, but I think this, unfortunately, maybe for Merz, I think he's made a good impression. Donald Trump has German ancestry, and he was gifted the birth certificate of his grandfather, who was German, Friedrich, also called Friedrich Trump or Trump, and effectively, it went really well. I think they're both two businessmen, both quite well off, conservatives, right wing, you would call it in the US. But ultimately, the tariffs are negotiated through the EU. So I don't think we're going to be seeing a bilateral deal. And I don't think Merz would even accept that, because it would be very shocking.
Berlin-based journalist James Jackson, it was great to have you on the show and with all your thoughts on that meeting. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for having me.
US Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth is in Brussels today, attending meetings with his NATO counterparts. The US has called on NATO allies to spend 5% of their GDP on defense, above the current target of 2%. Speaking to reporters, Hegseth said he felt confident that members of the alliance would agree to the boost in spending ahead of the NATO summit, which is happening later this month. Take a listen.
To be an alliance, you got to be more than flags. You got to be formations. You got to be more than conferences. You need to be combat-ready capabilities. So we're here to continue the work that President Trump started, which is a commitment to 5% defense spending across this alliance, which we think will happen, which we think has to happen by the summit at The Hague later this month.
I'm now joined by former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for European and NATO Policy, Jim Townsend. Jim, a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining us. So we just heard there the US has doubled down on 5% defense spending for NATO members. Pete Hegseth says allies have to step up. Do you agree?
Well, I do agree. And I think we have to also understand that the 5% is actually made up of two parts. 3.5% is actually going to go towards weapons. 1.5% is infrastructure, strengthening bridges, that kind of thing. So it's not as big as it looks in terms of money going towards hardware. And this hardware where the Europeans need to do more and are doing more.
So, Jim, is it just a headline figure and something that will be quite difficult to achieve?
Well, it's a headline figure for sure. It's a goal. And it was Donald Trump, I think, who threw that figure out without a whole lot of science behind it. But what's missing, and we don't know what this will be yet, and that's the time frame. So how much time do nations have to reach that goal? If it's going to be 10 years, then it's probably doable. But if it's going to be 10 years, that might be too long, not in a time to handle an aggressive Russia 5 years from now. So we'll have to see what the time element is going to be. That'll be important.
Hegseth is also insisting NATO members are nearing a consensus on this 5% spending. We don't know who's close or who disagrees. Obviously, he said we're all friends in this, so didn't really call anyone out. But, Jim, the US is currently spending 3.7% on defence. That's actually less than Poland. So is it a bit rich coming from America?
Well, I think it's a matter of mathematics in the sense that our GDP is pretty large. And so it's if we were to do 5% of our GDP, that would be too much in terms of monies that you could actually absorb into your defense spending. So for us, we will be increasing defense spending. In fact, the defense budget will top $1 trillion. And so that's something that's important to keep in mind. And also, some countries have been in a deeper hole in terms of their defense capabilities than the U.S. is. So for Poland, for instance, right on the border with Russia, they've got a lot of makeup to do to get their forces to where they need to be. And so spending 5% by Poland is probably more critical than for the U.S.
What happens if NATO countries do not fulfill this target? Will the US withdraw support from Ukraine or leave NATO altogether, possibly?
Well, that's a great question. And, we're not going to know for a while whether nations have actually reached those goals. I think it's easy for politicians to agree at a summit to a figure like 5% or 3.5. It's easy to say yes to that because they know that it's not on their watch when that has to be met. It'll be down the road a bit. And so it's someone else's problem. And so we really won't know whether nations are meeting that spending or not for a couple of budget years. And so we're going to have to wait and see. But if we do see that nations are just not reaching that critical, goal in terms of defense spending, there'll be a lot of harsh language coming out of the White House, no matter who's in the White House at that time, because there's a great feeling, whether Democrat or Republican, frankly, that Europe has got to do more, particularly if the U.S. begins to pull some of its forces out of Europe to send them to the Indo-Pacific.
And Jim, is NATO actually prepared for war?
NATO is much better prepared for war now than they were when I was there, or even as long ago as 10 years ago. They are much better prepared in terms of planning, in terms of where forces need to go. They've got NATO has forward deployed forces in the Baltic, Romania, Poland. Nations know now what their assignments will be if war were to break out. And there's a lot of efforts being made by nations to build munitions factories, to build other kinds of high-tech capability like drones and things that they're learning from the war in Ukraine. So NATO is going in the right direction. But do we have enough time? Will they get to where they need to be within the next 5 years or so, which is when a lot of nations think we will need them at their best to handle an aggressive Russia? And that's the question. It's going to be a horse race in terms of timing of getting to where NATO needs to be.
Jim Townsend, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for European and NATO policies. Great to have your insights. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Iran has criticised a proposal from the US surrounding a new nuclear agreement, maintaining Tehran will not stop enriching uranium. The US reportedly demanded a complete halt in exchange for the lifting of sanctions. But Iran's supreme leader says the US proposal contradicts his nation's belief in self-reliance. We can now speak to Dr. Sami Nader, Director of Political Sciences at USJ. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Sami. Great to have you on the show. So listen, after 5 rounds of talks, several hard-to-bridge issues remain between the US and Iran. What are the main sticking points at the moment?
I mean, the main sticking point is the question of enrichment that Iran consider uranium enrichment that Iran consider as its fundamental right, while it's not clear that the U.S. is allowing or accepting Iran to enrich inside Iran. The idea or the proposal that has been floating is that the enrichment would take place under the auspices of a consortium and most likely completely outside Iran, which Iran consider as a non-starter. Its right of enrichment, it considered this should not be subject to negotiation. However, I mean, one positive thing, the negotiations are still going on, maybe because both parties needs a deal. Neither one wants the negotiations to fail. Iran badly needs the lifting of sanctions, in addition to the fact that its military capability have been seriously degraded after the Gaza war, namely its proxies in the region have been either decapitated or diminished. So its negotiation position has been degraded. While the U.S., its priority is to settle this issue, it has other priorities, whether containing China, the rising of China, or dealing with the crisis in Ukraine, in addition to the economic situation inside America and the war in tariffs that the administration Trump is dealing with. So both parties are needs these deals, but a lot of uncertainties are still hovering. I mean, and mainly what will be the behavior of or the strategy of Israel if Israel sees that a deal is closed, but it deals with does not meet Israel requirement that from day one, they are talking about something similar to the Libya scenario, meaning that all Iran nuclear capabilities should be dismantled. And once more, this is a non-starter for the Iranian.
Doctor, there were reports actually a little bit earlier on in the month or last month that Israel could strike Iran's nuclear sites. And this was something that was widely reported on. We didn't see this happen. But is this still a possibility if Israel doesn't agree with the deal that could be made?
I mean, for the time being, I'm not seeing Netanyahu crossing President Trump, despite the fact that there is a growing tensions among the two men, according to press reports, and the time is not up for a diplomatic solution. Definitely, Israel allies and Israeli hawks, namely inside America, will try to pressure the American administration in order to get better terms for the deal, in order to get as close as possible to the full dismantling of Iranian nuclear infrastructure inside Iran. But in case they see that no diplomatic solution is in the horizon, they may cross the yellow line and conduct a military operation. It's not sure about that this military operation will definitely deal with the issue. However, it will delay Iranian capabilities, but the risk of retaliation are big, and this puts the whole region on the brink of an all-out war.
And Dr. Sami, just briefly, last night, Putin and Trump held a phone call. They both appeared to agree that Iran should not have nuclear weapons, but that Russia could be involved in further talks. Now, can Russia help the US reach a deal with Iran?
Definitely, because Russia is still one of the rare close friends that Iran is keeping. Iran is providing Russia with military equipment, namely drones to be used in Ukraine. One proposal was that this enrichment that we are talking about either will take place in Russia or the current stock of enriched uranium will be kept in Moscow or in Russia. So Russia has more than a card in its hand that can leverage in order to push Iran to a deal. One important remark that, none of these three players will want a nuclear weapon. Definitely not America or Russia, but even Iran has made it loud and clear that, and there is a fatwa in that direction, that Iran will not accept a nuclear arm. However, this is this is one thing, and another a different thing is Iran will not release this only remaining card it has, which is the enrichment. We have said that its capabilities have been diminished in the region, and the only card that it's still detaining, the major card they have in their hand, is this uranium enrichment at high level, at 60 level. So they won't release it unless they have an acceptable price.
Dr. Sami Nader, Director of Political Sciences at USJ. It was a pleasure to have you on the show. Thank you for joining me.
Thank you for having me.
A reminder of our top stories. President Trump announces a travel ban for 12 countries to keep America safe. China's Xi Jinping holds a telephone call with the US president following months of trade war threats. Meanwhile, the German chancellor arrives at the White House for his first in-person meeting with the US president, Donald Trump. And the US Defense Secretary puts pressure on NATO allies to commit to an increase in defense spending. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and also follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with a W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Healthcare is one of the kingdom's rapidly evolving sectors. Well, one company at the forefront of all this is the Specialized Medical Company, that is a leading private healthcare provider based in Riyadh. With an IPO on the horizon and major expansion underway, SMC is positioned as a key player in the region's healthcare future. We're going to cross to Riyadh now and speak to the company's CEO, Bassam Shaheen. Dr. Shaheen, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Could you just first of all give us a brief overview of SMC and its role in Saudi Arabia's healthcare sector?
Hello. SMC started in 1999 in the capital of Saudi Arabia, Riyadh, as a VIP center and a same-day surgery center 25 years ago, with the idea of providing superior healthcare to the resident of the neighborhood and the suburb that it was serving. And within a few years, it received positive perception from the population, and it started expanding organically in the same campus that it was initially, up to becoming one of the largest private hospitals in Riyadh. And shortly after, another hospital was built in East Riyadh, and also it was a very successful launch during COVID-19. And it was started the operation at 2020 Q1, despite all the uncertainties, and turns out to be the right decision. The hospital became successful and led the board to take a decision to expand further and build 3 new hospitals in north of Riyadh to cover the need of the population and the big development happening in the north of the city. And few months later, the decision was taken to go public due to the quality, performance, and perception of patients. So the board took a decision to go IPO with a belief in going public that will add to the reputation of the hospital, to the exposure. It will improve the governance. It will improve the performance of the hospital on all levels. And this is why the decision was taken. The intention to float was announced in April. The institutional booking finished last week, and we have the individual subscription in the IPO after Eid. This is 15 to 16 of June, and hopefully we will be a publicly listed company before the end of June.
Okay, you make a lot of points there. I'm going to pick up on a couple of the ones, the things you just said there. Let's start with that IPO then. I mean, clearly a huge milestone for the company. What do you think it means for the next phase of growth for SMC?
We believe the IPO will give better governance practices. It will improve transparency and disclosure practices. Definitely, it will accelerate the growth, especially with the very ambitious plan to add to our capacity from the current around 600 beds to more than double, to become 1,275 beds, and from 250 clinics to 660 clinics. Being a publicly listed company, it's not only help you in the practices, the best practices of corporate companies and governance, but also it will help if you are in a growth path with a short period of time. And we are aiming to more than double our capacity in less than 5 years. So by 2030, our 5 hospitals will be fully operational in Riyadh, with a big market share in the north of Riyadh, where a lot of urban developments are happening. So we believe the IPO is a very good enabler, exposing the company and improving the performance, as I mentioned earlier.
Yeah, I want to pick up on those 5 hospitals in just a moment. But sticking with the IPO, what sort of interest are you seeing at this stage from investors?
Of course, we are in a period where we cannot announce the results, but there were a very good interest from institutional booking. The initial one, and after we issued the supplemental prospectus, and we will be able to announce the subscription and the pricing on June 3, succeeded by the individual prescription. But we have seen a very good interest, and despite all the fluctuations that are happening in the market, the demand on healthcare is still high. The interest of investors is still high, especially in sectors like healthcare that is truly supported by the government under the Saudi 2030 vision. So those sectors like healthcare are really less affected with the market fluctuations, and we were able to see that in the past few weeks.
Okay, so Dr. Shaheen, how do you think this is going to change SMC and everyone that works there? I mean, I'm talking about the IPO here. I mean, given you're going to be much more focused on profit and on the bottom line once you've listed, are you expecting a big change in the company?
It's one of the reasons when you consider going public is when you have solid performance. And SMC, since 2020, after the opening of SMC2 in east of Riyadh, has been having double-digit growth in EBITDA, in net profit, in revenue, and also in the number of patients and the quality of services that we are providing. And of course, when you become a publicly listed company, it's very important that to continue that growth, you continue delivering solid numbers to be able to satisfy the expectation of investors and also to fuel the expansion and the growth momentum. So we believe we are in a very good condition to continue with that growth. And probably the maximum benefit that investor will get is once all our projects are completed in 2029, and then all the investor will get the maximum benefit of such a investment.
Okay, Dr. Sheen, just before we move on from talking about the IPO, any details you're able to offer us or share with us about the pricing?
Yeah, the pricing that has been announced 1 week after the intention to float was within the range of 24 to 25 Saudi riyal. The company is selling 75 million shares out of the total 250 million shares. This is 30% of the company. And the price range has been finalized, and the subscription, as I mentioned, has been completed for the institutions and investing companies. And this will be open to the public on the 15th and 16th of June. And we believe that the price range will be probably hitting the upper category of the announced pricing range.
Okay, thanks for that. Now, we were talking just a minute ago about how your Riyadh base, you've got 2 hospitals there in Riyadh, 3 more under development. Only Riyadh, or are you planning to expand perhaps to other regions of the country or even beyond Saudi Arabia?
The legacy of SMC has been well known in Riyadh since 25 years ago. Now, we are always open to any opportunity outside Riyadh, although our first priority right now is to improve our market share and footprint and presence in the capital. That's why our short-term and medium-term expansion plan focus on the capital to ensure we cover all the major districts that are underserved and underpenetrated by healthcare providers. At the same time, we are also involved in privatization that will be announced soon with the government, and this is also in Riyadh. And whenever we see there is an opportunity that will not really affect our strong expansion plan in Riyadh, out of Riyadh, we will consider it, and it's always on the table for discussion.
Okay, now, Dr. Sheen, clearly healthcare is being transformed, like many other industries, by new technology, amazing innovations, artificial intelligence. How central is tech to your strategy at SMC?
SMC, since we started 25 years ago, we really embrace technology. We have developed our own IT team. We have developed all our software or our modules or our applications. And we kept on improving and adding and innovating since. Now, of course, the Saudi Arabia ecosystem is highly supportive for investment in technology. And we've seen the services provided by the Saudi government and many public systems are really one of the top in the world. And if you can see the effect, as one example only with the COVID-19, it was because of the use of technology and automation in Saudi Arabia that the response of Saudi Arabia were one of the best in the world. And SMC is, influenced a lot by that, and we have really prioritized investment in technology. Our mobile application, for example, has been developed in 2017. And in 2019, we were able to check in patients online virtually without having to talk to a reception or a nurse. So this online check-in was a feature 6 years ago, even 1 year before COVID was there. So the culture of innovation and using technology for patient experience improvement, having the patient in the center of the care. This also not only led to superior patient satisfaction, but also to operational efficiency. It's because of such technology and the use of some breakthrough features that we were able to see big numbers. We were able to really utilize our resources efficiently. And at the same time, we did not stop innovation. We've been adding features every few months. For example, at the beginning of the year, we have added the AI feature on the application itself after utilizing this internally in the hospital in 2024. Now, the artificial intelligence, it's a feature on our mobile application when any patient can ask AI to interpret in a very simple language what he's seeing as results, as reports. And we believe we are going into complete innovation in the coming few years, where medical care is going more into predictive based on the behavior, based on the past history, with the use of artificial intelligence. Healthcare is becoming more precise, more predictive, more smart.
Okay, you paint a picture there of a competitive landscape, amongst other things, for healthcare in Saudi Arabia. Sounds like everything's going really well for SMC, but what challenges do you face? For example, do you ever struggle to find the right talent or human resources?
Probably if you ask any healthcare executive in the world and you will tell him what's your challenge number one, it will be your question. Having the right healthcare talents on board. Probably we're fortunate in Saudi Arabia that we are operating in an environment where education was supported by the government very early. Since 30 years, Saudi Arabia has been investing in education, especially of doctors, and getting them with the best training and degrees all over the world. And those Saudi doctors are coming back and working in the public sector, and they are really adding value to the healthcare in general. Now, recently we have seen with the increase in emphasis on the private sector participation, as mentioned in the healthcare transformation program, we are seeing that shift where Saudi doctors are going to the private sector as they see more opportunities to grow, and also they are seeing the major expansions and the improvement in the services happening in the private sector. So fortunately, unlike other GCC nations, Saudi Arabia have a very good medical Saudi workforce, and the private sector is benefiting from this. And this is the way we are going forward, because this is a very strategic thing, investing in Saudi doctors. And we have taken initiatives not only accepting and recruiting and retaining Saudi doctors from the public sector, but we are also running a Saudi residency program for doctors. And we've been running that program for many years in multiple specialties. And every year we have doctors graduating from that Saudi board program. Many of them are offered a job in SMC. Regarding other paramedical staff, like ancillary, lab, X-ray, the market really is well served. We have a good percentage of the national available for hiring. The challenge of nursing, this is, it's a worldwide challenge. Even the most advanced countries in the world, like US, like Germany, they are suffering from unavailability of nursing workforce, especially after COVID, when that profession is becoming less acceptable by many students who are thinking of other specialties because of the stress and the uncertainties and the risk at that time. Now, of course, the world has suffered, but at the same time, the world was able to have a contingency plan by exploring new markets in which there is a strong and acceptable and accredited nursing program where you have some graduates available and not being able to benefit needed healthcare system like GCC and like in Europe. And we have seen SMC like other private sector, and we have seen also all companies going into new markets where hiring of nurses was not available in previous years. Like we used to get a lot of nurses from the Philippines in the 2010 to 2020. After 2020, hiring from the Philippines, it became a challenge for all healthcare providers in the world. And we've seen more new markets being open to us, including some countries in Africa and some countries in Far East. And I believe this correction in the market in terms of finding the right nursing talent is very important and will continue to be a challenge of all healthcare providers in the region, especially in Saudi Arabia. One final thing, it's important to know that we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the workforce. And this is very important, especially with the presence of very good programs in Saudi Arabia. And also nurses are finding the private sector as a very challenging and opportunity for them to grow. And we've seen more and more Saudi nurses joining the Saudi workforce in SMC.
Again, Dr. Shaheen, just lastly, I want to ask you about health tourism. Is SMC seeing an increase in the number of people who come to Saudi Arabia from outside for medical treatment? And is SMC interested and focused on growing health tourism revenue?
Now, I've been in Riyadh for 25 years, and I remember 25 years, many of our patients used to come from GCC region, from Kuwait, from Qatar, from Emirates, from Bahrain. And all this shift of international patient was increasing with time. There are many multiple reasons for that. One of them, the very strong infrastructure of the healthcare system in Saudi Arabia. The last years, when you see Saudi Arabia opening up to the world, those mega projects, entertainment, retail, residential, attractions, it's the access to Saudi Arabia that is probably the easiest one in history. A lot of people from all over the globe can now access Saudi Arabia within an instant visa system. So this is all putting a lot of opportunities for Saudi Arabia to be targeted in a location in the region where will attract a lot of patients requiring international care. The care in Saudi Arabia has been always among the top in the region. Many hospitals in Saudi Arabia are ranked among the top hospitals in the world. The specialties and the experience and the expertise that you find in Saudi Arabia is unparalleled as compared to neighboring countries. So there are a lot of opportunity that we see in the future in terms of medical tourism. And I think the infrastructure and the ecosystem existing right now and what's happening in 2030 vision in terms of all those mega projects will all help in establishing more Saudi Arabia as a reference medical destination in the region.
Okay, well, thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us. The CEO of SMC, that's the Specialized Medical Center, Dr. Bassam Shaheen. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
On Friday, I'm going to be speaking to Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. I want to hear from her what's being done to address the dire humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza and what she sees as the way out from the tragic human suffering there. I also want to ask her why the UN has so far only offered criticism of the US-Israeli aid distribution effort, and whether instead the UN could be persuaded to join forces with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's on Friday with me, Tom Burges Watson, right here on Arabiya English.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Detroit. Detroit is the most populous city in the U.S. state of Michigan. Its metropolitan area is known as Metro Detroit. It is home to 4.3 million, making it the 14th most populous metropolitan area in the U.S. The city of Detroit was founded in July 24, 1701 by French explorer and adventurer Antoine de la Motte Cadillac. It is due to the expansion of the automobile industry that the Detroit area emerged as an important city in the States in the early 20th century. Detroit has a 300-plus year history and a slate of innovations. As a result, the city has a lot to offer. For one, Detroit is often associated to the inimitable Henry Ford, whose breakthroughs helped give rise to the city's automobile industry. Ford's wealth, interests, and talents are showcased in the Henry Ford. It is a large complex of museums, living history sites, factory tours, and archives. These places will provide you a detailed look into Detroit's past, as well as the family and lifestyle of Henry Ford. Museums in Detroit are top-rated attractions as well. There's the Detroit Institute of Arts and Cranbrook Art Museum. Both of these places regale visitors with amazing works, contemporary or otherwise. Then, there's the GM Next showroom, which are all about cars. You'll find all car types here: vintage, new, and planned. The place pays tribute to the hometown industry. Plus, it has an IMAX theater where you'll find a mix of technology, documentary, all housed within the complex. For some fun gaming and entertainment, Detroit has a series of casinos that welcome the brave souls who want to try their luck out. For dining destinations, Detroit has the best restaurants spread around the metro. Find comfort food and cheap eats in its college town. The Birmingham and West Bloomfield neighborhoods also give you a new string of restaurants to choose from. Nearby are places that specialize in Middle Eastern cuisine. Detroit has restaurants for fine dining too. Indeed, the city has a little something for everyone. Brooklyn. Brooklyn is the most populous of NYC's 5 boroughs. It is geographically adjacent to the borough of Queens at the southwestern end of Long Island. Brooklyn has a land area of 71 square miles or 180 kilometers. Its water area is about 26 square miles or 67 square kilometers. The official motto of Brooklyn is displayed on its seal and flag. Its motto says, Indrik maakt macht, which means unity makes strength in early modern Dutch. The borough remains home to many diverse communities. These range from Russian enclaves in Brighton Beach and Polish residents in Greenpoint. The arty punks of Bushwick and the bugaboo-pushing moms of Windsor Terrace are also part of their multicultural communities. Brooklyn is also where you'll find the world-renowned Brooklyn Academy of Music, the Brooklyn Philharmonic, and the second-largest public art collection in the United States, and the Brooklyn Museum. Opened way back in 1897, Brooklyn is NYC's second-largest public art museum. Its permanent collection has more than 1.5 million objects that include ancient Egyptian masterpieces as well as contemporary art. Brooklyn also opened the world's first museum dedicated to children in December 1899, called the Brooklyn Children's Museum. It has a permanent collection of over 30,000 cultural objects and natural history specimens. Also part of the top popular attractions in the city is the Brooklyn Academy of Music, or BAM. It has a 2,109-seat opera house, an 874-seat theater, and the art house BAM Rose Cinemas. On the other side of downtown Brooklyn, in the Dumbo Arts District, is where you'll find Barge Music and St. Anne's Warehouse. There's also the Brooklyn Technical High School, which has the second-largest auditorium in NYC, with its remarkable seating capacity of over 3,000. Kuala Lumpur. Malaysia's capital city, Kuala Lumpur is the 6th most visited city in the world. Known for its cultural diversity, combinations of colonial and modern architecture, lively marketplaces, and several shopping destinations. Kuala Lumpur is home to the iconic Petronas Twin Towers, the tallest twin buildings in the world and one of the city's most famous landmarks. The Twin Towers stand at about 452 meters tall. It was designed by Argentine architect Cesar Pelli, who followed a postmodern style so that the towers would be the city's 21st century icon. Surrounding the Petronas Twin Towers is the KLCC Park, which was built to provide green scenes around the Petronas. KLCC Park is open to everyone and visitors can jog, take the children out to play, or just simply relax and enjoy the greenery contrasting Kuala Lumpur's cityscape. If you're fond of shopping, Kuala Lumpur is the place for you. The Central Market is a shopping area for local products and souvenirs. It sells colorful batiks, the traditional dressing of ethnic Malay Malaysians. The Central Market also sells saris and cheongsams because of Malaysia's diverse ethnicities. You can also find products inspired from Buddhism and Hinduism. Other Malay craftworks can also be found in the Central Market, such as daggers and wood carvings. Bukit Bintang is also a place to go because it is one of Kuala Lumpur's major shopping districts. The area is one of the most popular retail belts that comprises of many shopping centers, cafes, bars, night markets, and places to eat. Bukit Bintang is famous to both tourists and locals, especially to young people. Night times are enjoyable in Kuala Lumpur because the city is still bright and alive. There are night markets you can visit, such as Petaling Street, which is only a few minutes away from the Central Market. Petaling Street is Kuala Lumpur's version of Chinatown. Here, you can find different Chinese food, delicacies, and herbs. It is also where you can buy cheaper versions of Asia's latest fashion. Other places nearby Petaling Street are the Jamek Mosque, an old mosque of Moorish architecture, Sri Mahamariaman Temple, and Pasar Seni LRT Station. Memphis. The city that is the birthplace of rock and roll, visit Memphis. Memphis is the city located in the southwestern corner of the state of Tennessee, overlooking the Mississippi River. It is in fact the state's most populous city with its 1.3 million inhabitants. Historically, Memphis has served as the commercial center and social center, connecting regions in western Tennessee, the Mississippi, and eastern Arkansas. The city is also known as one of the top producers of cotton for the United States. They don't call the city the birthplace of blues and rock and roll for nothing. It is said that blues pioneer W.C. put down the first rhythm and blues in paper here. Elvis Presley also recorded his first song in Memphis and considered the city his home. Memphis also has one of the biggest guitar factories in the U.S., Gibson's Beale Factory. So what to do in Memphis? Well, for the rock and roll music fan, this is where you'll find anything and everything about the king, Elvis Presley. It's a must to go on a pilgrimage to Graceland, Elvis's mansion and home. You can also visit the legendary Sun Studio, the place where Elvis did his first recording. Tours are done regularly, so be sure to watch out for that if you're in town. For a taste of pre-Civil War society, visit the Hunt Phelan Mansion. You can also check out Overton Park, the city's oasis, which is host to many picnics and outdoor plays. It's also the place where you can find the Memphis Zoo, the Memphis College of Art, and the Brooks Museum of Art. The nightlife scene is very alive in Memphis as you walk down Beale Street's bevy of bars featuring the best in live music. One of the most popular ones is B.B. King's, where the late great B.B. King himself performed regularly. Don't forget to catch the sunset over the Mississippi before you hit the bars and clubs. Now for food. Did you know that aside from music, Memphis is also popular for its amazing and delectable barbecue and Southern comfort food traditions? Look for food stops scattered around the city featuring barbecue, pulled pork, steaks, Southern fried chicken, and even seafood. Don't forget to visit the next time you're in town. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Arabiya News.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. My guest today is someone who's turned controversial conversations on issues such as the woke culture into an art form. The renowned evolutionary behavioral scientist Dr. Gadsad pulls no punches as he fights for what he believes should be universal truths and real freedom of speech. His best-selling book, The Parasitic Mind, explores how the human thought process can be hijacked by irrational ideas and how these parasitic beliefs shape much of modern society. Professor Saad's upcoming book is called Suicidal Empathy, exploring how excessive compassion for harmful ideologies is threatening much of Western society. Well, his impact and presence on social media has earned him the friendship and support of people such as the world's richest man.
I found him to be incredibly engaging, very, very humble, zero ego, just two guys. We literally hugged, sat there for 4 hours, completely locked in. You know, he was confiding in me in a very trusting way, in a very intimate way. So I thought he was just absolutely lovely. I mean, he is an eccentric guy, but I've got nothing but positive affection for him.
And Professor Saad has welcomed Donald Trump's second presidency as an opportunity to turn the tide on woke culture and to boost freedom of speech. I caught up with him in his hometown of Montreal in Canada for a candid conversation covering a number of controversial ideas that he's put forward. In this, the first of 2 episodes, Dr. Saad explains what he sees as the real danger of the parasitic mind, his abhorrence of what he calls social justice warriors, and how he justifies his position.
I am putting the epistemological noose around your neck. I don't have to emote louder than you. I don't have to scream louder than you. If I can have this, gargantuan triangulation of evidence, I'll let that do the talking for me.
Professor Gadsad, technically, but Gadsad, I'm glad you could spend some time with me for this conversation. There's so much to talk about. I guess I should start by asking, which pronouns would you prefer I use for you?
He, they.
Happy to do that. Now, you've written so many books, you've written a number of books, I should say, that really look at the human condition from a number of angles. I'm going to go through a couple of those down the road, but let's start with the parasitic mind, because that's the one that really got you out there. And having been through it, I know one sense I got was that you seemed almost angry or frustrated with the way society has gone. Was it essentially a vent?
I mean, in a sense, yes, because having been in academia for for 31 years now, I always tell people I faced 2 great wars in my life. The first one was the Lebanese Civil War, growing up in Lebanon. The second one was the war on reason, on logic, on common sense, on reality that I saw on university campuses. And I just couldn't understand how supposedly intelligent people could be parasitized by such nonsense. And so it was really a result of me having stood at the top of the mountain, screaming into the wind, nobody paying attention to me. Eventually they paid attention with The Parasitic Mind.
Isn't a best-selling book in its own way an infectious idea?
It is. So in the mimetic sense, so if you remember, Richard Dawkins famously wrote a book in 1976 called The Selfish Gene. In that book, he argued that, of course, humans are a biological animal, but also a cultural animal. Our genes spread, but so do our memes, which is packets of information. So when you're reading my book, I am literally infecting your brain with my ideas.
Now, you state in the book that people should proactively judge, not just judge simply to be politically correct. Where does that leave someone like me? I'm an old school journalist, and it was kind of beaten into me years ago as I trained that I should not take a position, that I should not be involving myself in the story with adjectives or a commentary or an opinion. All that's changed now in the media, as we know, but I'm kind of stuck in that world. Where does that leave me, where I don't want to be in an argument with you screaming and shouting that you're right or wrong? I just want to hear your opinions,
right,
and let people decide.
So in your case, if you're wearing your hat as a journalist, then perhaps not judging is the right ethos to invoke. But in my case, if I am a creator of truth and a defender of truth, then by definition, I have to judge, right? I mean, I belong to the society of judgment and decision-making as someone who studies psychology of decision-making. So it's perfectly natural to judge. And in the book, I talk about the fact that many people are reticent to judge because they view it as gauche. Who am I to judge? Who are we to judge? Now, that's an injunction from the New Testament, but it refers to not being a moral hypocrite, right? Don't judge others if you are committing the sin yourself. You know, people who cast stones from a glass house and so on. But that doesn't mean that we never judge. I judge those who engage in reprehensible acts. It's perfectly part of our repertoire of human behavior.
Of course, it makes it very difficult for me because I'm kind of stuck in this world where conversations like this normally would involve me trying to catch you out or, trying to have a go at you. But what I want to do is really get the most out of where your mind is and how it works. And I wonder, in the sense that you say in the parasitic mind that, we're basically capitulating. We're surrendering our opinions to the woke culture and to political correctness. What's wrong in your mind with that particular approach of at least accepting it?
Right. So each of those parasitic ideas that I talk about in the book, and maybe it's worth that I mention what some of those ideas are.
Please.
So postmodernism is the granddaddy of all parasitic ideas because it purports that there are no universal truths. We are completely shackled by subjectivity. So to speak of an objective truth is completely nonsensical according to the postmodernists. Cultural relativism is an offshoot of that. It says, who are you to judge absolute moral truths, right? If another culture wants to cut off the clitorises of little girls, that's their business. Don't be a cultural imperialist. Social constructivism is another parasitic idea. It basically says we're not biological creatures. Everything is due to social construction. So if Bubba can bench press more than Linda, it must be because his parents taught him to play rough and tumble. It can't be because there are physiological, hormonal, morphological differences between men and women. Now, each of these parasitic ideas originally started off from a noble place. So take, for example, trans activism, right? Yes, of course, trans people should live free of bigotry. That doesn't mean in the service of that goal, we end up murdering and raping truth. So that, yes, if a 6'4", 280-pound guy decides that he's Linda tomorrow, who are you to judge whether he's not really Linda? So no, I do judge people who, in the service of an original noble goal, decide to kill truth.
You see these ideas to explain the parasitic mind as basically parallel to biological parasites.
Exactly. Yeah. So let me give you. Yeah.
Please.
So earlier I mentioned memes. Memes are not the same as the neuroparasitological framework that I took, and let me explain why. A meme could be positively valenced, neutral, or negatively valenced. A parasitic idea is inherently negative, right? And the reason why I chose the neuroparasitological framework comes from the animal kingdom. So in nature, the field of parasitology is the study of host-parasite interaction. So for example, you could be parasitized by a tapeworm that takes over your intestinal tract. A neuroparasite is one that seeks to end up in the host's brain, altering its neuronal circuitry to suit its reproductive interest. So for example, a wood cricket abhors water. When it is parasitized by a hairworm, the hairworm needs it to jump into water in order to complete its reproductive cycle. And so that was my epiphany. Aha, I will now use that framework to argue that human beings could be parasitized by actual physical brainworms, but also ideological brainworms, and hence the parasitic mind.
Why do you think humans are so vulnerable to these idea pathogens?
Well, I love that you asked it that way, because I've often been asked, is the parasitic mind something that is specific to the current period? And my answer is no. The capacity for the human mind to be parasitized is an indelible part of the architecture of the human mind. What is specific to the current period are the specific parasitic ideas that are taking over. 300 years ago, it was perfectly a good idea if we thought that our neighbor Linda was a witch to throw her into the body of water. And if she swims, then we know she's a witch. And if she drowns, oops, I guess we were wrong. That's a parasitic idea. Mm-hmm. So there are many reasons for that. One of which is, as I said earlier, it helps us get through difficulties in life. For example, some people argue that religion itself, Daniel Dennett, the famous evolutionary philosopher, argued that religion is akin to a parasite. So there are a wide variety of reasons why we are susceptible to this parasitic thinking.
I'll get on to religion a little bit later because it's something you touch on quite a bit. But I'm guessing from what you say, even a good leader or someone who's a great orator essentially is infecting everyone.
Well, I mean, that's Machiavelli, right? Machiavelli said it doesn't matter if the leader is truly an honest person. What matters is that you manage that's why when you say, for example, someone has Machiavellian intelligence, a salesperson who has high Machiavellian intelligence, what is he or she doing? They are tailoring their sales pitch as a function of the customer that they're standing next to, right? That's what a politician does. That's why when politicians are on the campaign, you always see them with a baby. Why? Because that shows that I am nurturing, I am kind, I am compassionate, right? You never see them with babies unless it's about 7 days before the election cycle. So of course, it's all about this kind of impression management.
And I guess dating sites, the person always has a puppy.
A puppy, or I've actually joked once, but it's based on actual science. If you hold a puppy, if you hold a guitar, and you come out of a Porsche wearing a fireman uniform, sit back and enjoy the ladies.
Fair enough. You've alluded to, the issues that you are concerned with in the parasitic mind. What do you think are the three biggest risks facing us because of the parasitic mind?
And so the answer to that is also picked up in my forthcoming book called Suicidal Empathy,
Right,
we'll touch on that. Look, it causes us to take certain public policy decisions that are deeply problematic. On a smaller scale, although an important one, it causes about 900 medals to be given. This was an actual study that commissioned by the United Nations, because people say, well, what's the big deal about this transgender thing? Well, there've been almost, and that's an underestimate, 900 medals in major competitions that have been given to biological males, and hence real biological women have lost those places on the podium. So in a small scale, you get this kind of consequence. But how about unchecked illegal immigration? What does that do to the vitality of a society? I mean, economically, it certainly doesn't help. How about if it changes the fabric of that society? How about if you let in millions of people who don't share your foundational values? You're going to irrevocably change the nature of that society. So there are a wide range of consequences, most of them negative, that come about if we allow these parasitic ideas to flourish. By the way, the perfect manifestation of someone who is both a manifestation of a parasitized mind and suicidally empathetic is our current Prime Minister.
Oh, we're here in Canada.
In Canada,
okay,
yes,
right.
sir.
Well, we can touch on the politics in a moment. But the reason I'm asking it in this way is that you talk about, say, immigration, for example.
Sure.
It sounds like it's a broad, sweeping brush when you apply the idea to immigration. People forget the nuances, and that is that there are benefits from immigration. I mean,
of course.
In the US, they're going crazy in the agricultural sector now because they've
Right.
lost all the workers. So how do you balance not overgeneralizing
right.
In such a way that it's counterproductive?
Right. It just has to be common sense, right? I'm an immigrant, so oftentimes people will write to me and say, you're such a hypocrite. You rail against open-door immigration, but you're an immigrant yourself, and your buddy Elon Musk is an immigrant, so why are you railing against immigration? That's like arguing that my little cat, house cat Fido, is a feline, and the lion in the jungle is a feline. Therefore, since they're both feline, you should also go to the jungle and cuddle up with the lion in the jungle. Immigration has to be pursued in such a way that it always leads to a net benefit to the host society. If that criterion is met, then come in, my brother, and let's build a more pluralistic society together. If you allow entry to millions of people who are coming in for no other reason than you being empathetic, it's not going to result in good outcomes.
One of the things you wrote in The Parasitic Mind, to quote you, is that progressivism has become the enemy of reason. And you talk about, I love this term, the land of progressive unicornia, referring to unicorns, a mythical but admired creature. Why do you feel that progressivism is the enemy as such? Isn't there room for some understanding?
Because it is always rooted in this hopeful ethos. So take, for example, social constructivism, which basically says we're born tabula rasa with equal potentiality. And the only reason that Lionel Messi became Lionel Messi or Albert Einstein became Albert Einstein is because of a particular schedule of reinforcement, some socialization. Maybe his parents hugged him a lot, or maybe they didn't hug him enough, or maybe they took him to McDonald's enough, or maybe not enough. It can't be because there is innate differences in potentiality across people. Because here what the progressives are mixing up is equality under the law with equal potentiality. Now, it's very hopeful for me to think that all of my children have the potential to become the next Lionel Messi if only I find the right schedule of hugging. But the reality is my children are unlikely to become NBA players because I'm a short Jewish guy. Okay, the genes are already working again. Now, there are some short guys that ended up in the NBA, but the statistics are against you. So me recognizing that there are certain biological realities is harder to swallow than the progressive unicornia that says, given the right schedule, we will all be beautiful. Socialism is a wonderful idea if you're 3 years old, because I teach my kindergarten kid that sharing is caring. It's inherently unfair that Elon Musk has more money than the guy who's homeless, right? Wouldn't it be better if benevolent government comes in and it creates equality? That's what Kamala Harris told us. Well, socialism and communism have been tried in endless countries. They've always failed. Why? Because unicornia is inconsistent with human nature. I'll tell you a quick quote that I think you'll love. E.O. Wilson, are you familiar with E.O. Wilson?
I don't recognize the name.
E.O. Wilson was a Harvard biologist who recently passed away, one of the great scientists of the 20th century. His specialty was social ants. He was an entomologist who studied social ants. Now, in social ant colonies, it actually is communistic. There is a reproductive queen, and then there's a bunch of worker ants and a bunch of warrior ants that are completely indistinguishable from each other. So when he was asked in an interview, Professor Wilson, what are your thoughts on communism? His answer was, great idea, wrong species, right? So what the progressives are doing, they're saying, we will impose our beautiful, rosy view of unicornia to a species that hasn't evolved to be consistent with that unicornia. So no, I think it's a bad idea to succumb to these ideas.
So essentially, it sounds like you're saying the land of progressive unicornia ignores basic science.
Exactly. It ignores the most fundamental features of our evolved human nature. Here's a great example from, so I teach at a business school. So many years ago, there was a company that decided that they wanted to break free of the antiquated notions of toxic masculinity. In what context? Romance novels are almost exclusively read by women around the world, right? I mean, literally almost exclusively. And I'm about to describe to you the exact same male protagonist that's been depicted in every romance novel ever written. You ready? He's a count. He's got some royal title. He's a neurosurgeon. He's tall. He's bold. He's aggressive. He wrestles alligators on a six-ab pack, but he could only be tamed by the love of this one woman. I just gave you the plagiarized version of every single romance novel that has ever existed. Why is that? Because women fantasize about a particular type of male archetype. It's part of their innate human nature. Now, this progressive unicornia company came along and said, we want to break free of this toxic masculinity. So they're going to come up with a guy that cries a lot, sucks his thumbs, goes in a fetal position, is pear-shaped, has a whiny voice, he's very sweet and sensitive. Guess what happened to that line? The market said, I don't want it. So you thought that you had the chutzpah to impose what you want consumers to read, and consumers said, no, no, no. I come with an endowed human nature, and I decide what I want to fantasize about. So there are real consequences to approaching political systems or consumer products with a lack of an understanding of human nature.
You reserve quite a lot of ire in your book for what you call the SJW, social justice warriors. Explain that concept.
So the social justice warrior is typically someone who is very much entrenched in sort of progressive unicornia. I even give an example of a type of social justice warrior with a spicy term. Do you know where I'm going with this? Male feminist as sneaky. Do you remember what the last part is? Sneaky effers. Sneaky.
Okay.
Okay. Now, that term, sneaky effer, actually comes from science. It's so in the 1970s, the official scientific term is kleptogamy, which is the stealing of mating opportunities. But the colloquial term, even within the scientific literature, is a sneaky effer. So example, you have many species where the males, there are two phenotypes of male. There's the traditional male who is, very masculine and so on. There is another type of phenotype of a male that mimics females. So when the big dominant male sees this one, it dupes him into thinking that he is a female and then goes around and surreptitiously engages in mating opportunities. So I took this principle from the animal kingdom and I argued that human male feminists, social justice warriors, are adopting the sneaky effort strategy.
I remember this now, yeah.
I'm very, very kind. I hug the trees. When I put gas into my car, I start crying because I am raping Mother Earth with the devil's juice and so on. And so I'm very kind. You could trust me, Linda. You don't have to worry about me. I'm a kind and compassionate person. I'm a sneaky effort.
How do you propose to protect those who are genuinely vulnerable? Because we can't all be that archetypal, super strong alligator wrestling type. There are those who need, to some degree, I guess, support and protection. So how does it not kind of dissolve into this, as you say, unicornia kind of perspective?
Look, I'm not suggesting that empathy is something that should be eradicated. We are a multifaceted creature, right? We can be ruthlessly violent, and we can be infinitely kind and loving, right? She's not on camera right here, but my daughter is here. I would be willing to jump in front of a truck to save her life, right? So that allows me to have empathy, have love, have unlimited compassion for the right targets, right? But on the other, the problem is when you take these virtues and they misfire. So I don't know if we want to talk about suicidal empathy later, but maybe
we'll talk about it. We'll carry on.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So suicidal empathy is simply the misfiring of an otherwise adaptive emotion. So let me draw an analogy. OCD is a psychiatric disorder, right? But at its root, it is based on something that is quite evolutionarily advantageous. The idea of scanning the environment for potential threats makes perfect evolutionary sense. But for most of us, once we have tended to that threat, it then goes away. So for example, if you and I shake hands and I notice that a minute before you shook my hand, you sneezed into your hand, I might later quietly go into the bathroom and wash my hands. I wash my hands once and then I resume our interaction. The OCD sufferer will be stuck in an infinite loop for the next 8 hours, washing their hands until their skin is falling off in scalding hot water. So it is a misfiring of an otherwise adaptive process. So yes, be empathetic, be kind, be generous, be compassionate. Those are all part of the repertoire of human realities, but it has to be properly regulated.
What you referred to, though, in the parasitic mind is something that's very interesting, and I think a lot of people recognize this based on what we see in the media, and that is the faux outrage, false outrage.
Exactly. So, and here I can link it, if you like, very quickly to an evolutionary principle. So for a signal to be meaningful, it has to be costly. And let me explain what I mean by that. You take a peacock's tail, right? The peacock's tail could not have evolved via natural selection. Natural selection is the mechanism that confers survival advantage for that trait to have evolved. Well, when the peacock evolves that big tail, it is burdensome. It makes it more conspicuous to predators. It makes it more difficult to take flight. So why would evolution have resulted in the evolution of such a burdensome tail? Well, there we talk about sexual selection. Some traits evolve because they confer a reproductive advantage. So even though it is handicapping me from a survival perspective, I am communicating to the peahens, the females of that species, despite the fact that I've got this very burdensome tail, I am still here. Shouldn't you choose me as your mate? How am I going to link this to what you just asked? Putting hashtag bring the girls home, putting hashtag refugees welcome, love is love, and all the other nonsense is costless. So it's not an honest signal. It's a faux signal. Any of us can meet it. But if I speak openly in some regions of the Middle East where I know I might be taken into the back corner and a bullet is put through my head, that is a costly signal. That is true signaling and not virtue signaling.
I remember the section where you were saying basically choose me when it came to peacocks and peahens. But it made me also wonder, you use this term, this is just an aside that just occurred to me, this term testicular fortitude quite a bit in the book. And that made me think, well, what about the women?
Yes. Well, here I use it in a sort of hyperbolic sense. Right. Margaret Thatcher has more testicular fortitude than most men alive today in the West. Right. So it applies equally to both sexes. Or if I were a transgender activist, to the 680 different genders.
When it comes to making decisions, I know you say there's a danger in prioritizing feelings over facts.
Yes, sir.
But isn't part of the problem that people don't really know what the facts are anymore, that, you know, they're so busy looking for confirmation bias?
Yeah, that's true. Let me discuss first the tension between feelings and thought.
Please.
It's a false dichotomy. It's not that we are an animal of reason rather than an animal of feeling. We are both, right? The challenge is to know when to invoke the right system at the right time. So if I'm walking down in a dark alley because I'm taking a shortcut to get home, and then I notice 4 young men who are loitering, I will get a fear-based response. My heart will start racing. I will start breathing heavier. My blood pressure will go up. All of these things have triggered my emotional-based system, and it makes perfect evolutionary sense for that to have happened. On the other hand, if I'm trying to do well on a calculus exam, triggering my emotional system is not going to make me do a better job on the calculus exam. Now, I apply that example when it comes to, say, choosing our political leaders. Regrettably, most people end up invoking their affective system rather than their cognitive system. And so here I talk about, actually an expression from Arabic says that getting drunk by simply smelling the cork of the wine bottle.
Right.
Because what that basically says, I don't need to actually drink the wine to get drunk. I just take a whiff and I'm already, right? So it refers to someone who has a weak cognitive constituency, right? So for example, if you ask people, why do you love Obama? Well, he's tall, he's lanky, he's got a mellifluous voice, he's got a radiant smile. It could well be that every single syllable he utters is complete rubbish, but I'm already getting drunk by his cork. On the other hand, why do you hate Donald Trump? Well, he's cantankerous, he speaks like a brawler from New York, he's not presidential, but you didn't say anything about whether you agree with his immigration policy or his fiscal policy. So the reason why I discussed that tension is because many of the problems that we face is because we trigger the wrong system at the wrong time. Regarding your issue of what do we know what is true or not? Well, one thing I could tell you is that there shouldn't be a government agency that decides for us what is true or not. I don't know if you remember, under the Biden administration, there was a woman, Nina something, that came out who was going to be the first official czar of disinformation. I mean, Orwell couldn't have come up with such a ridiculous notion. Do you remember her?
Vaguely, but I was thinking, though, the issue is partly that with politics, the scene has become distorted anyway.
Right. Well, and look, for example, in science, once you utter the words, these 2 words, settled science, you understand nothing about science. Because science deals in provisional truths. Yes, right. There is a truth, but that truth can move. What we thought was true, I mean, the Copernican revolution was about people thinking one way about the cosmos, and then Copernicus and Galileo came along and said, no, that's not how it works. So the idea that it's settled science, and therefore we need to remove your YouTube channel, we need to get you off of Twitter because you are espousing false beliefs. Is it disinformation to say that men menstruate, or is it veridical information? So this whole idea of we tell you what the facts are is a terribly Orwellian, dangerous idea.
I'll get on to how this has been affected by social media and the mainstream media as we progress. But what I was getting at also is, isn't it now that in the case with politics, it is more about smelling the cork than actually listening to what the real policy should be?
And I think there is a reason for that. Look, we face a lot of computational complexity in our everyday life, right? Imagine if I sat there aching about every single decision by looking at every single piece of information that is relevant before I decide which restaurant to go to or which car to purchase. Then I would be stuck in choice paralysis, right? So I use what are called decision rules or heuristics that allows me to cut through the clutter, right? And so, for example, when people evoke their affective system, that's a very quick shortcut, right? Because it allows me to say, look, how do I feel about Obama? He's lovely and majestic. How do I feel about Trump? He seems mean and cantankerous. Good enough, right? Because it cuts through the clutter. Now, it's a suboptimal way of making decisions, but it is a very quick way to navigate through the computational complexity.
You know, when it comes to it, in your opinion, which is more important, truth or freedom? And who wins when they clash? For example, if you have people, putting out, because of free speech, putting out falsehoods, disinformation, and so on in the media?
It's very hard to put a ordinal ranking on which one requires the other in an infinite loop, right? I can't pursue truth if I don't have the freedom to pursue truth, and vice versa, right? So that's what and I'm glad you raised those two, because I'm guessing you're referring to the parasitic mind, where in chapter 1, I say that the two fundamental ideals that, that inform my life are truth and freedom, right? I don't think you can have one without the other, right? I have to have the complete freedom to be able to pursue truth where it takes me, which, by the way, leads to a very dangerous idea, forbidden knowledge, which I briefly referred to in the parasitic mind, and I pick up again in suicidal empathy. Forbidden knowledge is the idea that there are some inquiries that we should refrain from pursuing because the consequences would be too great to pursue them, right? Now, and if I may, let me explain here the concept of deontological versus consequentialist ethics. Deontological ethics is absolute statements. It is never okay to lie, would be a deontological statement. Right. A consequentialist statement would be, it's okay to lie if you're trying to spare someone's feelings. And so I often joke that if you want to have a long, happy marriage,
I remember, yeah.
You're right, and your spouse says, "Do I look fat in those jeans?" Put on your consequentialist hat and say, "You've never looked more beautiful." You're lying, perhaps, but that is a consequentialist lie. For most things in life, it is perfectly reasonable for us to be consequentialist. For freedom of speech, for the pursuit of truth, for journalistic integrity, those are by definition deontological statements. So if you say, yes, pursue truth, but don't hurt people's feelings, the but there is a big problem.
Professor, from where do you get your news? How do you make sure you're getting what you would consider accurate?
Wow, what a great question. It's really a collection of stuff. Some of it TV, some of it I read, some of it is just the scrolling through X. So I don't have a single one-stop shop place. It's a bit of but what I try to do is triangulation of the veracity of information. Do you see what I mean by that?
Yeah. I always say that there's a triangle: information plus diversity leads to perspective.
Right. So, there you go.
But the thing is, are you constantly aware of the risk of an echo chamber? Constantly trying to validate your own thoughts, because you're obviously quite forceful in your thoughts. There's a risk you could always be seeking validation.
Albeit, if you, for example, will look at some of my now I have a lot of followers, so I can't give you an empirical estimate, but I can oftentimes have on my feed 2 people that just responded to something that I posted, and they couldn't be more diametrically opposed from each other. Now, I actually take that with some encouragement, meaning that if every time I post something, everybody always agreed with me, then probably I've created an echo chamber. But if, just with one post, I can have 20 people, 14 of whom agreed with me, 6 who haven't, then I think I'm building a diversified chamber.
So I used to give this example that if I covered the Israeli-Palestinian situation, and I would have people from both sides, but either way, no matter how I did the debate or the conversation, I would get viewer feedback saying, "Oh, you're so pro-Palestinian," for the same show where they said, "You're so pro-Israeli." And my producer would say, "How can that be?" I said, "Well, my explanation was people bring their own baggage
exactly when
they're watching," and that's why I ask in your case how you kind of put your mind outside that potential echo chamber.
So I'll give you an example of confirmation bias that my former doctoral supervisor had told me many years ago. So he had been hired to help some company. He's a cognitive psychologist and consumer specialist at Cornell. He just recently retired, by the way. So he had been hired by a company where half the executives seemed to be for a product launch and the other half seemed to be deadly set against the product launch. And so what was going to break the tie is they were going to bring a bunch of them, put them in a focus group, and then based on that interaction, either one side would win or one side or the other side would win. After that interaction happened, then you polled both sides. Both sides said, "You see, we won." Now, how could it be? How could it be that they both saw the exact same interaction and arrived at exactly the opposite confirmation, right? Well, it's exactly to your point, which is I only look for information that supports my position, and I filter out perceptually and cognitively any information that doesn't agree with my position, and therefore I solidify my anchored position. I was recently asked on a show by a British psychiatrist, this was about a year ago, at the end of the show, maybe the best question I've ever been asked, maybe you'll beat it on this show. He said, what is the singular phenomenon that, you know, you've seen in the human condition in your 30 plus years as a professor that has most surprised you? So I had to pause for a second. And then I said, the inability for most people to change their anchored positions, irrespective of the amount of conflicting evidence that they might be shown, which itself, and that's why, by the way, in chapter 7 of The Parasitic Mind, I try to offer a means by which we can break through that resistance. I talk about nomological networks of cumulative evidence, which we could talk about. So I'm mindful of even my capacity to succumb to this kind of echo chamber. That's why I try to sample from many different sources.
How do you regard conspiracy theories? You know, the moon landing wasn't real, or that there are chips in vaccines during COVID, these kind of things that are out there. How do you regard them?
I apply the scientific method, right? So I think there is now enough evidence that the Holocaust did happen. So if you're a Holocaust denier who argues that, you know, it was all Hollywood made and there were no ovens and so on, I don't have to take it seriously, because I know the accumulation of evidence has already established that that thing happened. And so you just apply the scientific method as you navigate between what is true or false. There's no other way to do it.
It's difficult, though, with things like the moon landing. It doesn't have the same empirical basis as the Holocaust, for example.
That is true. That is true. But by the way, I mean, I don't know if it's the right time to do it, but maybe it is. Do you want me to talk about how you do the nomological networks?
Please do, yeah.
So in a sense, it speaks to your general question. How do you seek truth? How do you know what's true, what's not true? And so in chapter 7, the chapter's titled How to Seek Truth, I argue that there is an incredibly powerful, albeit very cognitively taxing, method to try to decide whether something is true or not. So let's take, for example, I give several examples in the chapter, but I'll discuss one here. Let's suppose I wanted to counter the idea that social constructivists offer that toy preferences are sex-specific due to socialization. Meaning it's because mommy taught Linda to play with the doll and taught Bobby to play with the truck. That's why they have those preferences. Let's suppose I wanted to demonstrate to you that that's not true. There are universal biological and evolutionary based reasons for those sex-specific toy preferences. How would I go about doing that? So I'm going to build a nomological network of cumulative evidence, meaning I'm going to get you data from across cultures, across time periods, across species, across methodologies, that will triangulate to demonstrate that this position is unassailable. So, and I'll give a few examples. Well, from developmental psychology, we know that young infants who are too young to yet be socialized, by definition, they don't have the cognitive apparatus to be socialized, already exhibit those sex-specific toy preferences. So that already takes out the socialization argument. I can get you data from vervet monkeys, rhesus monkeys, and chimpanzees showing that they have the same sex-specific toy preferences. I can get you data from sub-Saharan Africa, where cultures that are very non-Western, they exhibit the same sex-specific toy preferences. I could go back 2,500 years ago, showing you that in ancient Rome and ancient Greece, on funerary monuments, little boys and girls are depicted playing with exactly the same types of toys as we have today. So look how I am putting the epistemological noose around your neck. I don't have to emote louder than you. I don't have to scream louder than you. If I can have this, you know, gargantuan triangulation of evidence, I'll let that do the talking for me. And so that's why, by the way, I'm epistemologically quite humble in that I know what I know and I know what I don't know. That's why I never get caught in interviews. I give thousands of interviews because I'll never try to wing it. If you ask me a question that I think that I haven't done the requisite nomological network for, I'll say, hey, Riz, you know, that's a great question. It's above my pay grade. I don't know. Right. But if I know, good luck to you if you want to debate me.
Fair enough. No, because a lot of people obviously want to try to catch you out. Yeah. But if you know your stuff, that's obviously going to be important. But it was interesting because you did say people who spew falsehoods should be judged. Now that stuck with me with Paris.
Judged doesn't mean imprisoned.
No, I didn't. I realized what you meant. It was the whole chapter on us taking a position and so on, which is why I started asking you about my situation as a journalist. Because of course, as a human being, I have in my head judgments and opinions, but I really, difficult as it is, I enforce them in terms of my journalistic work. I want to stand away and hear the story. So many people would say that politicians in general happily lie. And in the case of Donald Trump, who I know you do like, as a politician. He regularly is accused of lying, and people actually, metrically record this. How do you reconcile your belief then about his veracity with that documentation?
So there are lies and then there are lies. So Donald Trump lies about, I've got the biggest in the world. I'm the greatest lover in the history of humanity. The biggest audience was ever at my inauguration, right? They're ego defensive lies, right? So is he fibbing? Undoubtedly. That is a very different lie than if you are a postmodernist saying that there are no objective truths. That eradicates the possibility of truth being. And it's that allows them to say slavery is freedom, war is peace, men are women. So lies don't all come in the same final shape, right? Is he lying in the sense that he's constantly trying to protect his ego because he's a benign narcissist? Yes. But there are guys on the progressive side that are lying. If you say, for example, that socialism is the means by which people are most likely to flourish, that is a much more consequential lie than I am the best lover of all time. Both are lies. One is much bigger than the other.
But he does have those consequential ones too. They're eating the cats and dogs in Springfield, Illinois, and so on. People react to this.
Yeah, okay. In that case, I think it's the fog of the rapidity of how information comes about, right? I think, though, and Elon Musk recently said it, he said, look, we will put out stuff often and it'll turn out to be false, in which case we're happy to correct our position. So just have the epistemological humility to accept that sometimes you'll get it wrong.
True. No, I heard him say that. He was actually in the White House as he said it.
Exactly.
Now, the question is this, though. If putting out this information without checking its veracity in the first place, there are consequences, the risks are great.
Right.
So from your side, how do you rationalize that with saying someone like this is worth the leadership position?
Because I think all politicians lie, as you said. The question is, which one is the lesser of a liar? I don't think that when I put my imprimatur in supporting a particular candidate, I think that they are interchangeable with a saint, right? I think that given these options, this is probably the better option. So given the types of values that are important to me, it is incontestable to me that Donald Trump would have been a much better choice than Kamala Harris.
All right, you're picking between those candidates, but I'm talking in a general sense with politicians.
They all lie.
I was going to say, so in the sense of Donald Trump, you see him as something of a cure. As you said in a recent essay, you wrote about his election victory saying, it's an unequivocal repudiation of the ideological parasites that have wreaked havoc on our societies.
Yes.
And if, as you also say, it took decades of assiduous indoctrination for these parasitic ideas to flourish in every nook and cranny of our institutions, we'll get onto those further.
Yeah.
How can 4 years of a Trump presidency turn them around? You've said it, it takes decades.
That's a fantastic question. It's actually one that I keep hammering now with people, that don't be complacent in thinking that just because Donald Trump, he came along, he's got the polio vaccine, he administers it everywhere, and polio ceases to exist. To your point, what you just mentioned, it took, depending on the parasitic idea, it's taken between 50 to 100 years for these idea pathogens to develop originally on university campuses and then to break out of the university. So it won't be sufficient to only kind of rest on our laurels to say, hey, Donald Trump is here, we've eradicated this nonsense. That's why even I've had people who say to me, so now that Donald Trump has come to power, will people even read Suicidal Empathy? I say, of course they will, because these parasitic ideas have not gone away. The reflex to be suicidally empathetic is not going to magically go away because this guy came into office for 4 years. The next president might be one that is as committed to these parasitic ideas, and off we go on the woke train. So there's much more in the fight to be had.
I want to get your perspective on this as someone who's actually a couple of years younger than me, but around the same kind of age. For me, it seemed like there was a massive change in the curve where this suddenly all became public. I don't remember these kind of debates for the last, say, 40, 45 years.
Because you weren't in academia. So it takes a while for all of these. So for example, take shingles. The virus is within you, it's dormant, and then something will trigger it such that you might get an outbreak and I don't. But it is in there. So what you were reacting to is the fact that you didn't know that shingles was, flourishing in the background, whereas I was living in the petri dish of shingles. called academia. So, and let me give you the background of how I first was exposed to, Houston, we have a problem. So my scientific work originally was in the application of evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology and studying human behavior in general and consumer behavior and economic behavior in particular. And so as I tried to Darwinize the business school, the idea being that you can't study entrepreneurship or leadership or consumer behavior or economic behavior without ever invoking our biological nature. To me, that seemed like a very banal and obvious statement. Well, apparently it was completely heretical to most of my academic colleagues. And so I was right, that was my first exposure to parasitic ideas. How could these otherwise bright, educated people be questioning the fact that human beings, consumers are biological? You don't think our hormones affect our behavior? How? Right? And so I saw it, but it took a while for other people who were not inhabiting that ecosystem to then hit them. And that to me is frustrating, because had people listened when I stood up on top of the mountain and saying we have a problem, then we wouldn't have had to have 900 medals being stolen by trans women. You see what I mean?
I hear you. Yeah.
I appeared in 2017. I appeared in front of the Canadian Senate. I was summoned, as was Jordan Peterson, separately, to talk about Bill C-16, which at the time was a bill that hadn't passed yet, trying to incorporate gender identity and gender expression under the hateful rubric umbrella. And I said, yeah, of course, I support the idea that no person should face any bigotry, but beware of the proverbial slippery slope. Now, if you go back and you listen to my warnings, I hate to say it, but they were prophetic.
How do you regard the way, well, this also occurred to me, the word political correctness came in, I don't know what, maybe 15, 20 years ago that I could really remember. And suddenly all the parameters changed. I couldn't put on an African accent, for example. I certainly couldn't, if I was an actor, go on, blacken my face and appear as an African. When that all started to emerge, how did you regard that?
I was very concerned by it, because I saw the kind of stifling environment it created in otherwise banal interactions on campuses. So people were, I remember at one point someone asked me, this was probably about 10 years ago, oh, where are you from originally? And I was about to answer. I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I know that I'm not supposed to ask that. I said, what do you mean you're not supposed to ask that? You recognize that I don't look as though I'm indigenous to Canada because I have a particular morphological look. What's the problem with you asking where I come from originally? So I've noticed that for a while. I compare it, and you might remember this from the parasitic pine. The parasitic wasp stings a much bigger spider, rendering it zombified, and then it takes it to its burrow, lays its eggs on it, and then its eggs, as they hatch, eat the spider in vivo while it's alive. And so I argue that political correctness is akin to the spider wasp sting, because it stultifies me, right? I'm now afraid to say, I recognize that you don't look French Canadian. So what if I were to say, Mr. Khan, where are you from? How is that an insult? But that's what happens with political correctness. It removes our ability to have natural dynamics.
Just an aside, I tend to say, what are your roots?
What are your roots?
I find it kind of safer. And this is the issue. Aren't there so many landmines now onto which we can easily step?
Not if you're called Gadsad. I mean, I don't give
care.
a shit. You know, there's a, and I invoke this in chapter 8 of the Parasitic Mind. I say, activate your inner honey badger. Right? The honey badger, for the viewers and listeners who may not know, has been literally ranked as the most ferocious and fierce animal in the animal kingdom, which is saying a lot. There are a lot of ferocious animals in the animal kingdom. The reason, it's the size of a small dog. It is so fierce that adult lions will stay clear of it, right? That's why there's the expression, honey badgers don't give an F. I live my life this way, maybe to a fault, and I wish more people would invoke.
Well, you end the
courage.
book basically saying evoke your honey badger. Yeah.
Exactly.
How do you regard Andrew Tate? I interviewed him at his home in Romania.
Yeah, I've never interacted with him. I don't know much about him. I mean, he seems maybe not to my aesthetic taste in terms of his delivery, like kind of the bro stuff. some of his position, and I'm hardly one who can't engage in locker room talk, right? I mean, I was literally a soccer player myself, so it's not as though I'm a dainty Puritan madam, but he seems a bit too harsh for me.
He's had a lot of influence, especially on young men.
On young men, yes.
You know, in the approach to some of the things you talk about, you can't refute facts like, you know, men are physiologically stronger than women and so on. I think that's why I was curious in case you'd come across.
I mean, he certainly will say some things that are backed by evolutionary science, if not common sense. But I think the style of how he does it is a bit problematic. What did you think of him? Did you enjoy interacting with him?
Yeah, it was actually interesting talking with him because, again, I think he's used to people engaging him for an argument.
Yes.
And he had to stop and think when I just asked an innocent question.
Right.
So, you know, I'm going to go back to Donald Trump just for a couple more questions. Joe Rogan, someone with whom you've appeared a number of times now, has been very influential. How much do you think he played a role in tipping the scale in favor of Donald Trump?
Huge. As a matter of fact, before he had appeared with Joe Rogan, I was in touch with Trump's people about him coming on my show, which is a much smaller show than, I mean, I'm a popular guy, but I'm not Joe Rogan popular. And when they had asked me, what would be your idea of, you know, what would you want to get out of it? I said, well, you know what I'd love? Just to sit with him and to humanize him so that the people who are on the fence can actually see he's a funny guy. He's got a great sense of humor. He's a regular. He could, you know, just shoot the blank, right? Well, that's exactly what ended up happening when he went for 3 hours on Joe Rogan, which, of course, at that point, once he's done Joe Rogan, there's no point on coming on my show. He's done the biggest show. But so to your question, I think it really helped to humanize him because so often his interactions are ones where he's put on the back foot, where he's defensive, whereas here, he's calm, he's relaxed, there's no gotcha stuff. With just two guys chatting, I think it probably flipped a few people who were fence sitting.
How do you feel he's done so far now, about a month into the presidency as we're talking?
I don't think, I mean, as you said, I'm a bit younger than you. I can't think of a 4-week period where a president did more stuff than this guy has done. Well, you tell me, is there some bad stuff? Is there some stuff?
Really, because I'm actually just in your perspective.
So far, I haven't seen anything that has caused me great alarm. He got rid of all the Title IX stuff where biological males can enter female spaces. That's good. He's trying to cut down on, you know, open border immigration. I think that's good. He's trying to reduce the excessive waste and corruption through DOGE. That's good. So far, I think I'm happy.
Okay, because some would say there's been some backfiring. Firing all those people, you know, in the government who now suddenly have to be re-recruited because it's overdone. The Gaza Riviera, you know.
Yeah, that's a bit of Trump bombast. I'm not sure if I would approach it exactly the same way, but that is, I think, stylistic, right? He's a great negotiator. It could well be that he says that without literally meaning that because he's trying to angle for a better negotiation position. So I can't tend to know what's exactly in his mind, but I can see how the optics of such a proposal could irk a lot of people the wrong way.
Now, in The Parasitic Mind, you talked about an analogy where there's an elderly woman being attacked in an alleyway.
Yes.
And you could be one of two sorts of people. The one who goes in and helps or the one who kind of walks away and avoids getting involved. And you said be the first. You can get involved. Some might say with what's just happened, talking again, the situation with Ukraine, he has now said, I'll go into Ukraine, but if we can have mineral rights. It's like, I'll help you, old lady, but as long as you give me some money from your purse.
Except, hasn't there been already a lot of the purse of the United States taxpayer given to Ukraine? So the question becomes, how far do you want to take this? I mean, how much are the American and frankly the Canadian taxpayers owing in the protection of Ukraine? If you are a strong isolationist, you'd say we've already spent way too much money. If you're a globalist, we haven't spent enough money. It depends on your perspective.
Talking of those close to the president, Elon Musk is also a fan of yours and your book.
Yes.
And he's certainly, you know, a lot of his decisions. I wonder, do you feel that he was shaped to some degree by what you wrote in The Parasitic Mind?
Well, there is an article that came out in Wall Street Journal about 7-8 months ago. The title of the article, "The Man Who Fuels Elon Musk's Nightmares." Do you know who that man is? So I suspect, I mean, it's hard to answer that question without being immodest, but certainly I probably
I'll
played
have to
a
look
hand.
for that. I missed that in my research. But you said that Elon Musk should get the Nobel Prize.
I do.
In which field?
Well, we probably peace in the sense that I mean, someone will probably correct me, but I would say probably within a week of him having purchased Twitter, I did a sad truth clip where I said, of all the things that Elon Musk has done and anything that he will do in the future, none will be as historically consequential as him having bought X.
No, I remember you'd quoted that.
Exactly. And so the fact that he has freed many of us from the oversight of the, in French you say les bien-pensants, the good thinkers, the ones who are better, or as Thomas Sowell would say, the anointed ones. The fact that I could now go on a thing and even use the R word. You know what the R word is? Somebody says something really idiotic, I go, come on, man, are you retarded?
Oh,
and
right, yeah.
So that was completely a no-no. I mean, the only strike I ever got on former Twitter, I think it was maybe like a 7-day violation, was because I had used the R word. Real life cannot be sanitized in this way, right? When I was in the Lebanese Civil War, I didn't know if the next minute I was going to live or not, and that was my reality growing up. You can handle the R word.
How did you find Elon Musk as a person?
So we spent a lot of time together. He actually had invited me down to meet him at his house. We ended up spending maybe about 4 hours together. I found him to be incredibly engaging, very, very humble. I mean, we had communicated many times, but that was the first time that we had seen each other in person. Zero ego, just two guys. We literally hugged, sat there for 4 hours, completely locked in, sometimes discussing some very personal and intimate things, sometimes discussing about maintaining human consciousness via interplanetary travel. So sometimes it got very, esoteric and philosophical. Other times, as a matter of, now I could say it because he's mentioned it himself. He told me that the original, trigger for him that got him into the woke mind virus was the reality that he faced with his own son, who became his daughter, right? At the time, I didn't know if that was public, so I never had mentioned it. But, he was confiding in me in a very trusting way, in a very intimate way. So I thought he was just absolutely lovely. I mean, he is an eccentric guy, but I've got nothing but positive affection for him.
He got some flack for doing the Roman salute, which is often compared with the Nazi salute.
This thing, yes.
As someone who's culturally Jewish, how did you feel about that?
Well, I said, I actually had right away tweeted, I don't know if you saw it, I said, I can't believe that I was able to spend all this time in the Grand Nazi's house, and as a Jew, I came out alive. Of course, I was mocking the idea that he is, pro-Nazi and so on. It's so silly, come on.
A lot of the stuff you write, actually, this was interesting to note, even in your book, that irony and satire gets lost on a lot of people.
Oh my God, it's unbelievable. Well, first, the power of irony and satire and sarcasm. So in the book, in The Parasitic Mind, I say that it is akin to the surgeon's scalpel cutting through warm butter, right? The reason why dictators go after the satirists first. They don't go after the guys with the big muscles. Those are easy to handle. But the guy who's got the sharp tongue, the guy who's got the sharp pen, hence the pen is mightier than the sword, that's the one that I'm scared of, because he's the one who could attack my ideology, my position, right? So he makes me scared. And so that's the reason why I use satire and sarcasm. But to your point, what amazes me is how often, usually it's somebody new, who doesn't know my style, who I'll write something that is completely satirical, and then they will just start sending me endless hate mail, not realizing that I was being satirical.
Well, Dr. Gadzad explaining how he believes the parasitic mind is shaping our world today. On the next episode of the conversation I had with him, I challenge his fears that Islam is a danger to the world.
Islam, though, is a set of ideas that are codified, and then we could say Does Islam promote greater personal liberties and freedoms? Yes or no? There is only these answers. It's either yes or it's no, right? I would venture that based on historical facts, it doesn't promote greater personal liberties and freedoms. And so I can't be Islamophobic in saying that. It's a nonsensical term. I am a Islamo-realist.
Plus, a look at how suicidal empathy, also the title of his next book, will drag down the world order if it's not fully resisted now. Join us for that. But in the meantime, don't forget to leave your thoughts and comments, subscribe to the channel, and we'll see you next time. A big thank you from me and the team for watching. I'm Riz Khan. See you soon.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Dublin. The capital and largest city of Ireland, Dublin. It has become a historical and contemporary center for education and the arts, a fast-improving economic industry. And today, it's become one of the frequently visited cities in the world. Dublin's unique charms is its string of attractions that offers a bit of everything for everyone. The Guinness Storehouse is one, being one of Ireland's top visitor attractions. It is a massive 7-story building that once served as a Guinness fermentation plant. Now it has been remodeled into a shape of a giant pint of Guinness. The storehouse teaches guests how to make the world-famous beer. The Gravity Bar inside is a favorite, where they get to enjoy drinks while enjoying breathtaking 360-degree views of the city. The Dublin Zoo is a highlight too. See many rare and exotic animals in their natural habitats. There's a gaze of giraffes, zebras, scimitar oryx, and ostrich. There's also the Kaziranga Forest, where you'll see a herd of ancient elephants. One of the most innovative water parks in Europe is the National Aquatic Center. It's great for family fun and thrilling adventures with friends. Go through caves or water adventures, fly through the air, or have an enjoyable family day. It's got the biggest water rides and attractions. The National Gallery of Ireland is where you'll find over 2,500 paintings and some 10,000 other works in different media. Watercolor arts, drawings, prints, and sculptures are all there. Another museum is the National Museum of Ireland Archaeology, where you'll be transported back in time. The finest collection of prehistoric gold artifacts in Europe can be found here. Then, there's also the National Botanic Gardens. It has many attractive features like an arboretum, sensory garden, rock garden, and burn area, large pond, and extensive herbaceous borders. Plus, it has an annual display of decorative plants, such as a rare example of Victorian carpet bedding. Another popular destination is St. Patrick's Cathedral. It is one of the few buildings left from the medieval city of Dublin. It remains as the largest cathedral in Ireland, with a fascinating history worth knowing. Houston. Houston, Texas counts as probably one of the most interesting, mysterious cities in the world. And this is perhaps mainly because of its Space Center, the place for NASA's astronaut training and flight control complex. Alongside its outer space and otherworldly curiosities, the city also includes the Theater District, the Houston Grand Opera, the Historic District, among others. The city is beautified with 19th century inspired architecture with trendy establishments. It's known for being one of the diverse places to live in Texas. Welcome to Houston. Here you'll find world-class attractions and events. Its dining, shopping, entertainment, and nightlife are commendable as well. Space and science is, of course, one of the things unique to the city. Houston was actually the first spoken word from the moon. You'll find NASA's Johnson Space Center here. Energy, aeronautics, transportation, manufacturing, and with a leading healthcare sector are things to boast about Houston. Best of all, the city's resources for space and science is what provides tourists and residents an abundance of employment opportunities and educational advantages. At the same time, Houston is also home to a lot of shopping fun. The Galleria is the largest mall in Texas, providing pure shopping gratification for visitors. The suburb is in fact called a leading outdoor retail outlet spot, as it hosts over 200 specialty stores in its compound. Another thing you've probably heard about the city are its sports teams. Professional football, baseball, basketball, and soccer games are big here. Houston is home to Reliant Astrodome, Minute Maid Park, Toyota Center, and BBVA Compass Stadium, and sports enthusiasts flock to see the Astros, Texans, Dynamos, and Rockets play their best game. College sports are major here too. Houston has 5 prominent teams to follow. Minor leagues play around town as well, including the women's teams. At the same time, a variety of annual sports-themed events are scheduled all year round, such as golf tournaments, running marathons, and the rodeo, among others. Also find in the city a 17-block area full of entertainment and arts. Art organizations, galleries, plazas, and movie theaters line the streets of downtown Houston. Be sure to visit one or catch a show during your visit. Luxor, the famous city of Luxor, Egypt. On the outside, the city is admittedly not all that charming. So what is it that will make you visit the city, with its scorching hot weather and dust-choking streets? Dare to explore deeper into the sun and sand to find its hidden gems. Egyptian sites, monuments, tombs, and temples. Amid the ancient sites are modern attractions as well. First is the Temple of Karnak. It's a massive ancient site that has several different temples that are dedicated to specific gods. The hypostyle hall is a pinnacle part of this temple. The pillars, so grand, will make you feel like you're in the middle of a canyon with cliffs surrounding you. Visit this majestic place that will make you want to learn more about the ancient gods and their beliefs. Next is the Temple of Luxor, a rather easily accessible place right at the center of town. It was founded by Amenophis III, but altered in later years by Tutankhamun, Horemheb, and Ramses II. The secret is to pay a visit at night, as you will see the illuminated yellow lights that paint nicely on the ruins and statues. It's a calm and curious place to sit by and hang out, or watch the people or little children playing. There's also the Luxor Museum, another breathtaking tourist spot. It houses some of the most important relics collected from temples and tombs around Luxor. The Valley of the Kings is also worth the trip. You can access it from across the Nile from Luxor. It's tucked beneath a barren mountain, and you'll see its top like a triangular pyramid. The valley is hollowed out like an anthill. Buried beneath it are some of the most legendary pharaohs of ancient Egypt. It is considered a sacred place that secures and ensures eternal life. You will surely be amazed at the relics, reliefs, hieroglyphics, and spells plastered on the walls and carved into the stones. Nearby is the Valley of the Queens. The place has been hailed as the resting place of royal family members and relatives. It is where princes, royal children, and of course, queens are represented. And then there's Deir al-Bahri. It is the mortuary temple of Queen Hatshepsut, the only female pharaoh to rule Egypt. Its interiors are quite deteriorated, but the view of its facade, with its multiple terraces and colonnades, is impressive. Indeed, a visit to Luxor gives you a dose of heavy history and a culture you won't have in any other city. New Orleans. New Orleans, a city of jazz, Mardi Gras, and Cajun cuisine. It's alive and buzzing with activity for adults and youngsters too. The largest city in Louisiana is located along Mississippi River and has one of the largest inland ports in the United States. It is considered a melting pot of cultures, with French-speaking Cajuns, including Creoles, Italian, Irish, and German residents. As a result, the city's cultural diversity can be experienced through many things: its music, food, and its schedule of fun festivals you should definitely be part of. To some, it's called the Big Easy. For others, it's referred to as the Queen of the South. New Orleans is foremost known for its regular festivals, the most famous being the Mardi Gras. Come Carnival season, which begins in January, flocks of people visit the city, but that's not all. A host of other events take place throughout the year. The Jazz Fest, perhaps the next most popular, happens every April. It offers visitors an event with local musicians together with other big names in the industry. And of course, there's the food. What makes up the unique New Orleans flavor? It can be described as diverse, unique, and easily recognizable. The Central Grocery is perhaps the most famous place to sample their authentic dishes. Jambalaya, red beans and rice, Creole bread pudding, po' boy sandwiches, and practically anything that includes crawfish. These are certain must-tries. Next comes music. As you know, the city is regarded as the birthplace of jazz music. The city's history of jazz music, in fact, dates back to 1835, a time when slaves used to congregate in Congo Square for some singing and dancing. Over time, the jazz and brass bands formed and expanded throughout, and have even influenced each other. Now there are Creole contributions, ragtime, Dixieland, and soon blues and rock. And then, of course, there's shopping. It's got everything from old world antiques to the latest in fashion. Food lovers should visit the popular Crescent City Farmers Market, while the art enthusiasts should head over to the Bywater Art Market for healthy inspiration. Popular streets for women's wear are the Magazine Street and Canal Street. You'll also find music stores, shops for tourists, and yes, even voodoo shops. Time to explore! It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
From the White House to Gaza, Kyiv to Beijing, elections, economics and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Los Angeles, the entertainment capital of the world, Los Angeles. The cultural hub boasts of more than 300 museums and tourist attractions. And yes, great weather. What to do when in LA? First on the list is, of course, a behind-the-scenes studio tour at the Universal Studios Hollywood. The most popular attraction offers tourists a chance to explore the Hollywood movie studios, including great 3D experience shows. Next is the Walt Disney Concert Hall, found on Grand Avenue in downtown LA. It is designed by Pritzker Prize-winning architect Frank Gehry, with acoustics by Yasuhisa Toyoda, and has been praised by concert-goers for its stunning architecture and extraordinary sound. The concert hall is home to the renowned Los Angeles Philharmonic and the Los Angeles Master Chorale. Museums and art hubs in LA are also known for housing some of the world's most renowned collection. One may find a repertoire of masterpieces, including works of Vincent van Gogh. For fans of Hollywood entertainment, movies, television, and music, Los Angeles is the place where one will most likely see a celebrity. The secret is to dine at the restaurants often visited by the stars, such as the famous Wolfgang Puck at the Hotel Bel Air. LA is also a great destination for those who love to shop. Popular shopping centers and little kiosks around the neighborhood are frequently visited for great bargain finds. For the ultimate window shopping experience, visit the world-famous strip of stores along Beverly Hills, which is known as a place of luxury and style. Tired of the usual ways of discovering LA? Have a different view of Hollywood by heading to the Runyon Canyon Park, one of the most popular hiking areas in LA. One may also find quieter spots to rest and relax in LA. From Malibu to South Bay are the best beaches in Southern California. The 2-mile-long Santa Monica Beach is also worth the visit. as well as the Santa Monica Pier, the Pacific Park Amusement Park, and the Heal the Bay Aquarium. A true city of champions, one should also catch a game when in LA. Visit the Dodgers Stadium, one of the great cathedrals of Major League Baseball and a popular Instagram location. The ballpark has already hosted 8 World Series, and the Dodgers have won 4 World Championships. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya headquarters. These are our top stories. President Trump announces a travel ban for 12 countries to keep America safe. China's Xi Jinping holds a telephone call with the US president following months of trade war threats. Meanwhile, the German chancellor arrives at the White House for his first in-person meeting with Donald Trump. And the US Defense Secretary puts pressure on NATO allies to commit to an increase in defense spending. Now to our top story, and President Trump has announced 12 countries who will be banned from travelling to the United States. Afghanistan, Haiti and Iran are included on the list, with 7 other countries like Cuba and Venezuela facing partial restrictions. The ban comes into force on the 9th of June. Here's a reminder of how the US president broke the news.
In my first term, my powerful travel restrictions were one of our most successful policies, and they were a key part of preventing major foreign terror attacks on American soil. We will not let what happened in Europe happen to America. Very simply, we cannot have open migration from any country where we cannot safely and reliably vet and screen those who seek to enter the United States. That is why today I am signing a new executive order placing travel restrictions on countries including Yemen, Somalia, Haiti, Libya, and numerous others. The list is subject to revision based on whether material improvements are made, and likewise new countries can be added as threats emerge around the world. But we will not allow people to enter our country who wish to do us harm, and nothing will stop us from keeping America safe.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Tala Michelle Isha, the chief reporter at Arabian Business. Thank you so much for both joining me this evening. Much appreciated. Shane, I'm going to start with you. We just saw Donald Trump there announcing this travel ban. First, just explain exactly what this travel ban is and why does it matter?
Okay, so there's the 12 countries. He didn't mention them all there himself, surprisingly, but it's Afghanistan, Myanmar, Chad, Congo, Equatorial Guinea, Eritrea, Haiti, Iran, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and Yemen. So there's not really too many surprises there, I would think. But the 7 partial restricted are Burundi, Cuba, Laos, Sierra Leone, Togo, Turkmenistan, and Venezuela. So that's all the admin done. But I would say it's June 9th, as you said, when it comes in, which is 4 days, and 4 days in Planet Trump can be quite a long time. So let's wait and see what happens in the next couple of days. But in the reasons that he said that these countries have been picked, and he said that we don't want people who are coming to harm us. So it's to do with countries that have a large scale, they've said, presence of terrorists. It's those who failed to cooperate on visa security, have an inability to verify travelers' identity, have bad record keeping on criminal histories, and also have high overstays. So I think those 5 things are quite fair enough to, if countries are not adhering to that, then you don't get in. But I think in a lot of these sort of Trumpian sort of negotiations, it's a kind of you go high and then that brings them to the table. So I think in the next 4 days you're going to see all of these countries phoning up the White House and looking to negotiate to sort of dilute down some of these restrictions that have been put on. But at the same time, it should say, like, this is not a blanket ban on everyone. So if you're worried about, like, how the World Cup's going to be impacted when it's in America, athletes who are attending sports events, or footballers, if any of these countries qualify, which I'm not a football expert, I don't know if these are good sporting nations, they will be allowed to come, as well as diplomats. And also, what I thought was really interesting is those who suffer ethnic and religious minorities that face persecution in Iran, which is quite specific.
Yes.
So there is a lot of detail in this that he didn't go into, which if you dig down into it. But like I said, it's 4 days to go, so these countries will be on the phone very quickly to the White House to try and sort this out.
And actually, when I had a look at the ban too, because obviously there was one brought in 2017 to lots of criticism and was almost rushed in many respects. This one seemed to have a lot of exemptions in it, and it also seemed to be a little bit more watertight than the previous one. So maybe they've learned from mistakes, Tala. But critics are calling this actually a return to the so-called Muslim ban.
I mean, look, in its DNA, it's quite similar in the way that it's obviously banning people from quite a few countries from visiting the US. But in 2017, there were 7 Muslim majority countries included. And now we're seeing the likes of African countries like, Eritrea as well included there. So obviously there has been a change in the way this has happened. But at the same time, Shane, do you want to say something?
Well,
sorry, I lost my train of thought there.
I think the one thing I do think, if you're to kind of like flip it on its side, is that this is a mandate that President Trump was elected on. So this is what he always said he was going to do. So it's not a major surprise, and it's, his voting base, this is what they want, and immigration is a massive policy for him.
And there's something else that I was actually just thinking about when I saw this travel ban announced, and something Angie Wong I spoke to earlier in the show, my previous show, mentioned to me, and she was saying that, you mentioned the timing, but there has been domestic terror in the US, and we can't deny that. We've seen that, and Donald Trump actually referenced that when he brought in this travel ban, even though Egypt wasn't on the travel ban, where the person accused in the Colorado attacks is said to be from. But I wonder if there's also domestic pressure, one, to deliver, and two, to crack down on migration, like he said he was going to do.
Definitely. I mean, he is basically, I guess, trying to deliver on a campaign promise. I mean, he did say he's reinforcing the stance of America first. But yeah, definitely, like you said, the timing of the Colorado attack this week really puts it into perspective. And yeah.
But also as well, like you mentioned before, and this is not a new policy, so it's not going to have the shock value, I think, of 2017. And even by the end of this show, the Trump universe moves really, really fast. So there'll be another headline. He's meeting with China. So I think it's not going to be the huge sort of attention-grabbing way that it was back in. I remember in 2017.
Yes.
This was like absolutely shocking.
And you remember the airports? There was people
protests.
couldn't get onto planes. There was protests across America. It was a very different look to what we're seeing now.
Yeah. And also, like this, remember the Supreme Court did bring in a watered-down version of it. So this probably will go forward as well. But then, if you remember, then Biden stripped it away again and said it was a stain on national conscience. So it depends how long this all takes to come in. Remember, a president is only 4 years, and that Trump can't go a third time. So if a Democrat president comes in next time, they could scrap this again. So it's a bit of a flip-flop back and forth. But I definitely think it's going to bring all of these countries to the table, because if you look at all of these, if I do my math, 19 countries, they're going to have tariffs put on them. Now they can't travel. So it's a real setback in terms of this. And you notice in the clip that he said more countries will be added. And I noticed that there was a Reuters report in March saying there was potentially 41 countries on a potential list that the White House has. And this is the first sort of batch. So, it's kind of like saying to all countries that don't have their visa processing applications, and or if you're overstaying, you're welcome in the US in terms of visa. It's kind of get your paperwork together.
And then I think also if we look around the world at different governments, immigration's such a hot topic. So maybe, we're looking at this as something from a different optics globally at the moment. But I also just going to bring you up to speed with another conversation I had. And President Trump has posted on Truth Social that China and the US have now reached a trade deal after a long phone call between the two leaders. Earlier, I spoke to Miami GOP committee woman Angie Wong about the developments. Take a listen.
This is the news that we've all been waiting for the two presidents to have that phone call and to work out a trade deal. And President Trump loves this because he loves that he can pick up a phone and call President Xi to work this out. And now the U.S. markets have responded very favorably. We're in the green. And I think now it's been a sigh of relief for a lot of investors as well as business owners who weren't really sure what was going on. We still had freight hanging around the Pacific Ocean, not knowing whether or not it should dock on U.S. soil due to these trade tariffs that were put onto place. So now that we know that there's been a long phone call, it's been very favorable, very positive, as President Trump put on Truth Social, and with the added bonus that the Chinese president invited the First Lady and the president to his home country and vice versa. I mean, these are all great signs.
Shane, great signs between China and the US. I guess really positive signals coming out of that meeting on the phone between Trump and Xi. I feel like we've been talking about this meeting happening and waiting for it to happen. It's happened. What a turnaround and for both of these two leaders.
We'll wait now. We don't know all the details yet, but the markets have reacted relatively positively. They haven't gone like dam busters, and oil has been up. Unfortunately, gold is down, which I'm very sad about because I bought gold. But what can you do? And that shows that the safe haven status of gold. People are moving away from that, so they're feeling that this deal has legs, and there's a lot going to come from it in terms of the market and the economists. So I think this is something to get optimistic about. I really hope it goes through, because if China and the US can sort out their tariff issue and trade deal, then it'll trickle down to the rest of the world.
And like Angie said to me, Tala, there's been ships just not able to dock because they don't know right now what import duties are on or where both the countries stand when it comes to tariffs on each other. And that would have put huge pressure on consumers from both countries. So what did you make about today's announcement?
I mean, it's too early to say, but it's definitely a step in the right direction, I guess, in light of what happened, I guess, with the tariffs. And, of course, in his last presidency, you had the US-China trade war. So, yeah, I think it's too early for me to maybe say anything, but let's see how this plays out. Trying to be cautiously optimistic myself.
No, definitely. And like we said there, actually, what I thought was interesting was when he was asked about this meeting in the Oval Office, when he was meeting the German chancellor. He's had a really busy day, Donald Trump. He said, they asked him, he said she will be coming here to meet him and Melania. They've been invited to China. And then he also said Chinese students are coming no problem, which is a little bit of a change around from what we've heard because of the situation happening legally with Harvard University. And then he said, I'm honoured to have Chinese students. So it seems to be like maybe there has been a little bit of diplomacy in that phone call, but that's just my speculation.
No, it definitely is a switch around, because I saw there was the massive headline in Bloomberg yesterday saying that Trump was saying that, you know, that China was difficult to deal with. So I think he's possibly, like, you know, met his match. And, like, to put it into context, like, anyone who's watching who's got a smartphone and a flat screen TV or wants to buy one, you know, coming up for, you know, the end of the year, the sales, like, a lot of those need rare earth minerals, which come from China. So if China decides to pull those, then your smartphone and your flat screen TV are going to be in jeopardy. So, you know, Trump, you know, knows his base. He knows what they like. So this is part of the practical negotiations that goes into these kind of talks.
And of course, when things were heating up, you know, earlier between China and the US over the tariffs, China paused that critical minerals exportation.
So it's all interconnected.
It's all interconnected in many ways. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. It's super interesting. Now, the German Chancellor has arrived at the White House for his first in-person meeting with President Trump. Ahead of the meeting, Merz said he was looking forward to speaking to the US President, pointing to their very good relationship so far. Here's what they had to say inside the Oval Office earlier.
Well, first of all, I'm glad to meet because I've been dealing with the Chancellor, and he's a very good man to deal with. He's difficult, I would say. Can I say that? It's a positive.
Go ahead.
You wouldn't want me to say you're easy, right?
No.
Yeah, he's a very great representative of Germany. I think all we want is just going to have a good relationship. The rest will just sort of follow very easily. We'll have a good trade deal. I mean, I guess that will be mostly determined by the European Union, but you're a very big part of that, so you'll be involved. But we'll end up hopefully with a trade deal, or we'll do something, you know, we'll do the tariffs. I mean, I'm okay with the tariffs, or we make a deal with the trade, and I guess that's what we're discussing now.
Earlier, I spoke to Berlin-based journalist James Jackson about his thoughts on Merz and Trump meeting today. Take a listen.
I think you can see that there's immediately a much better rapport between Donald Trump, President, and Chancellor Friedrich Merz than there was between Trump and his predecessor and long-term rival Angela Merkel. So Merz and Merkel had a long-term rivalry going back decades, and she kind of shoved him out of the way to become leader of the CDU way back in the early 2000s. And Trump never liked Angela Merkel. She was seen as opposing him from Europe, not spending enough on defense. So Friedrich Merz has come in as a conservative who speaks English, who actually met Trump through the corporate world in the 80s, much more of a transatlanticist than Merkel ever was. And I have to say, I think Friedrich Merz did a really good job today because he really played to his strengths, speaking fluent English, which was, complimented by the president, as well as using his kind of, there were a few tricky questions in there. They asked if he agreed with Trump's metaphor about Ukraine and Russia being like two children fighting. Well, Merz can't agree with that because, of course, he thinks and knows that Russia is the aggressor in Ukraine. It's not about two children fighting. But instead, he just said what we agree on. He praised Trump many times. So there was a bit of a love-in. But I will say, from Germany's perspective, there were a lot of very awkward comments in there. It was never hostile, but he did quote General MacArthur saying, never let the Germans rearm. Oh, but I don't know. I think we should let them rearm. He also talked about D-Day, which Merz brought up as a positive thing, the invasion of the US and the UK invading France to defeat the Nazis. Of course, in modern Germany, that's seen as a positive thing. They say we were liberated from the Nazis. And Trump asks, is that a good thing? And really, that's going to be very awkward for Merz. But I think he did a terrific job of ignoring the awkward parts, warming up the president. Question is, will that have any effect?
Now, US Secretary of State Pete Hegseth is in Brussels today attending meetings with his NATO counterparts. The US has called on NATO allies to spend 5% of their GDP on defence, above the current target of 2%. Speaking to reporters, Hegseth said he felt confident that members of the alliance would agree to boost in spending ahead of the NATO summit later this month. Take a listen.
To be an alliance, you got to be more than flags. You got to be formations. You got to be more than conferences. You need to be combat-ready capabilities. So we're here to continue the work that President Trump started, which is a commitment to 5% defense spending across this alliance, which we think will happen, which we think has to happen by the summit at The Hague later this month.
And there he is, the all-American Pete Hegseth. Shane, let's put that out there before we go any further. But the US, really exactly what Hegseth was saying there, they've absolutely doubled down on 5% defence spending for NATO members.
Yeah.
So he says the allies, Hegseth, they've got to step up. Right now, is this demand realistic? 5%, how realistic is that, considering the base we're starting from? 2% is the target right now.
Well, I think he definitely thinks it's realistic, and he says they have to step up. They don't have to at all. This is a negotiation. So I think if you look first, and your guest on your earlier show made a good point that the 5% when you break it down, so it's 3.5% is guns and military and all the hard military, and the other 1% is sort of upgrading your infrastructure, so airports, drones or whatever, or better bridges and coast guards and all that kind of thing. So it's not all just sort of hard weaponry in that regard, but it's kind of what everybody focuses on. And in the same way that everybody was focusing on, like if you look at the US, they're roughly about 3.5%.
Yep.
So they're not even sort of meeting their own target, which leads me to believe that when you say is 5% realistic, I think it's what the starting point is when you go into the negotiation. So I think they probably want to get it to maybe 3.5 up from 2, or maybe 4. So there's leg room for for a margin to come down, which is basic negotiation. So I don't think the 5% is going to happen. I think they may agree something slightly lower.
And also what I found interesting when I was speaking to Jim Townsend, who you referenced earlier on my first show, I thought it was interesting that he said no timeline was exactly given for this. So, NATO countries to meet that headline figure of 5%, but over how many years will it be? So are we saying, okay, 20 years? Are we saying 10 years? So I think that's something that at the next NATO meeting will probably be more discussed. But I think, like you said, it's quite interesting. Headline figure, which will be split into hardware and into sort of the basic maintenance of things. But what happens if NATO countries just think, you know what, we can't fulfill this right now. We don't have the money. We're not the world's biggest economy like the US is. Realistically, there's much smaller countries who are NATO members. Will the US withdraw more support from Ukraine, or could they possibly just leave NATO altogether?
Honestly, I don't really see the US leaving NATO altogether, but definitely if this commitment is not met, or whatever commitment they decide to settle on, which is probably halfway through. We know Trump's deal-making style. You always go for the absolute extreme, and then eventually you want to settle for somewhere in the middle. So 3% maybe. But I could definitely see the US potentially scaling back their support for Ukraine if this target is not met. But that's also going to depend on the timeline as well. Like you mentioned earlier, it could be within 10 years, it could be within 20 years. But definitely my view is if it's in the short term, it's definitely not realistic.
And I think that's also another problem, isn't it? Because basically Europe is dealing with an aggressive Russia in many respects. So if we're not stepping up the volume of defence, are we on a war footing? Are we war prepared? I think this is what Pete Hegseth and America are trying to get across.
But also, in some respects, you could kind of see he's the head of the Pentagon, and he's also you could see him as chief sort of military salesperson for the US, because the US is the biggest supplier of weapons to the rest of the world. So if everyone agrees to 5% and they go and buy weapons, where are they going to buy it from?
America. I know that is the way to look at it, but I also think that it's just this increased frustration. Because you remember the Signal Gate happened, where there were leaked messages. And Pete Hegseth...
Yeah, so you're thinking you should wait to get added to the NATO WhatsApp group?
No, not to add it to the NATO WhatsApp group, but they have gone for Europe and they're saying, listen, we have had your back all this time. We've been spending on defence. We can't constantly keep on coming to your aid. So in some ways, it's a fair enough argument.
Look, it is, but I think if this 5% is applied progressively, because if you look at each individual economy within the NATO member states, I mean, not everyone can actually fulfill this target, because that would eventually mean cutting back on certain public spending, which could cause domestic issues eventually. So,
yeah, I would disagree with you on that point more than slightly, really, because the way I look at it is that, you know, with the superpowers in the world, you've got Russia on one side, and you've basically we've got China as well, so there's basically three. But I think if Russia decides to expand its borders, then America can't just let it do that if it feels like, and it's already shown that it's willing to do that. So to keep the balance of power of the superpowers, it's in America's interest as well to support its allies that are geographically closer to Russia. So I think it has to continue to support its NATO allies, but I think it's just the transactional relationship that Trump has with these countries, and he's always said that he wanted them to increase more on defence. And I think, you know, obviously it is a bit more of a precarious, which is an understatement, situation when you look at what's happening around the world, in everywhere from Ukraine to Gaza to, India, Pakistan. You could look at Taiwan and China. So there's a lot going on in the world. So there's a lot to justify spending more on defence at this time. So the theory and what Trump was saying back in 2017 now has a lot more weight behind it, I would say.
It's okay if you disagree with what I
right.
have asked you. I'm more than happy for you to come back to me. And that is a really good point, isn't it? It's within America's interest to protect its allies,
to keep the balance of power.
To keep the balance of power going, which is very true. But you just touched on something which I thought was interesting, is where the country is going to get this money from. Because we saw the UK, they said, right, we are spending, I think the UK spends 2.3% of GDP on defence last year, which is 2024, but that's above the NATO 2% threshold at the moment. But they've said we're going to increase that to 3.5%, but that will be over a 10-year period, and we've seen money being cut from the foreign aid budget to fulfil that gap. And I wonder if we're going to find more and more countries, Tala, in this position.
I think we might, honestly, but I do see Shane's point in that obviously we are in a time where people need to get, governments need to get very serious about their defence spending.
No, absolutely. And amazingly, actually, when I had a look at the NATO members, the person in NATO, the country which spends the most on defence, is Poland.
By percentage, you mean? Yeah.
Yeah, by percentage. So by percentage, they spend 3.5%. That's even more than the US. But that's because they're on a border with Russia.
Yeah, exactly.
So
they're very close.
But they have stepped up. So there's lots of different figures flying around, but really interesting conversation. Thank you so much. Now, Iran has criticised a proposal from the US surrounding a new nuclear agreement, maintaining Tehran will not stop enriching uranium. The US reportedly demanded a complete halt in exchange for the lifting of sanctions. But Iran's supreme leader says the US proposal contradicts his nation's belief in self-reliance. Earlier, I spoke to Director of Political Sciences at USJ, Dr. Sami Nada, about his thoughts on this very issue.
The main sticking point is the question of enrichment that Iran consider uranium enrichment that Iran consider as its fundamental right, while it's not clear that the U.S. is allowing or accepting Iran to enrich inside Iran. The idea or the proposal that has been floating is that the enrichment would take place under the auspices of a consortium and most likely outside Iran, which Iran consider as a non-starter. Its right of enrichment, it considered this should not be subject to negotiation. However, I mean, one positive thing, the negotiations are still going on, maybe because both parties needs a deal. Neither one wants the negotiations to fail. Iran badly needs the lifting of sanctions, in addition to the fact that its military capability have been seriously degraded after the Gaza war, namely its proxies in the region have been either decapitated or diminished. So its negotiation position has been degraded. While the U.S., its priority is to settle this issue, it has other priorities, whether containing China, the rising of China, or dealing with the crisis in Ukraine, in addition to the economic situation inside America and the war in tariffs that the administration Trump is dealing with. So both parties are needs these deals, but a lot of uncertainties are still hovering. I mean, and mainly what will be the behavior of or the strategy of Israel if Israel sees that a deal is closed, but it deals with does not meet Israel requirement that from day one they are talking about something similar to the Libya scenario, meaning that all Iran nuclear capabilities should be dismantled. And once more, this is a non-starter for the Iranian.
Now, moving on to another story, a video posted by Meghan Markle showing her dancing with Prince Harry whilst heavily pregnant in a hospital room has gone viral. She posted it to celebrate their daughter, Princess Lilibeth's 4th birthday. The video has sparked mixed reactions online. Let's just take a quick look at it.
Baby mama, this shot song been pregnant for way too long. I tell the DJ turn it off.
If she a baby mama,
go ahead.
She gon' do that baby mama.
Work.
She gon' put it on you. She gon' do that baby mama. Drop it down,
drop it down, down low. Drop it down, drop it down, down low. Drop it down, drop it down, down low. Do the baby mama when I step out on the floor. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Oh, hit the baby mama when I'm stepping through the door.
I mean, Tala, I don't know why. It's kind of, it's a bit crazy, and I don't know, what do you make of it?
Firstly, the video's too long.
It's too long?
Yes, I think it was very difficult to watch this labor-inducing dance, let's just call it. But look, I mean, on a more serious note, they're a couple, they're just normal human beings. They had a very fun private moment, although it was obviously what looked like a difficult labor. I just think it was kind of sweet.
I agree. It was kind of like a real personal moment between a couple having... I think Lilibet is I don't know if she's the first or second child, I probably should know that. But anyway, moving on. Shane, you know, I don't know, but are we at a time where everything that Harry and Meghan do or make or post online is just so heavily criticised?
Yes, I would say we probably are. And a lot of that is to do with because they sued some major media organisations. Yeah. So. And they're not going to like them, and they're going to be out to get a scalp. for them both. But I would disagree in that they're not a normal couple. They're HRH. You know, we've seen them use that. They're a Duke and Duchess, so they're not a normal couple by any stretch of the imagination. But I think it's unfair to sort of criticise. I thought it was a fun video. I'd only seen a small clip that I didn't realise it was that extensive, as they say. But I think this is not just an accidental little thing that slipped off her phone onto the Tinterweb or whatever you want to. This is like a strategic move. Everything these kind of people at this level of celebrity is done strategic. And if you look at, you know, only days ago it was announced that they've hired a brand new communications and PR team who have experience at sort of like Hulu and Netflix and are entertainment focused. They're, as opposed to the royals generally would have, you know, private secretaries who've sort of dealt with monarchies. So I think the strategy is probably because I think the cookery show that I saw a clip of that Meghan did, it kind of was seen as a little bit sort of preachy, and it didn't have the effect, it didn't have the Martha Stewart effect that she was probably hoping for. So I think they want to represent them as more of a fun couple. You know, they're exciting, they're quite young, they're quite cool. You know, they're doing this sort of fun dancing. So I think this is a very strategic move on their behalf to try and inject some sort of fun into the narrative around them.
That's interesting. You say that they've got like a new press team or comms team. Because I must admit, when I first watched this, Tal, I don't know if you're going to agree with me, but I was like, wow, fighting for privacy, taking newspapers to court, and then your private life, one of the most intimate moments on your private life is now being viewed by the world. I mean, you can't have both of it, can you? You can't have the HRH royal title and you can't have privacy and you can't be a celebrity. It's just all too much, and I think that's what a lot of people are saying.
Definitely, I do agree. I think I was actually thinking about this while Shane was speaking. They, for so long, have said, we want privacy, the press is after us, and then, of course, the court cases. And now they're sharing what looks like an extremely, very, very, very private moment online, but that could be due to their new comms team. So pretty interesting stuff.
But I think it's something that they need to do at the moment, because I looked up a couple. I asked the interweb how popular are they, and it's very interesting that in Britain they're very unpopular, extremely, like down around the 20% mark. You know, the only person who's more unpopular is Prince Andrew, which is a whole other show. And then, but if you look in America, it's quite a different story.
Really?
Harry is actually quite popular. He's more popular than Catherine, which I thought was very surprising. And this was only done like weeks ago. And Meghan is still sort of quite unpopular, but she's not as unpopular as she is in the UK. So I think they're probably targeting this at the US market and to position them as sort of a hybrid of royalty / celebrity.
Which I think is so interesting, because we do know that Meghan and Harry have really slipped down in the ratings of royal family likes over in the UK. So at least Harry's still not lost all the love. And I must say, Shane always brings us some stats, which we love. You know, we can't ever get away from the polls. No, but the stats man. But again, I just feel a little bit like, you know, image is so important. And once your brand is damaged, Tala, is there any coming back from it? I don't know what you both think about that. But did you watch the cookery show with Love Meghan?
Unfortunately, I didn't. I did not.
Fortunately, I did. Yeah.
Oh, you did?
Did you watch it?
I did. Yeah. I watched the first probably 10 minutes of the first episode.
Can I ask you, where's our jam? Where's our edible flowers?
Well, I didn't get it, so I can't. You don't get it just by watching the show, and I didn't order it online.
Oh, you didn't.
So, you know, and I hear it's not going to be stocked up. So unfortunately, we'll just have to wait and see. But I think it's generally they want to be seen as fun, because they've had so much negativity. Like the interview that Harry did after, I think it was on the BBC after the court case, was very, very negative. So I think they need to turn it around. And like I said, like he's still well liked in America. So I think it's appealing. This is for the American market. It's not to appease the Brits that already really, really don't like them still.
Trying to be more relatable, I guess.
And quick thought, Tala, on the conspiracy theories.
Yes, I was about to bring that up. Are you referring to the fake baby bump?
Was she ever really pregnant, is the question a lot of people are asking on the internet.
Look, the conspiracy theory images that emerged are very convincing. But I still do think she was pregnant. I don't know why. I think it's an intuition.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I don't think you could fake that.
No, and I think that, you know, like we said, that this is what online breeds, doesn't it? And especially if you are becoming really polarized people, you know, leaving the royal family, moving into the celebrity world, doing interviews with Oprah Winfrey, doing with the BBC, you're going to put yourself out there for criticism. But I quite like the dad and mum dancing. I thought, why not? It's quite sweet.
Maybe she'll be on Dancing with the Stars next.
Oh, yes, she could be on Dancing with the Stars next. You heard it here first.
Yeah, let's start spreading that rumour here.
Yeah, we will. And finally, we've reached that point in the show where Shane and Tala, you've come up with a couple of quirky stories of the day. Shane, let's start with yours. The iconic Greggs sausage roll has made it to a famous museum in London. What more do we know about this?
Right, so the famous museum is Madame Tussauds, which I think is known globally. There's sites all over the world. I don't know if Greggs is known globally. It's very popular in the UK. When I was there recently in Scotland, it was the only store on the high street that had queues all the way out the door. So I think it's extremely popular. So it's interesting that Madame Tussauds, and you know, there's even a branch in Dubai, and there's all over the world, as I said. They're moving into this sort of area. I think it's probably like a marketing gimmick. Look, we're talking about it right now, so it's worked. So they've put a sausage roll, a wax version of it. And it's interesting to see if they're going to continue to do this in all of the museums. You know, is the German one going to have... I can't think of a German piece of food right now.
Schnitzel.
There you go. There you go. You know, I would personally like to see a nice cup of tea in the corner and a full English breakfast.
Shane, you could be more creative than that.
Well, what would you want then?
I don't know. If you're from Ireland.
Well, yeah, there's debate over...
A four-leaf clover.
It's three-leaf.
Three-leaf clover. Yeah. OK, maybe I should just leave this conversation where it is. But it's quite...
Well, yeah, I see your point. And, like, even though the comical element to it was that they were also asked about which people are going to go in the museum, and Keir Starmer is not making the cut. So, you know, Greggs, with all its popularity, is getting in there, but the Prime Minister of the actual country is not getting in because they said they only put people in that will be popular and relevant to the public for the next 5 to 10 years. And it's quite an indicting thing that they've said Keir Starmer might not be popular for 5 to 10 years.
Well, I must tell you something, Tala. You lived in the UK, I lived in the UK too, and now the Greggs sausage roll is an icon. All I just want to say is the one thing I miss on the Saturday morning is going to the gym and walking into Greggs and getting a vegan sausage roll. It's life-changing, Greggs, isn't it, for a lot of people?
It really is. I actually lived in the northeast of England. I lived in Newcastle. And there were so many Greggses, I'm not sure if I'm saying that correctly, but so many of them just in the city centre. There was one street that had two Greggs opposite each other. And it was a one-way street or two lane or something. But yeah, they ended up closing one of them down. It was so popular there. But I think if I could
put something in the museum
that's extremely British, I would say Marmite.
Oh.
People have very strong feelings about Marmite, so maybe...
I love
That's a good idea, I think.
I know you shouldn't really use AI, but I did ask ChatGPT what would you put in the museum just to see what they would say for a bit of a giggle. And they suggest, which I think is a great idea, because there's nothing more British than a queue, so all the waxworks should be put in a queue.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
Right, I like that.
That's quite a good idea. I learned how to queue when I moved to England, because before that, it did not impress me on any level. And Tala, we're going to go to yours quickly, because yours is actually a story that I love, because it's about my favourite animals, and that's elephants. And an elephant raided a grocery store, but I hope not for the sausage rolls.
No, for some sandwiches and sweet rice crackers and some dried bananas, apparently.
And this was in Thailand, right? So they went into the supermarket in Thailand. I love this story because also in Thailand, they're really trying to protect the elephants now. It's become something that's quite topical and top of the agenda in the country. So wild elephant on the loose in a supermarket. And I like the fact that he had 9 bags of sweets. Can you imagine the energy after 9 bags of sweets?
Must have been hungry.
Yeah.
Can you imagine a hyperactive elephant running around?
No, I can't. I mean, maybe I like the fact he also had some dried bananas, so one of the 5 a day, at least, in the supermarket.
I think it's quite sad, though, that the reason he was probably in there is because their habitat has been diminished, and due to poaching and climate change, it's probably climate change,
Yeah, no, that's a really
and
good
people
point.
as well, probably.
Yeah, so... no, actually, that is very true.
It is,
so it's not all fun and games. Oh, we hope the elephant is okay. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Thanks to today's guest, Shane McGinley, news editor at Arabian Gulf Business Insight, and Tala Michelle Issa, chief reporter at Arabian Business. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and follow us on X. GNT is coming up next with Tom Burges Watson. Goodbye and thank you for joining us.
On Friday, I'm going to be speaking to Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. I want to hear from her what's being done to address the dire humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza and what she sees as the way out from the tragic human suffering there. I also want to ask her why the UN has so far only offered criticism of the US-Israeli aid distribution effort, and whether instead the UN could be persuaded to join forces with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's on Friday with me, Tom Burges Watson, right here on Al Arabiya English.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Al Arabiya News, where the world talks.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson, and in this special edition of GNT, we're going to be looking back at the best and most interesting news and stories we've been covering on this programme. The week began with a firm focus on the Ukraine peace talks in Istanbul, which were conducted on the heels of a huge, audacious drone strike carried out by Ukraine on Russian airfields as far away as Siberia. This in an operation that was codenamed Spider's Web. Well, we spoke to Yuri Sak, who's an advisor to Ukraine's Ministry of Strategic Industries, and I started off by asking him for his reaction to that drone attack. Mr. Sak, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's start by talking to you about Operation Spider's Web. I mean, a highly sophisticated operation. Drones hidden under the roofs on trucks. The roof was remotely opened and then the drones were released. What's your understanding of how this was carried out?
Good afternoon, Tom. So this was a unique operation that was supervised personally by our president. And of course, there was very limited number of people who were privy to the information because this operation was being prepared for a year and a half. It was carried out 1,000 miles away from Ukraine, and it involved smuggling of certain FPV drones into the Russian territory. And these trucks, they were then assembled inside Russia. One of the locations was 4,500 kilometers away from Ukrainian border. So this was a very complex operation, and this is why it was kept under very strict confidence.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing operation in that there were no casualties that we're aware of, and yet 41 aircraft were hit, doing enormous damage to the Russian Air Force, billions of dollars worth of damage, and as you say, the longest range assault of the war. So what do you think the significance of this attack is and will be?
Well, it's a hugely significant attack because it demonstrates to our allies, again, that Ukraine is capable of sudden, very well prepared and immaculately executed operations in the new type of modern warfare. So that's point number one. Point number two, it, of course, demonstrates to the world that Russia is a paper tiger, which is what we've been saying all along, because if we were able to take out their strategic bombers, the ones that constitute the so-called part of their nuclear triad. If we were able to take out their strategic bombers with drones with $500, $600, I mean, that again exposes Russia's weaknesses. And overall, in the global dynamics of how this war is now viewed, even by our partners, of course, it demonstrates that Ukraine has those cards that have been discussed so often recently.
Yeah, and these are the bombers, the Tu-22M bombers at that airbase in Belaya in Siberia that are being used to strike inside Ukraine. And I'm just wondering whether that in turn has triggered a reaction in Ukraine. I mean, is there a sense of justice or revenge in all of this?
Well, the first reaction that we always have in Ukraine when our armed forces or special forces succeed, and in particular on this occasion, is a sense of relief, because we all know here in Ukraine that those aircraft, they were used on a daily basis to launch cruise missiles on our country, which would, these missiles would land on peaceful cities and kill people. So the first is sense of relief. For us, it's about survival. It's not about so much revenge or vengeance, right? But at the same time, of course, we are collectively very proud of our special forces, because what has happened, this spiderweb operation, it will go down in the textbooks for all special forces around the world. And it's unique. It's not been done before, and I think it's surpassed the expectations of even the skeptics.
And given what we were saying about this being the longest range assault of the war so far carried out by Ukraine, striking the Belaya Air Force base in Siberia, do you think that's got some sort of a psychological dimension to it in terms of the impact seen from the Russian side?
Well, we have seen already panic and hysteria in Russian social media, in Russian propaganda TV channels. They have been all taken aback by what has happened. They are at a loss as to who to criticize, who is to blame. One Russian propaganda TV channel was calling today to execute the young soldiers who failed to detect those trucks. There are as we're seeing, there are lines of trucks because every truck now in Russia is being, or they have to check it. And of course, it spreads the sense of paranoia that, if those 4 trucks were able to do yesterday what they did, then similar trucks could be, all over Russia. And, Russians are beginning to feel this war, which they brought upon us. They're beginning to feel it at home. And of course, it's only just and fair.
But in terms of how Russia responds, which is what I want to get on to talking about with you now, I mean, we did have overnight, there are reports of 472 Russian drone strikes and 7 missile strikes or attacks overnight on Ukraine. That's a record, I believe, since the Russian invasion of Ukraine began. Do you think we are now entering a sort of fairly inevitable escalatory phase of the war?
It's very difficult to say, but of course, Ukrainian authorities are warning Ukrainian citizens that they have to be now extra careful and vigilant when the air raid sirens ring out, because Russia is a deranged terrorist state. They've been launching these massive missile and drone attacks even before yesterday's spiderweb operation. So, and of course, they will probably be now looking for a way to kind of present to their own people some form of response. And considering that, I will repeat, this is a deranged terrorist state, the Ukrainian people are warned that if you hear an air raid siren, make sure you're in a bomb shelter, take your kids to the bomb shelter, and just seek cover and safety.
I mean, in terms of where we go to from here, do you think we could be entering, a new phase in the war? Do you think we might be entering a more unpredictable phase in this war?
Well, look, we are building up our own Ukrainian defense industry base. We are producing, by the thousands, we are producing deep strike drones. All the targets, and you rightly mentioned that no civilians, for example, were hit yesterday. So the targets that we have are always military, which is unlike the Russians who strike our civilian objects. And, we hope that our successes, like the one yesterday, coupled with diplomatic efforts of Ukraine and our partners, will result in Russia realizing finally that this is an unwinnable war for them, and they have to sit down at that negotiating table and start talking, meaningfully about the reaching peace and ceasefire and ending this war. But for now, everybody's in Ukraine, at least, very skeptical, because Russians are not showing any signs that they want peace.
Yeah, you mentioned those talks, and I'd like to talk about them in a bit more detail in just a moment. But just with regards to the operation that was carried out on Sunday, what sort of a message do you think that operation sends out, coming as it did on the eve of the discussions in Istanbul?
Well, we've seen that, the members of the Russian delegation who entered today the negotiating room, they were not so arrogant and bolshy as they were the last time. So, of course, we came to this negotiating table with a strong negotiating hand, and it was actually palpable in the air, because that's how negotiations work. You have to have a strong position.
Yeah, it looks like something has come out of those talks. Sort of fairly scant details for now, but it would appear a further an elaboration of the POW exchange. What else do you think is achievable at those talks in Istanbul?
Well, at this stage, I don't think, that should be regarded as a very good outcome, because all the other issues, like Russians are refusing to agree to a ceasefire. They are refusing to engage meaningfully in the discussion, even of the ceasefire. So, we are very transparent and honest. Our position has been aligned with the position of the European partners, with the United States of America. And, our position is very clear. Let's start the ceasefire unconditionally on land, on sea, in the air, and then we can start talking peace. Russians, it's falling on deaf ears when it comes to Russians. So we'll have to just keep, increasing the pressure, both on the battlefield inside Russia and on the international economic arena, more sanctions, making it more difficult for Russia to sell their oil, their gas, their energy resources, so that they cannot replenish their war machinery.
And you mentioned the United States. President Trump has said that the US could withdraw from its role as mediator if no progress is made. I mean, were the United States to sort of walk away from the negotiations process and leave you and the Russians to it, who would fare worse, do you think, in that scenario?
Well, look, we don't want to speculate, of course, and we believe that everything that Donald Trump is saying is part of his out of the deal. So, but I think, and we hope that deep inside he understands very well that supporting Ukraine and making sure that this war ends with a just peace is in the interests of the United States of America, because it's not a faraway war in a remote country that has no consequence for the global order. It's the epicenter of the future world order. So what happens in Ukraine will reverberate across the globe. And that's not something that it just happens so. We're in the epicenter of the tectonic transformation of the world global order. And we hope that the US will, for this reason, continue to be our partner, our strategic partner. They will continue supporting us. And, if they have to, if they have to pronounce certain things as part of the out of the deal to move the process forward, then so be it. We are adults, so we can live with that.
Okay. Are you seeing anything new in terms of the approach to bringing about an end to this war that perhaps gives you a little optimism you might not have had a couple of months ago?
Well, yes, we're seeing that Donald Trump actually personally is beginning to be more frustrated with what's happening, because he's probably beginning to realize what we knew all along. Russians cannot be trusted. Russians have no interest in peace. Russians want to destroy Ukraine, to entirely, make Ukraine disappear from the map. So we know this, and we were honestly telling this to our American partners and to Donald Trump and his team. But of course, they were harboring this hope that Russians could be talked some sense into them. I think they're beginning to see, the reality as it is, and that reality is pretty grim, and that's why Donald Trump begins to be frustrated. We hope that frustration translates into action, more support for Ukraine, more sanctions on Russia, more pressure, because that will be in line with what he himself said: peace through force. I mean, that's his formula, and I think about time it's implemented.
And just lastly, I mean, we are being told that Russia has captured another village in the northern Ukrainian province of Sumy, the region of Sumy, I should say. What's your understanding of the overall situation on the battlefield right now?
They're making some incremental advances, paying a staggering price for them in terms of manpower and equipment. But again, they're capturing one obscure village in Ukraine. We have just destroyed 1/3 of their nuclear triad, the aerial component. So it's an asymmetric warfare. It's a smart war that we are fighting. So we fall back where necessary to other defense positions. And actually, we've had some calculations. At this rate, if Russians were to conquer Ukraine, if at this rate, it will take them more than 100 years, actually, because I will repeat, these gains, in territorial gains, they're real, but they're very, very small. And, but we're seeing again in the intensification of their activities on the front lines, and it's probably going to get worse in the coming months.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for sharing that with us.
Thank you, Tom.
Yuri Sak, advisor to Ukraine's Ministry of Strategic Industries. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, in that same context, we also spoke to the former British Defence Secretary, Sir Michael Fallon. Well, that conversation followed on from comments made by the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, comments saying that he wanted his country to be battle-ready for any possible future conflict. Well, we began that conversation with Sir Michael with his reaction to the drone attack that was carried out by the Ukrainians on Russia's airfields. I just want to start, before I start talking to you about what the British Prime Minister has announced by way of this defence review, I'd like to ask for your reaction to that Ukrainian military Operation Spider's Web, the most damaging Ukrainian drone attack of the war so far. What were your thoughts when you heard about it?
It looks a stunning achievement by Ukraine, and extremely useful. It'll save lives if it stops these long-range bombers attacking and destroying civilian apartments and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine. Then the daring of the Ukrainian forces will really have paid off. And I hope Russia, takes the right lesson from this, stops the strikes on Ukraine, and gets down to some serious peace talks.
Yeah, there were no casualties from Operation Spider's Web that we know of, and yet 41 planes were hit, billions of dollars of damage done to the Russian Air Force. Do you think there's a psychological dimension to this as well? And do you think there will be some sort of an impact on the Russian population and perhaps on morale as a result?
Well, certainly, I think the Russian population will be wondering how these explosions these bombs got through to these airfields, which are really quite remote from the front line in Ukraine. So certainly, they will feel less safe as a result. But I hope they will also understand that, these planes that have been destroyed were destroying civilian lives and civilian infrastructure in Ukraine.
Let's turn our attention to what's been happening in the United Kingdom, because we've heard Sir Keir Starmer, the British Prime Minister, talking about how Britain must be battle-ready. Let me start by asking you about that. I mean, what does he mean when he says Britain must be battle-ready?
Well, the Defence Review that's been published today recognises quite rightly that the main threat to the United Kingdom is now Russia. It's very clear about that. Through Russia, what Russia has done in invading Crimea and Ukraine, and before that Georgia, the attacks on our businesses, our hospitals through cyber, the menacing of our underwater cables, the incursions into near our airspace. There's no doubt now that Russia poses a threat to us here in the United Kingdom, as well as to the whole eastern frontier of NATO. And what the Prime Minister wants to do now is to wake people up to that. That means accelerating the modernisation of our defences, and it means investing in some of the long-term military equipment that we need. You've seen the announcement now about investing in new submarines, investing in more missiles.
Do you think the desire of the British Prime Minister as well is that the United States will pay attention to what the UK, a close and traditional ally of America, is doing here, especially when you single out Russia as being the biggest threat that the UK currently faces right now?
Well, certainly, what Trump is doing in America is forcing all the European members of NATO to rethink and increase the level of their defence spending. And there's a danger here for the Prime Minister, because he hasn't yet put a date on us getting to 3% of our gross domestic product, whereas some of the Baltic states, Poland, other countries have actually gone beyond that. And America itself, of course, spends well above 3%. So there's a slight danger that when Trump gets here to the NATO summit at the end of this month, Britain actually is slightly lagging the others. But the other job I think Britain has got to do, poised between Europe and the United States, is to try and convince the United States that actually all these conflicts, whether it's Indo-Pacific, the Middle East, or what Russia is doing in Ukraine, they're all linked together. And that Russia, Iran, North Korea, and China are now joining up to undermine the West and to disrupt the democracies. And really, the more we can be doing here to help Ukraine win their struggle, helps the Americans, takes the load off them and helps them face up to the military growth in China.
Yeah, I'd like to pick up on that point you made about defence spend as a percentage of GDP. And as we've been saying, the British Prime Minister says the UK is committed to spending 2.5% of GDP on defence by 2027, with the ambition, he says, of hitting 3% by 2034. I mean, that's a pretty long way off. And just to pick up on something that someone I'm sure you know has been saying, Lord Dannatt on Times Radio quoted as saying, that's a bit like saying in 1938 to Adolf Hitler, please don't attack us until 1946, because we're not quite ready there. I mean, do you agree with Lord Dannatt that the British government really needs to take this up a couple of gears?
Yes, I do. And, I'm very pleased they've adopted 2.5%. That was important. But it's too far away, I think, to get to 3%, particularly when other allies in Europe are spending more. And, we need to set a firmer target. And, our industry needs that as well. They need to be able to plan ahead, start investing in the new equipment that our armed forces need, and they need to start doing that now. So it's, some of these programs are very long-term programs, and we need to make a start. And saying we've got the ambition really, isn't good enough. As Richard Dannett said, ambition doesn't deter anybody. What does deter Russia in the end is standing up to them.
OK, so we're saying this ambition is not quite ambitious enough. You mentioned spend. There's another dimension to this, which is, of course, people. I mean, does there need to be a significant increase in recruitment in the ranks of the British military? Have they got enough manpower?
No, they haven't at the moment. Most of the army is under-recruited, and there's a serious recruitment crisis in the Royal Navy. People aren't coming forward to serve, and we need to address that. It means looking at the terms, the pay, the conditions. There's some more money going into military housing, which I welcome. But we've also, I think, got to work to bridge this gap between our civic society that has been very well protected and comfortable, if you like, since the end of the Second World War, and our military. Now, our military have gone off to Afghanistan, they've gone to Iraq, they've gone off to fight wars inside these big coalitions. But that's got detached, I think, from us back at home. And we've got to re-establish that link and educate, I think, people all over again, especially young people, that the military really is part of us. And all of us have an obligation, to be part of the resilience that we now want to see.
Yeah, and just in terms of the language that was used by Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, he talks about war readiness. I mean, that's quite a departure from talking about deterrence, isn't it? And one of the things that was said during the course of the weekend, Germany's top defence official, General Carsten Breuer, warns of a possible Russian attack on a NATO state within the next 4 years. I mean, do you share that assessment that such an attack could be as close in time as that?
Yes, I do. And if you go to the frontline states, if you go to Romania, where I was last week, if you go to the Baltic states or Poland and you get off the plane, people say to you, welcome to the front line, because they see Russian troops massing on their border. They have Russian aircraft buzzing their aerospace overhead. And we've had direct attacks here in Britain. We had an attack in a cathedral city in Salisbury. But more than that, recently, we've had attacks on our businesses. We've had attacks on our health service, cyber attacks. Now, there's no doubt at all now that, Russia is an adversary. And we have to shake ourselves, I think, out of some complacency and remind everybody that this is a very direct threat, not just to Ukraine that's suffering, not just to Moldova or the Baltic states, but a very direct threat to us here in Western Europe and to the United Kingdom.
Do you think, what are we, 10 years almost on from Brexit, do you think a common threat and a common fear of conflicts on the European continent with Russia behind it, as you say, do you think that somehow brought Britain closer to its European neighbours across the Channel?
Yes, I do. And so it should. This is our continent, and you can't keep relying, for example, on the Americans to come and defend us. The Second World War ended 80 years ago, and we still depend on thousands of American troops. We have to step up. And there are half a dozen members of NATO who nowhere near spending the 2% at the moment, all on the western side of Europe. So Britain needs to be part of that. We should be one of the leading militaries in Europe, and we should be playing our part. And, we have that particular alliance with the United States. We have a global role as well, protecting our sea routes. We have a carrier heading for the Indo-Pacific at the moment. So it really falls on us to step up. And I think we've got to put some of the Brexit battles and the Brexit language behind us. This is our continent. And as we've had to do before, we have to step up and help defend it.
But do you not worry, Sir Michael, that you know, all of this expenditure on military hardware, on defence, risks somehow militarising, triggering a cycle of militarisation across Europe. And does that bring with it associated risks?
No, the European countries were spending much more on defence. You know, as we came to the end of the Cold War, we were spending more than we're spending today at the very start of this century. No, I think we've got ourselves into a state of some complacency that the threat isn't really here and that we don't need to get involved in this stuff. And Richard Dannett is right. You know, we have shrunk our armed forces successively under different governments to the point where we do need to rebuild. Now, we started that a few years ago, but we certainly need to rebuild more, Army, Navy and Air Force. And we need to take the public along with us. We need to explain why we're doing this, that this, what is happening in Ukraine is part, is part of what we are there to deal with, which is to defend the freedoms and democracy that we have here and to help other democracies that are under threat.
Yeah, you mentioned public opinion. There's also the public purse. There will be people asking, can the United Kingdom afford to spend so very much more on its defence? What would be your answer to that?
Well, defence just has to come first. I'm quite sure Ukraine signed up to net zero. I'm sure they'd love to be spending money on getting towards net zero. They can't do any of that stuff when they've been invaded and they're fighting Russia. So these other things, dealing with child poverty, overseas aid, getting to net zero, these are all desirable things. But the very first thing you've got to do is to defend your country and make sure you're not threatened in the way that Ukraine has been threatened.
And just lastly, we're going to wrap it up right after this question, but I just want to ask you lastly where you see things heading to from here. There have been talks taking place in Istanbul. It appears some new POW exchange has come out of that, and there'll be another round, we're being told, in June. Are you seeing any signs that perhaps there could be a way out of this that's not a military way out of this? Are you hopeful that those talks in Istanbul could yield some results?
Well, reasonably hopeful. I always thought this, couldn't be done in a day or a week or whatever President Trump said. It took a long time to end the Korean War or the Vietnam War. These things do take a long time to put together again. And obviously the first step ought to be some kind of ceasefire. But, at the moment, the President of America wants to see some sort of agreement. And I should think in the end, the Russians do want some sort of agreement. They're not winning this war. They're not losing it. They're not being pushed out of Ukraine, but they're not getting very much further. And Ukraine has demonstrated and demonstrated again at the weekend that it's absolutely determined to resist to the end. And, until there is a ceasefire, while civilians keep being killed in Ukraine, the West ought to keep stepping up and keep giving Ukraine the equipment it needs to help protect its citizens.
OK, well, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Always a pleasure speaking to you. Sir Michael Fallon, former UK Defence Secretary, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tom.
On Tuesday, we focused on Gaza. This after 27 Palestinians were killed close to a US-backed aid distribution centre. Well, Professor Kamal Hawash is a Palestinian academic and activist. We also spoke to Aaron David Miller, who's a former White House US Middle East peace negotiator. They both joined us to give their reaction. I started by asking Professor Hawash who bears responsibility and just what happened.
Well, first of all, this is supposedly Israel's way of replacing the distribution of aid through UNRWA and other organizations that has gone on for years because it accuses Hamas of stealing some of the aid. Instead of that, it has colluded with America, and I say that because they're not working for the Palestinian people, to have some distribution points in the southernmost point of Gaza, i.e. nearly at the border with Egypt, that there would be something like 4 distribution points instead of the 400 that were there over the whole of the strip in the past. So squeezing people in who are hungry people have no choice but to go and get their aid from wherever it's available, whether it was dropped from planes, and as you know, some were crushed by the packages that came down, or they were promised that there would be a sort of a seaport to drop out in. They'd go wherever the food is. So they went in huge numbers because there are 2.3 million Palestinians. They tried to get their aid. Now, I haven't seen pictures that show this, but the claim from organizations on the ground is that on each of the days, a number of Palestinians were killed, sort of averaging about 20 or 30 a day, who had just gone to get some food. And the accusation is that the group that targeted them was the IDF, the Israeli Defense Force. So that's my understanding of what happened. People who went to get food for their families as well. There were fathers who didn't come back, who went to get some food, and they were killed by the Israelis where they were supposedly meant to be safe and just receiving aid.
Israel has disputed your version of events, not specifically about today, but the Israeli Deputy Foreign Minister Sharon Haskell says that she's seen a drone footage filmed in Khan Yunis on Sunday, which she says shows armed, masked men firing at civilians attempting to collect aid. What do you make of that? Could that be true?
First of all, it wasn't my version, if I may. It was the version of people on the ground who said, aid organizations and so on, that this happened. Secondly, this lady is a habitual liar. I've seen her on a number of occasions dispute everything and blame everything on the Palestinians or Hamas. Secondly, I haven't seen this footage that she keeps talking about. It's a bit like the footage which they claimed showed 40 beheaded babies on the 7th of October, which turned out to be a complete lie. I do not believe anything that Israel says, and I say to them, why won't you allow independent journalists to enter Gaza and to report from there? And the reason, of course, is they don't want anyone to see the atrocities. If it wasn't for the bravery of the TV reporters and journalists, the Palestinian ones in Gaza, we wouldn't have known anything about what goes on the ground, because Israel hasn't allowed independent journalists in. The only journalists who go in are accompanied and directed by the Israeli Defense Force. And it is interesting that they haven't taken anyone to this new distribution point. Clearly, they're worried that they might record things that they don't want them to record. So everything that comes out of Israel is a total lie, and I do not exaggerate.
What's your thinking about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation? I mean, clearly they don't have much experience on the ground in the same way that, for example, UNRWA does. What do you make of their intentions?
Well, first of all, it's Israel and America's intention to control everything. They claim, as I said, that they want to stop aid going to Hamas. Even the group that you mentioned that supposedly they claim fired on Palestinians, those gangs are protected by the Israeli army. And in talking to my friends in Gaza and in Ramallah over the last few days, absolutely, they completely confirm that these gangs are protected and have been organized by Israel. In fact, only a couple of days ago, there was a statement from a family in Gaza which disowned their own son, and I'm really sorry I can't remember the name, but for leading one of these criminal gangs, and they are criminal gangs. So it's all part of wanting to change facts on the ground through these plans. This company, as you say, has no experience, has been put together by the Israelis and the Americans. It isn't up to the task, bearing in mind that there are 2.3 million Palestinians in Gaza that need food. And the fact that they have to come almost every day to pick up food is absolutely dehumanizing and unacceptable. And the side that is causing this to happen is Israel, which claims that it hasn't killed children or women, hasn't, its policies haven't resulted in starvation. They all have. Every single humanitarian organization I hear speaking from Gaza or from Cairo, if they can't get in, or their spokesman, they all talk about Israel deliberately is deliberately using starvation as a weapon to control the Palestinians, because the ultimate aim is that, if we put ourselves in their position, if I have to run every day just to get a bit of food, what the heck is this life? I might as well leave. That's what they want them to think. But the Palestinians are so attached to their lands, unlike the settlers, which left their homes very quickly, rather than stick to the land that they claimed belongs to them.
Right. In fact, humanitarian organizations we've spoken to, including UNRWA, say that, the 21 or so truckloads of food coming in every day at the moment, it's about a 30th of what's actually needed. So it's an interesting fact. And as an aside to
Absolutely. It's a tiny amount. Plus this, even on the question of Hamas stealing the food, let's think of it this way. They claim Hamas is 30,000 to 50,000 strong. Israel claims it has killed 30,000. So let's assume, for the sake of argument, that there are 10 to 20,000 who are still alive. Now, how much food do they need is the question. Now, if you look at the number that supposedly should be fed, it's 2.3 million. So, in fact, they are starving 2.3 million in order to supposedly stop aid getting to the 20,000, when in fact, I haven't heard a single doctor or independent humanitarian person say that they've seen a single Hamas person or Islamic Jihad or whoever. This is why what Israel is doing is complete terrorism and is leading to a genocide. It is because it is using violence against the Palestinian people to achieve political aims. Anyone who will look at this in the dictionary will find that that's the absolute definition of terrorism.
Yeah, we're going to be speaking about definitions with one of our next guests in just a while. But just going back to the facts on the ground there are also these reports of people being fired at from helicopters, fired at by tanks. Do those sound credible to you?
I mean, since the beginning, this has been an Israeli war or attack on the Palestinian people, not simply on the ones they claim are Hamas members. And that just reconfirms it. Where we see pictures, I saw a video only the other day of what seems to be a quadcopter killing an elderly man who was just walking in almost, an empty piece of land, splattering his body into pieces. Israel is committing crime after crime, all sorts, whether it's ethnic cleansing, whether it's crimes against humanity, whether it's, any type of crime, including genocide. And don't listen to me on this, or your next guest who may be from Israel. Listen to Ehud Olmert and Ehud Barak speaking recently, only the last couple of days. Ehud Olmert says they are committing war crimes. And when he was asked whether Netanyahu should stand in front of The Hague, he said yes. So it is an Israeli former prime minister who is saying this, not Kamel Hawash sitting in Birmingham.
Sure. We will be speaking to a scholar of international criminal law and genocide in just a moment. So definitely we will address those definitions that you also have raised there. I want to ask you some more political questions now about where we head to from here, because one thing that struck me is that during the course of the weekend, Israel refused to allow a delegation of Arab ministers to visit the West Bank. I don't know if you saw that, but what do you think the motivation is for not allowing, which I should add, included ministers from Saudi Arabia and other countries across the GCC? What's the Israeli motivation in not letting them into the West Bank, do you think?
In fact, I was a bit surprised at the delegation going, but only from the perspective that the Palestinians sometimes call non-Palestinians going home, and whether they have a foreign passport or not, that they consider what they do is a bit of normalization. So the fact that Israel wants a normalization with Saudi Arabia, that this delegation is led by the Saudi foreign minister, they should have let them in, and then they should have begun to see how they can extract themselves from Gaza and head towards real peace. In other words, this delegation was going in to support the Palestinian people by meeting their president and to ensure that they learn as much as they can about the situation. However, we know, we've heard it from almost every minister I've heard speak, that they are against the Palestinian state. In other words, they do not want the Palestinians to achieve any of their rights, and that is because they want to push them out and achieve a truly ethnically clean, if you like, Jewish state, i.e. Israel. Not only that, but to expand it by occupying parts of Syria and parts of Lebanon and so on. So it's very difficult to see how the two can meet unless there's a change of not just the narrative, but the real desire in Israel to achieve peace. After more than 70 years, Israel has not achieved peace. In other words, it's still, I wrote once in an article that its body is in Palestine, but its heart is in Europe. It hasn't quite made it to be accepted because it is such a criminal occupying state. Even before the 7th of October, it had killed 200 Palestinians in the West Bank. But since the 7th of October, it has absolutely attacked the Palestinians in the West Bank, where there is no Hamas, or it isn't in control. So I think the summary of this is Israel is intent on ethnically cleansing the Palestinians, thinking that that will make it more acceptable maybe to other states. But wherever the Palestinians go, they will always, like me, I have lived outside Palestine the whole of my life. I will never forget my roots, and I will never forget my people. And I try and do what I can every day to help the Palestinian people, because they must achieve their rights like any other people.
Yeah, it was quite interesting at the weekend to hear Israel announcing the creation of 22 new settlements in the West Bank. And as they were announced, the Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz vowed to build what he called a Jewish Israeli state in Palestinian territory. I mean, it sounds as though Israel, correct me if I'm wrong, has never been so flagrant in its disregard for the whole idea of a Palestinian state. Is that how it sounds to you?
Well, absolutely. This is, again, a continuation of what's every time something, whatever happens, it uses it to say, I'm going to punish you by building more settlements, to the Palestinian people in particular. But in this case, it is very much, it seems it's fear that there are moves like from France, possibly the UK and other states to join Ireland and Spain and Norway and recognize a Palestinian state. Once that is recognized, even though it will be on paper, it makes it an occupied, illegally occupied United Nations state, so member state. So it wants to continue, and its extremist ministers want to continue along the path of Greater Israel. And the important thing for them next is the West Bank. And then when you hear the American ambassador, Huckabee, talking about addressing the French president and saying, well, basically, if you support a Palestinian state, why don't you have it in France? Imagine these are the countries that supported Israel completely over the last 2 years, and that's what he says to him. And if anyone says to him, Mr. Huckabee, you, the Americans, have plenty of space, why don't you create Israel in America, will be accused of anti-Semitism. Look at the difference in terms of even thinking about that point of view. And that is because there is no accountability whatsoever. Another minister said, look, we kill Palestinians. If we kill 100 more, nobody cares. And that's the mentality that Israel can do whatever it wants, even if it pushed the Palestinians out of Gaza. Who's going to stand in its way, it feels, and therefore can do whatever it likes. And that is why we need to have accountability. But unfortunately, particularly the United States, is not shifting quickly enough or strongly enough to make it feel accountable. And that's really where we are.
Okay, but Professor, let's not forget that, going back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago, that delegation of Arab nations ministers that wanted to visit the West Bank. Again, something that Israel described as provocative. I'm not sure what you read into the word provocative with regards to that visit. But do you think perhaps Israel somehow underestimated the the resolve from a number of Arab countries, and not only Arab countries, other countries around the world, with regards to the plight of the Palestinians?
Well, first of all, the reason it uses words like that about the visit, provocative, is it regards the whole of Palestine as its sovereign land, even though technically it doesn't have sovereignty according to its law on the West Bank. But the reality is that the Arab League offered the Arab Initiative back in the year 2000, which would have recognized and accepted Israel on the 1967 border if it left the Golan Heights, etc., etc. But Israel is intent on expanding, and it has now ministers who are settlers who think that, and as we know, that Smotrich, when he visited France a couple of years ago, stood behind a map of Greater Israel, which included Jordan, parts of Syria, parts of Lebanon, parts of Saudi Arabia, and parts of Egypt. So we shouldn't take lessons from Israel about provocation when it's provoking the whole world. We see the demonstrations supporting the Palestinians. We see the fact that it is losing support even from, for example, MPs in the UK who used to support Israel, who stood in Parliament and said, I can't support this anymore, I condemn what it's doing. And it's because it's resorted, after all the criminality, to starving babies. The pictures we see of babies who don't have food formula even to survive are absolutely horrendous, and they are Israeli-made, not man-made, Israeli-made. That has to stop, because we all want to see an end to this, with the Palestinians realizing their rights as any other people.
Okay, well, we're going to have to end it there because we're out of time, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Professor Kamal Hawash, thank you very much indeed for your time today.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Now, Aaron David Miller is a former US Middle East peace negotiator and joins us now. Thank you very much indeed for joining us once again here on Al Arabiya English. I'd like to start by asking you a little bit about the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, because we've been very much focused on that, given the killings and the deaths that we've seen at these aid distribution points. Why does the United States support the GHF, do you think?
I think, again, and I'm not speaking for the Trump administration. As an analyst, I would suggest a couple things. Number one, any aid into Gaza is better than no aid. And the administration is under some pressure to press the Israelis on the question of humanitarian assistance. Second, look, it's quite clear, even though Donald Trump has broken extraordinary ground. I worked for administrations from Jimmy Carter to Bush 43. No American president, Republican or Democrat, has ever done the sorts of things that Trump has done, opening direct contacts with Hamas, cutting a deal with the Houthis that permits them to, or at least accepts the reality that the Houthis will continue as long as they leave U.S. naval assets alone. They're apparently free to launch ballistic missiles and drones against Israel, and then opening up negotiations with the Iranians over the objections of an Israeli prime minister, removing Syrian sanctions from Syria and the Ahmad Shara government over the objections of an Israeli prime minister. These are extraordinary things that no Republican Democratic president I ever worked for would ever have done. And yet, when it comes to Gaza, the Trump administration has essentially, in my judgment, over the last 5 months now, allowed the Israelis, the current government, Benjamin Netanyahu, to dictate the tactics and the strategy. And I don't think the administration has pressed the Israelis as hard as they might or should have on the issue of humanitarian assistance. So the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation is rationalized as an effort to sort of get around the possibility of criminal gangs looting, Hamas diversion of assistance to be sold and monetized on the Gaza market these days, which is hugely profitable given the scarcity of food. So I think you have the practical reality. They've accepted the Israeli argument that some aid is better than none, and they're starting with limited distribution sites, so-called SDSs, in Gaza. The problem with all of this, I think, is clear. When you had a ceasefire between January and March, until the Israelis unilaterally abrogated it, the international community with reputable, credible NGOs was able to get a good deal of assistance into Gaza, almost 600 trucks a day, which was Gaza's pre-October 7th level. So this is not an efficient mechanism of delivery. You've seen the chaos, the shootings, the kinetic activity. It's hard to even conceive of aid being administered practically and without cost, confusion, and injuries, as long as the Israelis are operating kinetically in Gaza. So on balance, frankly, it's been pretty much of a disaster.
I mean, as you say, you know, the amount of aid that's needed every day is about 600 trucks. We gather that around 21 trucks got in on Sunday, so about a 30th of Gaza's humanitarian needs are being addressed by the GHF. I mean, do you see a point, given, you know, you make a number of points in your opening statement about how President Trump has essentially torn up the rule book when it comes to its dealings with Israel. Do you see a point where President Trump could, frankly, say enough is enough and he loses patience with regards to what's happening in Gaza, or do you think it's perhaps not on his immediate list of concerns?
Yeah, I mean, I think your latter point is key. Remember, he's got 3 negotiations going right now. And frankly, from the outside, and having been around negotiations for 20 plus years, there's a lot that goes on the inside that we don't know about. But he's got 3 negotiations which are in serious trouble: Russia-Ukraine, Israel-Hamas, and U.S.-Iran. And I think from the president's point of view, I think, look, this is a transactional, instrumental president. I don't think he cares much about Palestinians or the humanitarian situation. I don't think he cares much about solving the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. It comes on his radar screen for one of 3 reasons. Either it's causing an embarrassment. Number 2, one or more of the actors are pushing him or demanding things or embarrassing him. In this case, the Hamas leadership, or what remains of it in Gaza, and Benjamin Netanyahu. Or third, it is a means to get something else that the president really wants. I don't think Gaza at this stage fits those. Gaza's not going to give him a Nobel Peace Prize. A successful negotiation with the Iranians might. Russia, Ukraine, depending on how it sorts out, might. So for a transactional figure, I don't think he's ready yet for what I would, or you intimated, and what I would describe as the or else moment. I don't see that happening. I think that he has it within him to, as I mentioned in some of my earlier comments, he doesn't seem to care about the political reaction for the things that he does. If a Democratic president had done any of the things Trump has done, open up direct negotiations with Hamas, for example, remove sanctions from Ahmad Shara without close coordination or consultation with the Israelis, or frankly, probably anyone in Congress for that matter, there would have been an uproar. Trump controls the Republican Party, so he eliminates the political opposition by taking actions that are that the Israelis don't like.
Okay.
Don't accept.
So these are
extraordinary.
These are unorthodox approaches to some old problems, and they haven't been resolved in many cases. You listed a whole lot of them: Iran, the Houthis, the peace process in the Middle East. I mean, these are decades-old problems. Do you see these unorthodox approaches bearing fruit in the long term?
I mean, you've asked the key question. I asked that of myself as well. Will all of this add up to the kind of pressure that the Biden administration was unable and unwilling, in large part because of Joe Biden's emotional commitment to Israel? Trump may self-style himself as the most pro-Israeli president in history, but in the end, he has none of the emotional, sentimental interest in Israel, the idea of Israel, the people of Israel, the security of Israel that Joe Biden had. Will Trump do one of the things that Biden didn't? condition or restrict U.S. military assistance to Israel, introduce his own UN Security Council resolution or vote for someone else's, unilaterally recognize Palestinian statehood. I don't see the president anytime soon doing any of those things.
I want to ask you, as a former US Middle East peace negotiator, how you feel when you hear Israeli officials saying things like this. When asked about a Palestinian state, one Israeli official said, such a state would undoubtedly become a terrorist state in the heart of the land of Israel. Israel will not cooperate with such moves aimed at harming it and its security. Does that sound to you like a large swathe of Israeli society, in particular in the political class, has basically never been serious about a two-state solution?
Well, never is a pretty charged word. I don't think the issue really was never. I mean, I worked, for Democrat and Republican presidents from mid-'80s until 2003. There were moments, I was at the last serious effort to solve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict at Camp David, when Bill Clinton, who was very serious, invited Yasser Arafat, who then presided over a relatively unified Palestinian national movement, and Ehud Barak, who put on the table proposals that couldn't solve the conflict, but took Israel further than it's ever been. And then Clinton, in December, identifies the Clinton parameters, 94 to 96% of the West Bank, Palestinian capital in East Jerusalem. Yasser Arafat essentially didn't respond, which was essentially no. So no, there have been Israeli governments who have been very serious about this issue.
Okay, let me put it in a different...
Right now, you have one that isn't.
Okay, so has Israel perhaps never been so flagrant in its disregard for the idea of a Palestinian state as it is today? Because, I mean, again, to quote the Israeli Defense Minister, Israel Katz, who vowed to build, whilst visiting one of the 22 settlements that was announced in the West Bank during the course of the weekend, he said, we're going to build a Jewish state in the Palestinian territory. I mean, that's flagrant disregard to international law.
Right, that kind of rhetoric, which has essentially come out of not just the two most extremist ministers in the Israeli government, Smotrich and Ben-Gvir, but from the Likud, is provocative, flagrant, and I would argue uncharacteristic even of previous Likud governments. So I think Israel's at a point now, in the wake of October 7, it was already a right-of-center country. And has become one over the last several decades. But this Israeli government, the most right-wing Jewish supremacists, and a couple of its ministers are clearly avowed racists, have taken Israel's unwillingness to think in more broader terms about how to resolve the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. I think we've never seen something quite like this before. And I think, look, in the wake of October 7, which was the greatest trauma that Israelis and Palestinians ever inflicted on one another, the willful and indiscriminate killing of Palestinian civilians by Hamas, the sexual mutilation and degradation, taking of hostages, and then Israel's ferocious response, the exponential number of thousands of Palestinians, civilians being killed, the risk transfer. Israelis simply are prepared to accept a much higher level of Palestinian injury and death in the way they are prosecuting their military campaign than ever before. I think in the wake of all of this, if you ask me, do I think it's possible that you could actually have a serious Israeli-Palestinian negotiation leading to what I think is the only conceivable solution, which is separation through negotiations into two states? It's going to take time. But I think we run the risk if we essentially abandon that hope and that possibility of condemning Israeli and Palestinians to a future which could even be more horrific than the one we've witnessed.
Okay.
So, yeah, I think you're dealing with an Israeli government that is not interested, not able, not willing, and not interested. And a prime minister, remember, the only prime minister in the history of the state of Israel, on trial for bribery, fraud, and breach of trust, which means many of the decisions he takes are not related to, they're not enlightened. They're enlightened as far as his political career is concerned. But if you put another Israeli prime minister, I interviewed Ehud Barak, Ehud Olmert, Ami Ya'alon, the former head of Shin Bet. You put another Israeli prime minister in place October 7. I think the Israeli response would have been the same. But 6 months into this conflict, I think anyone else would have begun to understand that Israel's military power was and must be a means to some other end. And they would have begun, it would have been hard, they would have begun to envision a way out of this.
On Wednesday, we were joined by James Elder, a senior UNICEF spokesperson who's in Gaza. Well, that interview came amidst growing calls from a number of people around the world for a ceasefire and for Israel to allow more aid into Gaza. Well, James gave us the very latest on the ground and described what many are calling hellish conditions in the Palestinian territory. James, thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, what I'm sure is a difficult and very busy time for you. Just first of all, tell us what's going on around where you are right now.
Tom, weaponry. I don't have the military expertise, but consistent heavy weaponry. Only back in the Gaza Strip for 24 hours. It's my fifth time since October 7, but 24 hours, I've met a lot of people who are desperately hungry. I'm seeing again that universal symbol of hand and mouth, but just in the north that I've seen before, but in the south, in the middle area and so on. I've been to Al-Aqsa Hospital where there are 3 drone strikes today. We've had children killed in Khan Yunis. Again, met a little boy in a hospital his home was bombed in a safe zone, and he was the only surviving member with his father. This is in less than 24 hours, so there is a level of despair and despondency, particularly, I think, Tom, particularly around the lack of food for everyone across the Strip, north to south, east to west. It is the one unifying thing that people speak about, spending their days, how do I get food, or how do I get anything resembling nutrition?
OK, so clearly you paint a picture of widespread desperation, malnutrition. Clearly, this is having a particular impact on children and the most vulnerable segments of the population. Just tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I spoke recently to a colleague who's a nutritional expert who made it very clear to me this situation continues, and by that I mean a continued blockage of aid, not allowing the amount that is required, the amount that we got working through ceasefire, showing what can be done. If this blockade continues, then he said, we will see a famine. And once we see a famine, it's too late. That means that those deaths, those numbers have already started to occur. So we've got a critical nutritional situation. It's a vicious cycle, Tom, because, of course, there is now a great spike in diseases. Disease and malnutrition are terrible partners. That's what kills a child. A child who's malnourished is 10 times more likely to die from disease. A grave lack of fresh water. So all these things, but these are all man-made. These are all enforced. There's thousands of trucks across the border ready to go. And, of course, as everyone knows, all of this within a theatre of relentless bombardments, of a continued war. Well, I hesitate to use the word war. In fairness, wars have laws. This is the destruction of a society, brick by brick, child by child.
Some aid was being distributed earlier on in the week. It was suspended today. We gather it may continue tomorrow, being distributed by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. I'd like to ask you why the distribution process by them has been quite as chaotic and as violent as it appears to have been.
It's a good question, in its most simple sense, and this is not with hindsight. The United Nations, every single arm of the United Nations, those people who've been doing this for 50 years across the world in dozens of conflict zones, made it very clear this is not a humanitarian organisation. It is a militarised politicized setup with a very simple design of pushing people, forcibly displacing people from the north to the south. At the same time, a veneer of humanitarian aid to try and quell that pressure that we increasingly see from Western countries about those increasing cases of starvation. So because of that, there is no experience. These are people with guns. There are 2 or 3 distribution points. During the ceasefire, the United Nations and brave partners on the ground had 400. Because, Tom, humanitarian aid is about going to where people need it. You don't ask a mum to leave her children and walk 15 kilometres. You don't ask a grandmother. You don't ask an amputee. This demands it. If you want aid, you go there. More so showing the level of desperation because humanitarian agencies are being blocked to distribute aid at scale. There's been 2 massacres in that site, around that area. It doesn't matter whether they're in that site or not in that site. You bring people to an area, you have a responsibility, a legal responsibility to protect them. But again, that would be under humanitarian law. This is not functioning as that. So the great danger always was that you weaponize aid and you have the risk not only of not reaching all people, we knew that was never going to happen, but you get these things. You are bringing civilians into a heavily militarized zone. That's terrifying for Gazans. And yet still last night, Tom, I saw large numbers of people heading that way. They knew there'd been 2 massacres. Imagine the level of desperation that you are willing to risk another massacre in the hope of feeding your family. Or as those people have said to me, their son went to a site to try and get food and never came back, simply because they tried to feed themselves. It's very important we explain what that is, because it is a veneer and is not humanitarian aid. It has a very clear political military purpose, and at the same time, it has a very clear aim to restrict humanitarian aid doing what it should do, which is getting aid impartially to everyone across the Gaza Strip.
It's great that you're there, because I want to ask you for some specific evidence. We're being told by people in Israel that we speak to on this channel that the reports of famine being widespread, or that hunger being widespread, are vastly exaggerated. How do you counter that argument being made by Israel?
It's very simple to counter it. It's very important because we do need evidence. And that's what the United Nations deals with. That's why we are impartial and neutral. And so the world's most prestigious nutritional body, which is called the IPC, which has a range of partners, UN workers, doctors, trained people across the Gaza Strip to monitor, to do monitorings of children, to do monitorings of adults, to check the nutritional status. From that very, very detailed study that is globally accepted, that was given the catastrophic warnings, showing the level of deprivation here. So, the evidence is overwhelming because the evidence is done by an impartial body, and the most recent findings show that there are areas under that risk of famine. Shows the entirety of the Gaza Strip is food insecure. That sounds, like a technical term. I can speak to that. As I say, I've been to Gaza before, and I've seen that level of hunger in the north. I've never seen it before in the south, in the middle area in Deribala, here in the south as well. So it is important we deal with facts. It's all we've been dealing with the whole time. It's a similar argument around something like, the looting of supply or aid diversion by Hamas. Again, there is just no evidence of that. That's used as a reason to create this militarized zone, but there's no evidence, and there's been no evidence. In fact, we've heard that from a former humanitarian advisor to the previous president of the United States. No evidence given by Israel. So facts matter very, very greatly here. And it is troubling. There are so many humanitarians on the ground and very brave Palestinian journalists who paid the ultimate price. The international press must, of course, still ask why, after 20 months, are international journalists banned from bearing witness to this, sharing the truth when it comes to humanitarian aid, potentially preventing some of the atrocities that keep hitting civilians.
So in terms of what you're actually seeing on a day-to-day basis, I mean, just some very basic question. I mean, do people look extremely emaciated? Has it reached the stage that the majority of people you encounter walking down a street there in Khan Yunis, where you are now, or perhaps in another part of Gaza, look like they're malnourished and extremely hungry? Is that what it looks like?
Some, yes, probably not to the level you say. And I think without having that nutritional expertise, if you had that, you're probably in a famine to see that entire population like that. But there is no doubt You know, those people I will speak to, people I know, you can see how much weight they've lost, or if they were thin now, they are gaunt. That's very clear. I've spoken to so many mothers who haven't eaten for a day or two because they share their food with their children. They give their food to their children. So it's both a lack of food and it's clearly a lack of nutrition. A lot of people say they eat bread, but you just never feel full for it. People are lacking energy because of a lack of nutrients. So, you know, does every single person look emaciated? No, that would again be catastrophic. And if that was the case, we'd be seeing many children dying because, of course, children are the most vulnerable. They have the most vulnerable immune systems just because, you know, because of their size. And as I say, disease is 10 times more likely to take a child's life when they are malnourished. Remembering that state of people, if it gets to the state, you know, of famine, it's too late. And I guess also this is not, you know, we're not hundreds of kilometres away from somewhere. We're not needing to do food drops. This is entirely man-made. Everything the people of Gaza need are in trucks on the border. There are people eating very well 50, 100 kilometres away. That's what is so dire here, that it is a population being deliberately forced into this level of despair, which, you know, war crimes are very clear. Starvation as a weapon of war breaches many international humanitarian laws if that was to be found to be the precise verdict about what's happening here.
Okay, just going back briefly to the GHF, the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, is it unworkable as an organisation, or could the UN come in and perhaps help them and show them what they're doing wrong? If you were asked to do so, would you?
No and no. It's not workable because it will always be militarized. You will always be taking civilians into a military site. You will always be screening civilians. You'll always be choosing who gets aid. But more than anything, Tom, it's not workable because it doesn't need to be, because for the UN to go and help it, the UN just for, you know, over the course of 2 months during the ceasefire was bringing 500 trucks in a day. You know, we saw malnutrition collapse. We saw disease collapse. We saw clean water increase. So there's no need for a separate mechanism. And that's the point. We must ask ourselves, why is that being created? It's being created with a simple purpose of dragging a population to the south. We cannot be part of a system that is part of forcibly displacing people. So, you know, to offer our support, would be to offer support to a system that breaches so many levels of dignity in terms of how humanitarian support would be provided. But equally, we don't need to offer our support. We just need to be allowed to give our support, allow those agencies who were from Sudan to Yemen to Afghanistan, who have done this for half a century, who did it 2 months ago. If we are allowed to save lives, we will save lives.
Okay. All right. Well, we're going to have to let you go. Really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us under what sound like extremely difficult circumstances. Thank you very much indeed. James Elder, spokesperson for UNICEF in Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Thank you very much indeed. And lastly, we took our regular look back at US politics and news during the course of the week. We did that with the Republican strategist Amanda Mackey, and we had lots to talk about. President Donald Trump's new travel ban, this apparent rift, and widening rift, I should say, between President Trump and Elon Musk. Plus, I asked Amanda what the rationale was for an investigation into what some Republicans say was the declining cognitive health of the former President Joe Biden during his time in the White House. Well, let's bring Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us from DC, into the conversation. Amanda, great to have you with us here on Arabiya English as ever. Lots to talk about today. Let's start by talking about this travel ban announced by President Trump. 12 countries, people are barred from entering the United States. The entry of people from 7 others is restricted. What's your reaction here? Is this about security, or is this more about political theatre?
Protecting and defending the United States. That's the #1 issue that should be for every member of Congress and the president, protecting and defending the United States. And that's what President Trump aims to do. Not a surprise. He did this in 2017, although it was more news then than it is now, because obviously we've gone through this once before. And remember, the United States Supreme Court sided with President Trump, that he was well within his broad powers to be able to do that, his broad presidential powers.
Okay, so
So it's not a surprise, to answer your question.
Okay.
And
okay, so not a surprise, but tell us about the criteria that were applied. I mean, why these countries in particular, do you think?
I think that the main focus was on facts and statistics, and did these countries have a disproportionate number or even a large percentage of their residents overstay in the United States when they got a temporary visa of any sort. So when you look at some of the numbers, like the Congo, I believe, is in the 50% range of overstaying their visas. That was one of the criteria. And I believe the other criteria was how well managed or mismanaged, I should say, the countries are with their own security, with their own vetting of these people, and the lack of trust that President Trump believes are in these countries to be able to properly vet their own residents and not to create an issue for America, as we saw last week in Colorado, the very tragic occurrence there that happened. Yes, he was an Egyptian national, not one of the countries that was named. So that's a lot of things that people have been talking about. But nevertheless, I think President Trump looked at the at the countries that had the most overstayed visas and the lack of security, and that's where he made a determination. And don't think for a second that this is going to remain the list. I think there's going to be a lot of fluctuations. This is fluid.
Yeah, but I mean, some people would say, isn't it the job of the United States to do its own vetting and to have an adequate vetting process, and not for the countries whose people want to visit the United States?
Well, I think if you look at what Secretary of State Marco Rubio has said, is that it is a privilege to be able to come to this country. I mean, you should look at it as a guest, and you can always tell a guest not to come. You can always invite a guest not to come. So if we are allowing individuals from countries throughout the world to come, we are going to set parameters, and I don't believe it's our job to vet. I think the president says that, you know, these countries that aren't properly vetting, if they're not doing it, they can get their act together. Again, a fluid situation, a fluid list. If they get their act together, this can be revisited.
I think we've had this discussion before. If not, I've had it with lots of people in the United States. But there is this inconvenient fact, which is that American-born citizens are far more, statistically speaking, far more likely to commit acts of mass violence than foreign nationals. I mean, is there a feeling in the US that somehow immigrants are being scapegoated on this one?
Well, U.S. citizens have different rights than foreign nationals. I mean, people from other countries don't have the rights that are given to U.S. citizens. So U.S. citizens should be prosecuted and prosecuted to the full extent. And certainly President Trump will do that, and he believes in lawfulness. So if it's an issue of why are Americans being treated differently than people from other countries, well, I think that's an obvious thing. I mean, they're not entitled to the same rights. So he believes that this is a way to do it so that you don't have people coming who don't love America. And certainly we've seen that. And so he's carved out a lot of exceptions. If you look at the exceptions, there are quite a few, especially if people have contacts and ties, blood ties and familial ties to people who are U.S. citizens in the United States. And so he has carved out exceptions, as he has, for example, for ethnic minorities in Iran, for example, adopted children, for example. So there are quite a few. And again, I would look at this as a fluid document that will go into effect on Monday, June 9th. But that they will work through these things. And I think, again, putting the onus on the countries to do their job to properly vet and prove that they've done that will achieve maybe a different result after some time.
OK, let's move on, because another topic I wanted to talk to you about was Elon Musk, who for 30 days worked alongside President Trump, leading the famous Doge department, very much focused on federal spending cuts. But it looks as though there's been a bit of a falling out here. I don't know what your reading of the situation is, but we've heard from Elon Musk in the last day or two saying that this new tax bill that is put forward by President Trump, which has got a $2.4 trillion price tag over the years. Elon Musk's response to that is, quote, "Bankrupting America is not okay." He called it a disgusting abomination. I mean, is this the end of the Trump-Musk friendship partnership, or is this just a bump in the road?
Well, that's anyone's guess. I believe they're probably still very close. And, you know, Elon Musk was someone who shadowed the president for the better part of the last 9 months, really since he was the assassination attempt where he was shot in Butler, Pennsylvania, July, almost a year ago. And so they've remained close, I would assume. But you're allowed to have differences on legislation and on anything else for that matter. I do believe that Elon Musk is someone who has a large, very large bully pulpit with the X platform that he owns. And he certainly has the most followers and the ability, most importantly perhaps, to engage in congressional races and senatorial races. And I think that's where the fear really is burning the most, is how members of Congress are reacting to, you know, even saying that they didn't read the bill and confessing that they didn't read the bill, because perhaps of their fear of what Elon Musk could do if he puts his thumb on the scale in their races, whether it's to primary a Republican or to support another candidate. And so I think that's the fear that's what's crippling Congress right now, is that they're worried about themselves and what happens in their elections if Elon Musk gets involved. This is a man who spent $20 million to help members of Congress and the president get elected. He has the ability to be very much a game changer in members of Congress's races. And so I think the likelihood of this bill passing really diminished after he weighed in.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting, as you mentioned, a couple of GOP lawmakers saying they didn't actually read the bill. One of them was Marjorie Taylor Greene, another was Mike Flood, saying they didn't read it. I don't know if that's a worry or not. One Republican lawmaker, Kentucky Republican Thomas Massie, has come to Elon Musk's defense. He says, quote, "He knows that if America collapses financially, we aren't going to make it to Mars. He's right." I mean, is there a risk here, do you think, then, of a major split in the ranks of the Republican Party?
Well, the House has passed this bill, but the Senate has not. And no one was ever thinking that the Senate would just take the House bill and pass it. And then, of course, they go to conference, so they have to conference this bill, too, which means they really have to create a mirror image in order to be able to pass a bill that both sides have agreed on. So I think with Elon Musk engaging, what you're going to see is that the Senate, a little bit more of a deliberative process, they're going to make their changes. And one senator has a lot more power than one member of Congress. So I think that the members of the Senate are going to change the bill in a dramatic way that addresses these cuts. And they're going to look at ways that they can offset some of the tax provisions in order to satiate the desires of people like Elon Musk and Thomas Massie, a real fiscal hawk, another fiscal hawk also from the state of Kentucky, Senator Rand Paul.
OK, but for someone who's watching, who says, hang on a second, the Republican Party is supposed to be that party that wants to reduce the national debt. And here we are talking about adding $2.4 trillion to national debt over the years to come. I mean, what does the Republican Party want? Don't they want debt reduction?
Well, they do, and that is why I believe the Senate is going to be the more deliberative body here, where, you know, I worked in both the House and the Senate, and I can tell you, in the House, they just present something, and yeah, there's some changes that can be made, but they really present something, and then the majority has to go with it, and they just need, you know, one to make that majority, one additional. In the Senate, again, one senator can stop the entire process. And so when you have the weight of someone as grand and someone with as much money and bully pulpit, as I said, as Elon Musk, that really gives members of the Senate the opportunity to say, yeah, I don't agree with this. And they feel confident saying that because they know they have the backing of someone like Elon Musk. To really do this right, to your point, you need not only the tax cuts, but you also need reduced government spending. And that's what Elon Musk wants. And now you have members of the Senate that are going to be backing that and pushing for that. So where they said July 4th is when this bill is going to pass, that may just not be the case. They may have to go to the drawing board and make sure that they get this done the right way.
Okay, Amanda, we've spoken in the past about geopolitical issues as well, and I remember you telling us that you had Iranian heritage. So it would be great to get your opinions on a story I expect you're following closely, maybe you're not, but the Iranian Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei rejecting a central US demand in talks that are aimed at addressing the dispute over Iran's nuclear ambitions. Those talks happened in Oman last weekend, mediated by the US peace envoy, Middle East peace envoy, Steve Witkoff. He's been meeting with the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Where are we with those talks? Have they been derailed, do you think?
Well, I think that was really the litmus test. I mean, where they are on enrichment. And more importantly, Putin has now inserted himself in this discussion, which is ironic given the isolation, really, of the Western world and Putin, and now Putin inserting himself on a major global geopolitical issue that deals with Iran and the United States. And so with Putin saying he can use his abilities and his friendship with Iran to help broker an agreement, I think it makes it very interesting. Now, President Trump just had a call with Xi Jinping of China about an hour ago, and he said that during the call, which sounded like it lasted about 90 minutes, they talked mostly about trade, and he did say specifically, we did not talk about Iran. So I think it's an interesting dynamic that, one, President Trump went out of his way to mention that he did not engage with Xi Jinping on Iran at all. But I also think it's a really interesting development that Putin would want to engage himself in, that the Kremlin is coming out now, after being isolated really in a lot of ways by the Western world, to now help make this a reality. But Iran's been a really tough negotiator. And I think that President Trump is frustrated, but President Trump does have that hard line, but so does Iran. Maybe Russia getting involved will make all the difference.
Yeah, and when we look back to 2015, when President Trump tore up the nuclear deal and reimposed the sanctions, I mean, do you think with hindsight that has made the US and, by extension, Israel safer? What do you think's changed?
Well, I don't know that it was necessarily that's made the world safer. I mean, certainly, you know, obviously October 7th, what happened there in 2023, you know, there's still unfortunate Houthi action that's happening. So the Iranians haven't stopped. But I think it was something that for President Trump, it was political in nature that he had to do it. He didn't have a choice. He stood firm on that he had to do it. And I think that that's where Trump may be a little different in his 2.0 version, in that he wants to get deals done and not just say no or provide roadblocks. I think he wants to actually see change happen for his legacy. This may be his last 4 years in office, although he's talked about another 4 years. But presuming that at his tender age, this may be his last hurrah as president, I think he wants to see deals get done.
OK, let's move on to another story we picked out for discussion today. President Trump has ordered a probe into the final years and months of the Biden administration, in particular accusing that administration of somehow covering up the actual state of President Biden's mental faculties. I mean, is this, do you think, a good faith investigation, or is this a bid to discredit his predecessor, do you think?
Maybe a little bit of both. But here, Jake Tapper of CNN, which we've heard all the news about his book for the last week, he has admitted that the decline of President Biden, former President Biden, is something that wasn't really covered as well as it should. Maybe they didn't do all the due diligence they should have done. They certainly would do with President Trump or any Republican president. They didn't do that with Joe Biden. And that admission, I think, is what is fueling this. Then yesterday, you have Karine Jean-Pierre, the former White House press secretary, really the main and biggest voice, certainly the highest level of voice of the Democratic Party, coming out of Joe Biden, saying she's now becoming an independent and talking about those types of things. And so I think this was the timing of this for President Trump was on the heels of a reporter, a very well-known CNN reporter, and even the press secretary of the White House under Joe Biden. And really, it was giving President Trump the fuel to say, we need to know what Joe Biden knew. What did his doctors know? He gets out of office, and all of a sudden, he has this really progressed stage of cancer. How did we not know all of this? And it's not that he was retiring. He was running actively for re-election. So what was the cover-up, and who knew what? I think it's important. I think most Americans want to know this. And so it's not just the White House and the Department of Justice, but it's also the House Oversight Committee, Representative Comer of Kentucky, and they're going to be doing investigations. And he said that he will subpoena the top people around President Biden to get them to say, under penalties of perjury, what they knew and when they knew it.
OK, and just lastly, I mean, there's a lot of focus again on this Autopen saga. I mean, Autopens, for people who don't know, are, mechanical means of signing things, because clearly presidents and other important figures have a lot of things to sign. But they've been used, haven't they, by presidents on both sides of the aisle for decades. I mean, is this really a smoking gun, the fact that President Biden used an Autopen for the signature of some documents?
Well, it certainly could be if he wasn't under the mental capability to be able to know what he was signing. You have people who didn't get pardons. For example, Michael Cohen, a name that we know, the fixer under President Trump, he was seeking a pardon. He is now using the excuse that President Biden didn't have the faculties to be able to really know whether or not he should give him a pardon. And so he was wrong, and he wants to appeal that pardon. And so I think it's just interesting that you have all these people that are now using this as an opportunity for themselves, but also it just tells you how much of an issue this is when the former president of the United States was so in decline, the media is talking about it, former staff are talking about it, and yet it was covered up. So what did he know, and who was doing what when he was signing these 8,000 or so pardons that he submitted? So I do think it's something valuable for Americans to know. Was there a cover-up? I think that's ultimately what Americans want to know. And if they get to the bottom of it and there wasn't, as President Biden and his wife had said, then so be it. But the American people want to know. We clearly saw a declining president, both mentally and physically. And the American people deserve to know.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Always a pleasure talking to you. Amanda Mackey, Republican strategist. Thank you for taking the time to speak to us.
Thank you.
Well, thanks for watching this look back at the highlights of the week on GNT. Do stay with us here, meanwhile, on Arabiya English. We'll see you again soon.
like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Naples. Naples, or New City. It is the capital of Campania, an Italian region and also the third largest municipality in Italy. The city has a population of about 4 million or more, one of the largest metropolises on the Mediterranean Sea. It's the 9th most populous urban area in the European Union. Naples is also one of the oldest continuously inhabited cities in the world. Now, what's there to do and see in Naples? First up is to try its great pizzas. It's a must in Naples. The city, after all, is the birthplace of pizza, and the locals take their signature dish very seriously, crafting every pie with love and care and expertise. Make sure you go to a pizzeria that's serving pizza vera napoletana, true Neapolitan pizza, to make your trip to the city worthwhile. After stuffing yourself with pizza, it's time to wander around the city. The historic center is a great way to see the city. Go about it without a plan. The Storico Antico is most recommended, as it is both ancient and modern. It's got a mix of old hills and buildings, and shops and apartments that have been there for centuries. Next up is Italy's two most popular sites for tourists, the ruins of Pompeii and Herculaneum. Take the time to look into ancient Roman life. Of the two, Pompeii is the more famous archaeological site, while Herculaneum can appear to be the more interesting one due to its smaller size and because it houses more artifacts. After touring, it's time to eat again. Aside from pizza, there's sfogliatelle. Naples' signature sweet pastry is to die for as well. It is layers of flaky pastry dough on the outside, and when you bite into it, you'll taste the dense filling of sweetened ricotta cheese, heavy and indulgent. You may come across two varieties called Briccia and Froglia. The former has a flaky exterior and is more difficult to make. The latter has a smooth outer crust and just as great tasting. These are often eaten by the locals for breakfast, but to some, it might be as good as a dessert. Petra. Feast your eyes on amazing sights in Petra, Jordan. The city offers breathtaking views and scenery that you wouldn't have ever imagined. See the city through horseback riding. You can take a shortcut from the entrance to the Seek. It is considered the canyon entrance to the city. Petra is known by many names, like Nabateans as Rakhmu, named by the Arab Nabateans who founded the city capital from way back in 312 BC. Petra is also known as the Rose City because of the light reddish hue of the rocks upon which the city is built on. The city itself can be considered as an archaeological city. Just look at its marvelous rock carving architecture and its elaborate water conduit system. If Petra seems straight out of a movie set, then you have probably seen it before, as there have been a number of feature films shot on location in this unique gem of a city. Think of any movie featuring ancient temples set in a desert landscape, and they probably shot that in Petra. There's amazing treasury to be viewed in Petra. There's just so much history to experience here. For instance, the small bumps and outcrops in the rock in the Sikh are suddenly transformed into carvings of camels and the remains of elaborate archways. There's also the Petra Archaeological Park that's worth touring. You can also meet the Bedouin men on camels, horses, or donkeys that may take you on a tour around the city. They can bring you to places where the women will be selling souvenirs for your take-home. There are handicrafts and jewelry, as well as postcards and stones. The residents at Petra are also good in the English language, so it'll be easier for you to shop and bargain. You can also visit a spring monastery. The Petra Monastery has over 800 steps. You can climb it yourself or ride a donkey going up. The trip is worth it. You'll see how grand and big the monastery is. The large cave, the colors of the stones, all breathtakingly incredible. At night, the city is amazing too. Go to Petra after sunset and walk through the Seek lined with candles. It gives the entire canyon an eerie but attractive glow. It's also where you can sit and listen to traditional Bedouin music and stories of Bedouin legend. Denver, a megacity with urban landscapes surrounded by the great outdoors. Welcome to Denver. Denver is capital city of the state of Colorado. It is also considered as its most populous city. Denver is known as a mile-high city because its elevation is exactly a mile high from the sea level. It is located in the plains near the foot of the American Rocky Mountains. Because of this, you can expect good weather in Denver all year round. There's a popular saying that Denver receives 300 days of sunshine every year. But don't be fooled. The high altitude of Denver makes sure that the temperatures remain at a cool range, but at the same time, the air is quite thinner when you are way up there. This means cleaner, fresher air, but at the same time, lower humidity, so always keep yourself hydrated when in Denver. Denver has also some of the most culturally and ethnically diverse populations in the U.S., so you can expect to meet people from many different backgrounds when you visit. What to do in Denver? Go to downtown Denver to experience its hip and historic district. This is where you'll find a huge independent bookstore, Western wear clothing stores, and dozens of brew pubs and dining options. Then, if you want to see the best in Denver's art scene, take a trip to the Denver Art Museum. Or visit the Denver Santa Fe Art District, featuring Denver's finest artists, and a monthly art walk featuring rotating art pieces from local artists. Visit the Uptown, one of Denver's hippest hoods, where you'll find the City Park, the Denver Zoo, as well as the Museum of Nature and Science. Tourists may opt for a tourist pass, which lets you visit most of Denver's museums and tourist spots, all with a single pass at a very affordable price. For food options, look no further. The city has countless food rows in every corner, from homey local diners to chic five-star restaurants. Denver's diverse culinary palette boasts of a fusion between American, Italian, Mexican, and even Asian cuisines. So if you're looking for a destination in the United States, make sure to stop by in Denver. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
The fox salute, a gesture made by mimicking a wolf's head, has sparked debates in both Turkey and the West. In Turkey, it is a national symbol tied to the grey wolves, representing strength and pride. The salute is also associated with the she-wolf, a mythical figure in Turkic folklore that symbolizes bravery and freedom. But in the West, it is viewed in a darker light, seen as a far-right salute tied to extremism and racism, particularly against the Armenians, Greeks, Kurds, and Jews. The German-Israeli Society, for example, has called for a ban on the grey wolves, warning that their ideology poses a threat to public safety. In 2024, this controversy, or cultural clash, reached the soccer field during Turkey's 2-1 victory over Austria at Euro 2024, when Turkish centre-back Merih Demiral celebrated his second goal by making the wolf salute with his fingers. The gesture was immediately condemned by German officials as racist, which led to a response from Turkey, arguing that the gesture was not intended to be racist, but rather a patriotic symbol. Demiral explained that he had planned the gesture in advance as a way to express his pride in being Turkish. He said he also saw people in the audience making the same gesture. Turkish citizens have claimed that the negative reaction to the fox salute is a misunderstanding of its cultural context. Some have called the criticism unfair, comparing it to the Albanian eagle hand symbol, commonly used to express national pride.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deepfake, and artificial intelligence,
they've got to have a vote and a say.
It's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
Presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
And we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Walid Zaher, who is a distinguished medical leader and innovator. You're also recognized, Doctor, as a top healthcare leader by Forbes Middle East. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. Amongst other things, you are the founder of Rewind. I want to ask you, first of all, Dr. Zaher, you're described as being at the forefront of the transformative healthcare revolution in Saudi Arabia. Tell us a bit about that revolution.
So yes, thank you very much for hosting me. And Saudi, in the past few years, have taken the transformative journey, which includes healthcare, which being a part of the 2030 vision. And that is transform healthcare from treating diseases and being able to detect diseases to also being predictive and preventive. That means that there will be a decrease in the disease burden, which allows the healthcare regulators and the healthcare operators to focus more on the disease burden, but also to focus on a healthy population versus focusing on a disease or sick population. That gives you a society where there is more healthy people who are contributing to the society, more people who are contributing to the transformation journey of Saudi Arabia and the Vision 2030.
Tell us a bit about how healthcare is central to Vision 2030. In what ways?
So, again, any society in the world is based on the contribution of their healthy individuals. And if you have a lot of sick people, then that, for certain, affects the momentum with this transformation is happening. So the focus and the initiative and one of the pillars of the 2030 vision in healthcare, one of them is the understanding the population of Saudi, understanding the background genetics of Saudi, understanding the disease burdens of the healthcare, and then applying that into actions that can prevent diseases instead of treating them. That leads to a society that has more healthy people, and healthy people are the pillar of executing the vision of 2030 for the country.
And that brings me to a question I was going to ask you later, but you mentioned it already. The Saudi Genome Program. It's an enormous database, isn't it? It's been built up over a number of years. Tell us how it works and what it's all about.
So the Saudi Genome Project is not a new initiative. It's actually an old initiative. It goes back to the mid-2010s. It's being relaunched now at the Saudi Genome Project 2.0 to cope with the Saudi 2030 version. But the Saudi Genome Project, in essence, is an ambitious project to understand the genetic makeup of the population of Saudi Arabia, and then trying to apply that to the existing healthcare by having a predictive and preventive and value-based healthcare. And that is the essence of almost all the new initiatives around the world. I was honored and lucky for a company that I owned previously, which we work with the government to do the national strategy for the relaunch of the Saudi Genomic Program, and to give insights about what is being done around the world and how can we reapply that on the Saudi Genome Project itself.
Okay. Can you give us an example of a practical application of how that information is then used, Dr. Zaher?
So, for example, let's take the example that you have previously said, cancers. By understanding the genetic makeup of Saudis, we get treatments that are done through clinical trials that are done outside of Saudi most of the time, which means the whole population that the clinical trial and the drug is being tested on are mostly from different people, maybe Caucasian, maybe African, maybe Asians, Europeans, but they're not Saudis, which means that while the clinical trial is positive and it's treating a lot of people, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it has the same efficacy when it comes to treating Saudi people. And by applying that knowledge from the Saudi Genome Project to drug development around the world, you can have diseases that are more versatile and more efficient in treating cancers, which mean less resistant people and more people who are recovering or being cured from cancers.
I know you're not sort of so much focused on the business side of things. You are, after all, a medical doctor. But there is a business argument to this, isn't it? That if you have a healthy population, you catch diseases before they become acute or serious. I mean, obviously, everyone's a winner, but there is also a financial advantage to all of this, isn't it? So that public money isn't wasted unnecessarily.
Of course, that's what they call the disease burden that a lot of healthcare regulators are going through. So every disease has a cost to be treated, and if you're able to actually detect or prevent or both, then you're decreasing the disease burden, which allows you to have a financial ease in spending this money on other things in the healthcare, let it be prevention or prediction or even keeping the people within a longevity / healthy aging perspective.
So it's more personalized for the Saudi population. Can it get more personalized beyond that and, perhaps narrow down different segments or different gene pools within Saudi society and perhaps make medical treatment even more targeted than just saying, you're Saudi, so this is the treatment protocol. Can you make it more personalized than that?
See, genomics is a very new subtype of medicine or science. And yes, while we're talking about a Saudi population, but there is a lot of intertwined genes between Saudi population and their neighboring countries and around the world. So we're not necessarily seeing diseases that are coming from a certain gene within a Saudi population, but maybe more prone. And if you discover new genes or new susceptibilities in the Saudi population, that doesn't mean that it's not applicable to other populations as well. And to add to that, Saudi is a part of the GCC and the Arabic countries, so we share a lot of common genes, so whatever applies to us maybe or most probably applies to other neighboring countries as well, because at the end we have lived here in this part of the world for thousands of years.
Tell us a bit about longevity, because I think that's something that you're quite focused on, and you obviously are an expert on that. What breakthroughs have we seen in longevity, and in what ways do you think Saudi Arabia is really leading in this respect?
So longevity is this new branch where when we studied medicine 30 years ago, it did not exist. Even the word did not exist. It comes now from all the advances in medicine and science being applicable to beyond discovering and treating diseases. How can we keep healthy people healthy? And that's the essence of longevity. Longevity does not, in my humble opinion, is not trying to make people live longer. It's trying to make people live healthier and increase the quality of life versus, increasing the length of life. A person who's 70 years old could be 70 years old with a matching healthy biological clock, or could be having a 50 years old biological clock, which means he's 70, but he's having the healthy of a 40 or a 50 years old. And that's the essence of longevity. We're trying to hold or rewind the healthy aging clock, which is, again, inevitable in any person. We're trying to just hold it or rewind it or make people age, but with better quality of life. That is translated into either preventing diseases or keeping, the progression of disease halted at a certain stage. Saudi is one of the first countries in the region that have adopted the longevity notion on a national scale. That, for example, there is the mandate for the establishment of the NGO by His Highness, the Crown Prince of Saudi, which called the Evolution Foundation. This foundation is tackled for now into looking into the advanced sciences and promoting longevity-based practices, longevity-based medicine in Saudi Arabia. We are going to see a lot of changes in the healthcare based on the initiatives that are taken by the Evolution Foundation and other either public or private establishment in the region, and especially in Saudi as well.
And what you've just said explains the name Rewind to me in greater clarity. How is society in Saudi Arabia reacting to this? Do you feel like these healthcare and longevity initiatives have captured the imagination of the Saudi public? Do you feel like everyone is on board?
Yes and no. Longevity and genomic sciences is because of their nature being new. It's not known to a lot of people. So a part of whatever the governments and certain institutions like Evolution is doing is educating the public about the existence of a parallel track than hospitals and being sick, which is sustaining or keeping yourself healthy. Once you educate people that you don't necessarily have to have a disease because you are aging. You don't necessarily have to. You can improve your lifestyle. You can improve your well-being by adopting certain practices. Of course, people are gonna adopt, these initiatives, but public education is a part of the longevity journey just because it's a new initiative and a new branch of medicine.
There is this ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a health and wellness destination. What's being done to put Saudi Arabia on the map and make sure it stays there as a center for medical and healthcare excellence?
I would say that Saudi is already on the map when it comes to, again, excellent healthcare, and that's one of the pillars of having longevity initiatives. You have to start from having an excellent baseline of healthcare, which Saudi already has. Again, I go back to the same example by having initiatives like the Saudi Genome Project or the establishment of Evolution Foundation. All of these and other things that goes within the pillars of the Saudi 2030 initiative for healthcare, all these localization of R&D and localization of research and development for pharma companies and drug development.
And obviously there's great ambition that Saudi Arabia should be on the map as a leader in healthcare and wellness. Are we starting to see an increase in the number of tourists coming to Saudi Arabia specifically for healthcare and medical treatment?
I would say yes. There was a boom in the number of tourism and tourists that's coming to Saudi because of the new initiatives that happened in the past few years. And I would say that in the next few years, we're going to see tourism as a part of the contributors to the Saudi GDP, and that's a part of the Saudi vision to diverse from petrol, and tourism is being one of them. And the initiatives that we have now with Al-Qidya, with NEOM, with the establishment of all of that, having medical tourism, which is a subset of tourism, is a no-brainer. It will happen. It's happening now. As a part of the big initiative of opening the country for tourism on multiple fronts, including medical tourism as well. Okay. And that also is led by the advanced healthcare and advanced healthcare institutions that we have in Saudi. We have some of the best hospitals in the world and some of the best doctors in the world, and all of that contributes to advancing medical tourism in Saudi.
And just lastly, you are, of course, an example of homegrown talent in Saudi Arabia. You did your medical studies initially in Saudi Arabia, your home country. I'm assuming a lot has changed since then. Are we seeing an increase in the number of applicants for medical studies, positions, roles in hospitals, roles in the medical field? Do you think this is a sector that's a magnet for an increasing number of homegrown Saudi doctors?
Of course, and medicine is one of these specialties where you need to be knowledgeable about what's happening around the world. It's not a local specialty, it's a worldwide specialty. You need to know the advances in North America and in Europe and in Asia and apply it to your home country. I would say now that we are in the phase where we're still seeking higher education outside, but we also are seeing applicants from other countries that are coming to be trained in Saudi Arabia, which is a testimony of how advanced is our healthcare. So that's, I would say, the shift from 30 years ago when I studied medicine in Saudi to now. Now we're teaching medicine around the world to other people.
And just very briefly, lastly, I mean, obviously, you mentioned it earlier on that Saudi Arabia is diversifying away from oil revenue. Healthcare, do you think it's likely to be an increasing importance, contributing to that GDP bottom line? How much it actually contributes to the Saudi economy in the years ahead?
So this number is being increased by these initiatives. I think it's better to refer to the 2030 vision. It would have their expected numbers of how much healthcare and longevity and healthcare tourism would contribute to the GDP. But even 100%, we are seeing a drastic shift from Saudi doing medicine for Saudis to Saudi doing medicine for the whole world, and trying to localize and having the security for our own country, for drug development, for advances in medicine, for discovering our own pharmaceuticals as well, is a part of the whole contribution to the Saudi 2030 vision.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Dr. Walid Zahir, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you very much.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
On Friday, I'm going to be speaking to Francesca Albanese, the UN Special Rapporteur on the occupied Palestinian territories. I want to hear from her what's being done to address the dire humanitarian situation on the ground in Gaza and what she sees as the way out from the tragic human suffering there. I also want to ask her why the UN has so far only offered criticism of the US-Israeli aid distribution effort, whether instead the UN could be persuaded to join forces with the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That's on Friday with me, Tom Burges Watson, right here on Arabiya English.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Paris, the world's most romantic city. People People love it for its culture, fashion, architecture, and food, and is considered the dream destination of many. The French capital has some of the most beautiful and historic buildings and monuments. The most famous of all is the Eiffel Tower, one of the most iconic constructions in the world. There's the Arc de Triomphe at the end of the Champs-Élysées. The Notre Dame Cathedral, which dates back to 1163, is the most visited attraction. Located high above the city in Montmartre is the Sacré-Cœur Basilica. And of course, the Louvre Museum, which contains the Mona Lisa and many other works of art. Don't forget the La Conciergerie, famous as a prison, a historical landmark during the French Revolution in the 1790s. Here, you can see Marie Antoinette's prison cell, which was converted into a chapel in her memory. One can still follow the many traces of the French Revolution in this contemporary city. There's the Place de la Concorde and the Cour des Commerces, where the Marat, the extremist, published his newspaper L'Ami du Peuple. Seeped into the city's DNA is, of course, Paris's well-known heritage in arts and culture. Explore the cobblestone streets of Montmartre with its rich history of Belle Epoque artists and cabarets, or get a first-hand experience of the lifestyle in the neighborhood of Belleville. Get your culture fix at the Musée d'Orsay, at the newly renovated Picasso Museum, or course through the dozens of small museums and galleries you can visit in the city. Shopaholics will also delight in Paris's myriad options. From chic department stores that'll have all your fashion needs ready to famed boutiques for sheer designer items. Stroll along the Champs-Élysées or watch the fashion shows. If you're traveling during the Christmas season, be sure to check out the fancy window displays. There are also places to find the best fine jewelry. You'd also want to visit any of the famous neighborhood bakeries that sell perfect Parisian bread, made using traditional French techniques. Paris also has an impressive offering of food stops. The city boasts of 70 Michelin-starred restaurants. You'll find one for every specialty. From fresh premium oysters to award-winning edible works of art, like the famous pastries in Paris. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the